Assalamualaikum and hi everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Waalaikumsalam. Okay.
All right. I think we can start now, right? All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to all of you. A special salutation to Yang Mulia Raja Azura Raja Mahyudin, the Chairman, ICEEM Tijarah Holding Sembilan Berhad, Associate Professor Dr. Jamal Abdul Nasir Shari, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, ICEEM Tijarah Holdings Sembilan Berhad, respectful presenters and participants. May I take this opportunity to welcome you all to the 4th International Conference and Management 2021, ICEEM 2021. This conference is organized by ICEEM Tijarah Holdings Sembilan Berhad. To begin the ceremony, I would like to call upon Mr. Muhammad Afif Farhan to lead us recite the Dua. Please welcome. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alameen. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Afif Farhan. Ladies and gentlemen, in an exciting time for our team as we continue to grow and adapt, remaining always adaptable, motivated, and responsive, such as sharing knowledge and open new ideas among scholars. Our team is confronting a time of many changes, and we meeting these changes during a time of larger nationwide and global change. The field of our team are all interesting and exciting to work, on and study, and we will continue to meet and bring inspired people together in conference like this to ensure our mission remains at the cutting edge. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so pleased to be with you this morning and have the chance to introduce our special guest to officiate the ceremony, Associate Professor Dr. Jamal Abdul Nasir Shah. He is our Deputy CEO of USIM Tijara Holdings Myanmar. He has a great understanding of the conference and a great appreciation of what it takes for truly make focus on innovative ideas and on future technology and learning developments. He keeps encouraging us to continue on the path of progress of future of emerging trends for economics, entrepreneurship, and management. Finally, he is also just a fascinating person, and we are all in front of Fred today. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Jamal Abdul Nasir Shah.
Innovation and technology, management and education, and also papers presented on Bahasa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of spoiler to spice up everybody's interest. Hopefully, this is going to get everybody to stay till the end of our conference. We're going to have live presenters basically discussing on the impact of COVID. Our colleagues from Brunei, there are two papers discussing on their experience of working from home and also Islamic financial policy to tackle issues on COVID in Brunei. We have our colleagues from University of Science Islam Malaysia going to talk about governance and service quality in zakat institutions. And something new for me, actually, FOMO, meaning that fear of missing out in digital entrepreneurship, especially for our students and also for our small businesses, and also from social commerce performance. These are 5 live presentations that we're going to listen today. On the economics and entrepreneurship theme, you're going to listen to the 4 papers talking on the impact of COVID on Bursa Malaysia. We're going to listen on papers from the importance of self-check-in kiosk for hotelier. We all know how COVID has actually impacted the tourism industry. So those interested in hotel, in tourism, this is a paper that you might want to listen to. From Bangladesh, our colleagues going to share about experience on the small business framework, and we're going to listen to Islamic economic framework for better Islamic value outcome from a paper by presenters from International Islamic University Malaysia. Then we're going to have also 2 papers on the social science and entrepreneurship. A paper co-authored by colleagues from UMK, University Malaysia Kelantan, and University Malaysia Terengganu, entitled The Childcare Centre Survival in COVID-19 Pandemic, a review paper. And then the second paper from ICEEM, going to talk on the study of entrepreneurial potential and entrepreneurial personality traits of TVET student in Malaysia. TVET is something that's very much important before COVID-19 when we talk about Industry 4.0. So this should attract our attention. On the theme of innovation and technology, we all know that with technology enabling the survival of business, especially SMEs, we can look at the experience of the today's food delivery, e-hailing, online ordering, etc. We are lucky today there will be 3 papers from University Putra, okay, highlighting on their researches on innovation. Something interesting touching on the virtual reality yet to actually replace the real feeling on atmosphere. And with the knowledge-based economy, our colleagues from University Putra will discuss on their experience on innovation development using patent system and also intellectual property. So these are papers from 3 papers from University Putra Malaysia. And there's 1 paper from UITM, University Technology Mara, entitled An Integrated of Persuasiveness in Healthcare Model for General Wellness. So colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, next sections or next sessions on management and education, there'll be 4 interesting papers to listen to, which are from Pakistan, Malaysian, and also Indian press presenters. On the issues of healthcare, we're going to listen on papers from Pakistan on the factors affecting employees' performance. And to further touch on healthcare, a paper from Malaysia will be discussing on the usage of business model canvas, BMC, for the effectiveness and efficiency of healthcare industry. And interestingly, talking about business, our colleagues also from Malaysia are going to talk about the usage of movies as inspiration to become entrepreneurs, one of the pedagogical. And also, as promised from India, there'll be a paper on education sector entitled Post-COVID-19 Challenges and Opportunities in Education Sector. Last but not least, we honored our friends who will be presenting in Bahasa Malaysia. They'll be discussing on issues on enculturing Islamic entrepreneurship. Another paper we're going to talk about taktib, there is manners or adab in education, looking at the knowledge and practices. We're going to have 2 more papers on intention to become entrepreneurs and also students' perception on accounting and lectures. So then again, ladies and gentlemen, professors and students, with all these interesting papers, I again welcome everybody to the 4th International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management, ASEAN Economic Landscape Post-COVID-19, organized by ICEEM Tejara Holdings Sdn Bhd. With that, thank you very much, and please enjoy our conference today.
All right. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Jamal Abdul Nasir. Before we go further, can you hear that all the sounds of the atmosphere? Can I have some feedback from our presenters and participants? Are you okay right now? We are just starting. All right.
Yes, it sounds good.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. So it seems that I'm talking with no one. Okay. All right. It seems that this work from home is very unusual to us. All right. So please feel comfortable. I know this is a national conference. This is an official conference, but please make yourself comfortable. Make yourself work from home is very healthy life and so on. All right. Okay. Thank you very much again, our Deputy CEO from Yusin Tijara Holdings, Senia Berhad, Associate Professor Dr. Jamal. Now, to continue this conference, I would like to call upon our honorable keynote speaker, Yang Mulia Raja Azura Raja Mahidin, to give the speech of keynote speech for this one. All right. Please welcome Yang Mulia.
Honor for me to deliver a keynote speech at the 4th International Conference of Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the effort of the organizer, ICEEM Tijara Holdings and Berhad, the wholly owned company of University Science Islam Malaysia, known as ICEEM, for the invitation to deliver the keynote address for today. I am happy to note that ICEEM has now embarked on its 4th session. This conference is being held to address the need to collaborate, seek opportunities, and resolve challenges in achieving balanced development among the countries around the world. Notwithstanding we are still facing the COVID-19 pandemic, it should not stop us from continuously learn. And as the conference is being held virtually or online, we have greater advantage and opportunity to learn and obtain greater insights, foresights, and sharing of experience and papers from credible presenters from any part of the world. For more than a year, no nation has escaped widespread disruption of COVID-19 outbreak. The total number of cases around the world to date has reached almost 195 million, with 4.2 million deaths being reported as of 26 July 2021. While the pandemic has affected nearly every country, the timing, the degree of disruption, the ability of countries to respond to the pandemic varies significantly, and not all countries are bouncing back at the same speed. Where larger and developed nations generally have better resources and infrastructure to manage the situation, for other countries, it has inflicted real sufferings with disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable, and it has highlighted prevailing inequalities, concerns over governance, and the unsustainable development pathway for the future. Navigating towards the recovery, the public health strategy, the speed of vaccine rollout, fiscal and monetary support, and the importance of hard-hit sectors are driving the difference between countries. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, ICEEM 2021 with the theme Asia Economic Landscape Post-COVID-19 is indeed very timely, as the pandemic has triggered the unprecedented economic recession, threatening health, affecting economic activity, and hurting the well-being and employment. We need to look into high-impact and effective measures that will be required to tightrope the healing and recovery process, which will shape the economic and social prospect of the coming decades. While growth for almost every region of the world has been revised upward for 2021, many continue to grapple with COVID-19 and what is likely to be its long shadow. Despite this year's pickup, the level of global GDP in 2021 is expected to be 3.2%, below pre-pandemic projection, and per capita GDP among many emerging markets and developing economies is anticipated to remain below pre-COVID-19 peaks for an extended period. At the current state, we are struggling with rising unemployment, closing down of businesses, and world is evidencing increase in poverty. It is key to look at how we can take action on stimulating the economy and employment via developing active fiscal policy that comes with financial assistance for specific sectors, supporting enterprises and incomes with introduction of proper employment retention measures, continuously having dialogues between government, employers and workers to ensure related policies and measures that will be implemented will work effectively. We recognize that during this unprecedented crisis, public debt for many countries soars to an all-time high. According to IMF, global debt was at 98% of GDP at the end of 2020 compared to 84% for the same period in 2019. The government will need to start looking into credible medium-term fiscal framework, consider reallocation of labor and capital, and additionally review the public investment to reduce spillover effect of increasing debt. Going through this pandemic has also resulted on localization and diversification of global supply chains as a response to rising trade costs and increasing trade uncertainties. This has also resulted in unexpected customer behavior. The post-pandemic supply chain will definitely require customization of products and services, and supply chain needs to be more resilient with better estimations of inventory, optimization of production and distribution capacities, and diversification of supply base with high profitability. Due to mobility restriction, majority of consumer interactions have moved to online shopping. The rise of digitization and e-commerce bridge the gap of social distancing with new digital tools and technologies. The economy needs to embark on digital transformation that will require ICT infrastructure to be improved and concern on cybersecurity and data protection measures to be addressed. It is also crucial to address the need to invest in skills and promote digital society, among others. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, leaders of the future are required to be resilient in action and be adaptive of change in its effort to manage the organization and its people, respond to the fluid circumstances around the clock, strategizing differently to ensure sustainability and adaptability to the new norm, while at the same time keeping his foresight on the next norm, while having other great leadership traits running a business as usual. Leaders managing crisis and change must be agile, forward-thinking, risk-takers, experimenters, and open to listen and consider critical feedbacks and creative ideas in steering the ship in weathering the storm. As a responsible citizen of the world, we have to start looking into adoption of the alternative ways to move forward, considering so many areas that require immediate attention, namely education, social enterprise, social sciences, business and economics, innovation and technology, psychology and humanities, management, accounting and finance, tourism and environment management, law and governance, communication, religion, entrepreneurship, agriculture, medicine, science technology, infrastructure, and there's so many more. And we need to ensure that there should not be any one aspect that is left behind. ICEEM 2021 has provided a platform for academicians and researchers to discuss and deliberate their research and findings, and additionally be the avenue for presenters and participants to disseminate information and opportunities on the topic of discussion, exchange ideas between the experts, and provide researchers with an in-depth opportunity for attaining issues that have not yet been explored. I'm hopeful at the end of ICEEM 2021, we would be able to find great resolutions to see the best way forward on how to face the current challenges and provide innovative and sustainable economic strategies that I believe will be discussed at this forum. Together, we thrive in achieving the balanced development among the countries around the world, build agile and resilient communities as we aim to build a better future and leave a great legacy for the next generation. I hope that all of you will have a valuable discussion, connecting and engaging with each other, and I wish all participants a meaningful and rewarding conference. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to our honorable keynote speaker, Yang Mulia Raja Azura Raja Mahidin, for giving the speech, lovely keynote speech just for today. All right, before we go further to another session for this conference, can I know some hello from our countries? I see that our participants are from Brunei. I see that one or two people from Brunei. Can we interact you for a little while? Yeah, Tuan Haji Awang, Zulkhairi.
Yeah, yes.
How are you? Can you give some introduction to yourself for a while?
Yes, my name is Haji Zulkhairi. I'm doing now PhD at UNISA, but I'm working also at the BDCB, and I'm doing a presentation later on the effect of the role of Islamic finance in supporting the SMEs against COVID-19 in the Brunei Darussalam.
All right. So how's the atmosphere, especially COVID at Brunei?
Actually, Brunei is quite lucky lah. One of the countries where we don't have any domestic COVID-19 infections. The last one is on the 6th of May last year. So after that, only we have received only the imported cases, but that one is under control, so we don't mix with the general public. So actually, in the country is quite normal domestically at the moment. So we, Alhamdulillah, we got lucky.
Okay. Seems that the situation at Brunei, COVID at Brunei seems under control. So hope that Malaysia also. And we also have some team from UPM, I'm afraid. UPM team. Ms. Atira, can we have the local, our local participant and presenters? Can you give us some one or two words before we start?
Assalamualaikum everyone. Thank you ICEEM for organizing the event, for organizing the conference. There are two other friends here, Puan Mazna, and I don't think he registered yet, but we are so happy to be part of the conference today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Atira. How about Puan Mazna, Madam Mazna? All right, one or two words before we start.
Yeah, thank you very much to the organizer for organizing this type of virtual webinar. And we are three of us will come as a presenter.
All right. Thank you very much for the lovely response, participant, the presenters, and so on. Maybe one or two words from the other audience, from maybe one or two response. Maybe from India. I'm waiting our friends, our colleague from India and Pakistan. Seems that we also have some our locals here from various university. So maybe one or two words before we start. No? Okay, not a problem. All right. Okay. Thank you very much to all for the responsive fast response as well. So again, we are ICEEM Tijara. We are welcome all the presenters, participants to this international conference on economic, entrepreneurship and management 2021. This is the 4th edition. Like Yamalia said, hope that we can get more and more participants. After this, we know that we are all on the online have some another programs. So, but we hope that they can join us for this today. So today is Friday, 30th of July. So we hope that we will get more from our presenters and participants. All right. So thank you very much for the responses. Now I would like to maybe Mr. Muhammad Amir is ready. All right. Okay, now I would like to call my friend, my colleague, our secretariat, Mr. Amir Aziz, to moderate the next session. Please welcome and carry on, Amir. Amir, are you okay? Hello, Amir. Seems that we have a sound technical problem with Amir. All right, maybe I will continue the session, not to worry. So we will continue the session for the presentation. As you know that we adjust the slot presentation time to time so that we know that there are so many changes. But don't worry, all that will be presented by today, inshallah. All right, so maybe take one or two more patience about the presenter. All right. Amir, are you okay? So I will start. I will start the conversation. The presentation. I think that Nick Sohaila, is it in here in this morning? Hello, Madam Nick Sohaila. Okay, not a problem. So as scheduled by the organizer, we will start. The first presenter is come from Nick Suhaila Nick Hussein for the title of the Child Care Center Survival in COVID-19 Pandemic, a review paper. So without further ado, I would like to call upon Nick Suhaila to present the title.
Organized by University Science Islam Malaysia. I'm Nick Shohala Nick Hussein from Kota Baru. I am here to talk about my paper proceeding entitled The Childcare Center Survival in COVID-19 Pandemic. In this paper, focusing on the childcare survival during the pandemic by looking at the slide. We noted that there is the latest report by Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia, a total confirmed case as at 11 July 2021 were 836,296. On 11 March 2020, WHO had declared the COVID-19 as a pandemic. Until the end of May 2020, it was spread to nearly 200 countries and territories with more than 5.7 million people infected and close to 400,000 deaths recorded across the globe. Malaysia has confirmed its first positive COVID-19 case on 25th January 2020. That is roughly 2 weeks before the WHO declared COVID-19 as a pandemic. Since then, there was a rapid increase in positive COVID-19 cases, reaching more than 9,000 by early July 2021. The government of Malaysia was one of the countries which looked early prevention by implementing the Movement Control Order (MCO) on 18 March 2020, also known as the first phase of MCO from 18 to 31st March 2020. The MCO was instituted under the Prevention and Control of Infection Disease Act 1988. The implementation of first phase of MCO had shown a significant positive result where the number of positive COVID-19 cases began to decline in April and May 2020. At the end of May 2020, Malaysia recorded a total of 7,857 positive COVID-19 cases. Malaysia is continuing with the Recovery Movement Control Order (RMCO) beginning on the 10th June until 31st December 2020 as shown in the slide. Later, the government of Malaysia announced that RMCO extended from 1st January 2021 to 31st March 2021. Then it was extended from time to time until the government of Malaysia announced the whole of Malaysia will be placed under the MCO from 12th May to 7th June 2021 as the country grappled with the rising of COVID-19 infections. Under this movement restriction, all educational institutions will be closed. Subsequently, on 28 May 2021, it was announced that Malaysia will be placed under total lockdown from 1st June to 14 June 2021. On 27 June 2021, the total lockdown was announced by the government of Malaysia to be extended until further notice. Under this stage, the government of Malaysia has announced the program People Wellbeing and Economy Recovery Package, also known as PEMULI. Based on the scenario of pandemic, the injection of GDP in Malaysia was not achieved as shown in the blue line. The recent spike in the infection is raising concern about the overall capacity of Malaysia health system and effect on the ongoing cycle of opening and closing of the economy on a household and firms. Overall, the COVID-19 pandemic had hit the world has affected the Malaysian economy. GDP performance for 2020 declined to 5.6% as compared to the positive growth of 4.3% in 2019, influenced by the fall of economic sector. Services sector recorded a negative growth of 5.5%, followed by manufacturing sector contracted to 2.6%. Subsequently, agricultural sector recorded a decline of 2.2%, mining and quarrying at negative 10.0%, and the construction sector decreased to 90.4%. The economic recession introduced by the COVID-19 pandemic stands in a stark contrast to the previous recession in that it has disproportionately impact on the women employment. To curb the transmission of COVID-19 disease, government have introduced a series of stay-at-home orders that have often include the closure of childcare center. This is because if not all of their income from the parent-paid fees is likely to have led many childcare providers to struggle financially. The childcare experienced the largest losses as they rely heavily on the fees. If the substantial financial hit taken by the childcare provider during the lockdown or sluggish return of the parent demand over the coming month, it forces some childcare provider to reduce capacity, which result increased unemployment rate in this industry. The implementation of COVID-19 pandemic has affected economic activity, which further contribute to the increase of the employment rate. The scenario affect the disposable income, which indicate a slowdown and indirectly led to a decrease of gross national income (GNI) per capita from 45,212 in 2019 to 42,531 in 2020. Meanwhile, movement control imposed by the government led to the reduction in domestic consumption expenditure. Refers to the slide, it shows that most services sector were affected, particularly in the educational sector, which 11.2% lost their job and 5.8% forces to unpaid leave. This slide represents the literature review for this study. It was divided into three sections, which are the pandemic outbreak, the inclination of service, and the aftermath of the childcare services. Our study began with critically review on the information of the pandemic outbreak in the world as well as Malaysia. It was supported by the scholar on the impact of pandemic to the sector of environment, economy, human health, culture and financial market. Secondly, our study explained the inclination of service during the pandemic. He and Harris 2020 mentioned that the outbreak influenced many people in the life and has also impacted the field of marketing in various ways. The marketing principle has been transformed into new norms with the pandemic influx. Jiang and Wen 2020. The unprecedented spread of COVID-19 has globally incapacitated, affecting much on the service industry. Karim 2020, Sitaram 2020. Example of service impact by the outbreak were airlines, Mustafa 2020, retail, Wasanat et al. 2020, tourism, Karim et al. 2020, and the childcare itself by UNICEF 2020. Third, childcare services in Malaysia are instituted so that the women can participate in the labor force. The importance of the first 5 years of child life has long been acknowledged by the psychologists who term this period as a formative year, recognizing the impact of the child experience. Psychologists such as Edward Ziegler had advocated passionately for the quality early childhood education. However, with the current situation, most children stopped attending childcare during the lockdown. This led to them missing out their social and educational opportunities. Parents start struggling to balance works and childcare, and financial loss for the childcare provider. The prospects for the sector are highly uncertain. In the methodology, current study is based on the various sources are gathered to focus on the effect of the outbreak on the service sector, including using review from the previous journal and general article as a mean of investigating a given area of interest is to improve the understanding of how specific concepts are used to convey the idea in the area. However, Zing et al. 2013 provided a thorough review on conceptual study and argued that conceptual research does not require immediate and comprehensive empirical evidence to support its claim to expertise, especially in the conceptual study. The childcare center may not contribute much to the country economy directly, but it has indirect significance as support services for the working parent. However, childcare center plays an important role in the development of the institution of the family economy. Childhood care centers have become an essential component life in our society, and they have substantial influence on the children's development and the growth. With regard to the current situation, the pandemic has triggered the economy disruption, include of childcare services. The findings of the study are divided into two sections. First, our study found that there are some impact on the childcare service, such as business downturn, which is reported by Bernama on 27 June 2020. It is about 5,000 childcare centers were affected during the pandemic. Most of their workers in this industry will lost their job, and the closure of childcare centers will increase. To minimize the economic impact of the pandemic, Malaysia has taken several actions to recover the economy. Therefore, second finding, we found that Malaysian government has taken immediate action to overcome the problem. Among the incentives announced by the government of Malaysia were number one off grant of 5,000 to the registered childcare. Number 2, income tax relief from 2,000 to 3,000. E-voucher by Malaysian Department of Social Welfare, MDSW, and additional one-off incentive of 3,000 under Pemulih for the TASCA childcare. Additionally, the government of Malaysia in the budget 2021 has budgeted, number 1, 30 million for the development of childcare center. Number 2, matching grant of 20 million for the private childcare, and the last one, 20 million for the local community under B40. In short, The summary of incentive by the government of Malaysia is as follow. 28 March 2020, 215 billion by Prihatin. 6 April 2020, 10 billion Prihatin SME Plus. 5th June 2020, 35 million Penjana. 23rd September 2020, 10 million Kita Prihatin. Meanwhile, for 2021, on 18 January 2021, 15 billion for Permai. 17 March 2021, 20 billion per Merkasa. 31st March 2021, RM 40 billion per Merkasa Plus. And on the 28th June 2021, 150 billion for Pemuli. For the conclusion, despite the key role childcare are playing in support for the other essential industry during the COVID-19 crisis, the childcare system as a whole is at risk and collapse due to the economic impact. Without access to affordable care, parents cannot earn their living, childcare center cannot recruit reliable workers, and children miss out their early educational opportunities. The devastating COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the deficiency of the childcare market. Thousands of childcare providers who were already struggling to survive financially have been unable to weather the economic shock of the necessary public health restriction. Meanwhile, enrollment is down as some families pull their children out their formal childcare setting because of their own financial struggle and the uncertainty they face. Whilst many states have continued to pay childcare subsidy, these subsidies have long failed to cover the true cost of care, especially for the infant and the toddler. With this, I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Nik Suhaila Hussein, for the lovely presentation about impact to childcare regarding situation on COVID-19. So, Amir, is it okay? Your sound? It seems that still struggle, we cannot hear the sounds. Anyway, not a problem. All right. So I hope you guys are okay with the presentation. So thank you very much, Nik Suhaila Hussein. We will continue the Q&A session after she will arrive in this conference. All right. Okay. Now we jump to the next presenter, come from Nur Fadilah Rofa, with the title of Study of Entrepreneurial Potential and Entrepreneurial Personality Traits of TVET Students in Malaysia. Before we start, is that Puan Fadilah, Madam Nur Fadilah in here? Hello, hello. Oh, not yet. Okay, not a problem. So I will play the presentation slides. Okay. Before we start, is it Amir? Okay? Hello, Amir? We can't hear you. Hello, right? Can you guys hear our sound? Okay. Still not very clear, right? All right. Okay. I think that the videos also have some problem. So I see that Madam Hajah Nur Anissa are on the line. So can we jump to your slot? Haja Nur Anissa?
Yeah, sure.
How are you? You're also
Good.
in
Alhamdulillah.
Brunei, right?
I am a lecturer and also the deputy dean of the faculty Islamic.
Okay, all right. Can we jump to your session?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
so without further ado, thank you very much to all for being patient and still feel comfortable on this conference. Now, without further ado, I would like to call upon Madam Hajah Nur Anissa Haji Sarbini with the title of a comparative study on work from home arrangement during COVID pandemic, the case of higher education institution in Brunei Darussalam. Please welcome, Madam.
Thank you. I'll share my screen, yeah?
All right, not a problem.
Thank you. Okay. Can everybody see the my screen?
Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Okay, let me just okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Inshallah, this morning I'll present a paper co-written by myself and Haja Nur Anissa Haji Sarbini with Professor Dr. Razali Mazin, and we're from the Faculty of Islamic Economics and Finance, University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali Unisa, Brunei. So the title of our paper is a comparative study on work from home arrangements during COVID-19 pandemic, the case of higher education institutions in Brunei Darussalam. Right. So we know, I don't need to further explain COVID-19 because we know that it has a huge impact on all our lives globally. Because of COVID-19, organizations are forced to find alternative ways to maintain and sustain their activities with the new normal, whereby people are distancing socially. We are not allowed to be in a room together. And because of this, there has also been a shift in the working method by prohibiting employees to come to work in the office and gather in a room. So, which I'm sure Malaysia is currently in the work from home environment. We had this situation last year when Brunei was first hit with its first COVID on the 9th March 2020. So in Brunei, the government and several companies had adopted this work from home option for numerous jobs in order to activate social distancing and also race with time in combating the local spread of the virus. This situation also presents a large-scale experiment and a field of research opportunity to understand the idea of work from home from diverse perspectives. So we know work from home came as a solution to the pandemic because by the idea of work from home, it means obviously from the name, it's working, but you are at home instead of in the office. Although Brunei is not familiar with this idea, especially in the public sectors, and it is also not a work culture found in many organizations in Brunei, because as a government sector, we are very bound by direct supervision, discipline, and also public services. So in reality, work from home is not fully understood by the employees because we have dilemmas, thinking, the home is where people rest, whereby working environment is where you do your work. So there's the conflict of work-life balance happening. So from this thought, the paper aims to excavate and also compare the different work from home arrangements that have been executed by the three higher education institutions in Brunei, following the escalation plans that have been widely disseminated by the government during the active spread of COVID-19, which happened last year. So a little bit of literature review. So the idea of work from home is actually a conceptualization process whereby a person can carry out the work responsibilities assigned to him or her in the comfort of his or her own home or house. The notion actually derives from a flexible alternative that organizations have adopted prior to COVID-19 pandemic. So the term of flexi hours or remote working are actually very common terms that were used before, and they were implemented and catered especially for specific working groups such as women and mothers. But because of the pandemic, people are starting to realize, okay, maybe work from home is another alternative you can consider. So Mustajab et al. 2020 stated that when doing work from home, many employees feel a balance in carrying out their work and social life. Reddy and Ramasamy indicated that work from home provides flexibility in working because basically you can adjust your time when you feel like doing your work, you do your work for a few hours and then you take a break and you do another 1 hour, 2 hour on the work and then take a break, whereby you can't do that at in the office because you're constantly probably being shadowed by your superior. And then Falsteed and Hanslicke 2017 stated that descriptive evidence suggested that work from home was on a growth trend before the beginning of the pandemic. Research in the United Kingdom showed that starting 2006, the number of workers working from home has increased by 20%. So it's not something new. Also, Baru 2003 stated that working from home, employees can actually gain freedom of access to certain jobs through less distraction from the office and also more communication time and accessibility to communicate virtually with the IR 4.0 that makes it rather possible for us to do. So, for example, we're doing virtual international conference via Zoom. So one advantage of work from home also could increase motivation with reduced stress among the employees, while at the same time it could benefit the organization whereby they can cut costs uh, due to the decreased usage of organizational facilities. And a little bit from Shafi Zadeh et al. 2000s claimed that working from home increases the productivity of the employees. These are the wonderful studies on work from home. Obviously, the work from home also has benefits and drawbacks for the employees it is compared to working in the office. One negative impact of work from home disclosed by Dua and Hieronymus 2020 indicated that work from home has an influence on work-life balance, whereby life and non-work interests such as family. I think problems of distractions from your children, especially because I was one of the employee who were able to work from home last year, and it was the hardest time to actually do work because my kids were constantly asking for stuff when I was in the middle of my work. So that was probably one of the disadvantages of work from home. And also, I think looking from the perspectives of employers, work from home could also be interpreted differently by organizations, which could result in a different way of handling this arrangement. And flexibility and trust and social communication, this could all be further research in terms of how much trust is being given by your employer when you're working at home doing your work. And we'll discuss the findings later because it's quite interesting when we found there are differences in the way these institutions interpret the document that they were given. So the methodology for the paper is a qualitative exploratory research by adopting the document analysis methodology. So we review these work from home documents provided by the organizations that we have chosen. For this study, we decided to focus our document analysis on the public records by these three universities selected: University Brunei Darussalam (UBD), University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali (UNISA), and also University Technology Brunei (UTB). And why these three universities? Because they are all under Ministry of Education. And we built network and were able to access the documents rather easily. So for UBD, the document entitled UBD Guidelines on Staggered Work Attendance was used. for UNISA, we use the interim guidelines for COVID-19 prevention measures at Sultan Sharif Ali Islamic University and kehadiran bekerja secara berperingkat. And for UTB, they put the memorandum and information on their website and under the tag COVID-19, and it is accessible for everyone to see. So why we chose this study? We aim to explore the way these different organizations interpret and implement the work from home arrangements based on the circular being distributed by the higher authority. So in this case, we have the Prime Minister's office. They're the one who circulate the memorandum to all departments. And we compare the documents between the three local universities because there is a difference in interpretation of the circular. There's one circular, but three different interpretations. So in the analysis of findings, we similarities that we found. Second one is the differences that we found. So quite a lot in the similarities. For example, all the three universities specify that work from home is not considered a leave. And all three universities indicated that the work from home time is the same as the office time, which is 7:45 in the morning to 12:15 noon and 1:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. And in Brunei, we work throughout Monday to Thursday. We have the Friday off, which is today, and we work again on Saturday, and then we have the Sunday off. So the same time and the day is still apply if you are working from home. And the third one is all universities use the term vulnerable staff and identified the list of vulnerability in the same manner and description as indicated by the Ministry of Health, which include pregnant women, people who are over the age of 60, and those who have chronic diseases like diabetes or even cancer is considered under vulnerable staff. And then also universities specified that not all staff are eligible to apply for work from home. And then the fifth similarity, we found that all three universities required that the work from home applications must be officially approved prior to the commencement of the arrangement, although there are differences in the mechanism applied for approval from these universities. And then the sixth similarity, both UBD and UNISA also indicated the need for activities being done during work from home. And all three universities started to disseminate or started to share the work from home arrangement about the same time between 17th to 25th March after a week, less than a week of the first case in Brunei. So the differences that we found in the documents, the first one, University Technology Brunei allows non-vulnerable staff to work from home, but on a week-by-week rotation basis, whereby UBD and UNISA considered the staggered staggered attendance work mode and bekerja secara berperingkat respectively, which means that for UBD and UNISA staff who can work from home, they can do it by working one half of the working day either in the morning or in the afternoon, and then take the half day working off campus. And then another difference is also in the terms of how the approval process from these three universities happened. So for example, UBD, there was no involvement of the Vice Chancellor because the delegation of the decision making on who can go for work from home is solely done and executed by the respective direct supervisors. For UTB, they indicated that it is the responsibility of the respective program leader to schedule the rotation, the week-by-week basis, after the consultation with the staff member, and then recommend that to the respective dean for the approval, and then only endorsed by the Vice Chancellor. But for UNISA, there was an establishment of UNISA task force with director as the chairman, and some of the executive committee and principal officers were selected as the members, and also appointed its acting registrar as the focal point for its business continuity plan. And of the 3 universities who adopted the work from home arrangement, we found that only UNISA was the only university that required the staff who work from home to do a roll call. So basically, this is like a specified time during the day that you have to message your boss saying, okay, roll call 8 o'clock, roll call 12 noon, and roll call 3 p.m. Basically, it's like to check in with your boss that you're actually still alive and still doing work, something. And then another difference between the 3 universities are in terms of who can apply for this work from home. So that the non-vulnerable staff can apply on the week by week rotation. UBD indicated that all staff, whether you're vulnerable or non-vulnerable, can apply for this work from home depending on the assessment of their direct supervisor. However, for UNISA, it was specified that non-vulnerable staff cannot apply for work from home. So they're quite strict in terms of who can go work from home and who cannot. I think at that time around, probably like 90% of UNISA staff were still working in the office. So discussions of finding. We found that based on the findings above, there are obviously different interpretations and implementation of this arrangement between the university, even though they received the same circular from the Prime Minister's office. But when it comes to putting it down into action and implementing the work from home arrangements, the 3 universities proved to apply the arrangement differently from one another. We believe there were no underlying rules that stated that each university could implement it directly. We also believe it was purely based on the interpretation of the heads, in this case is the vice chancellors and director, and how the decision and information trickled down to be implemented accordingly. So based on the differences of this implementation, we understand that, for example, UNISA, they stated quite evidently that vulnerable and non-vulnerable staff cannot apply for the work from home. And also with UNISA, the final approval comes down from the rector himself. So this is quite, this imparts a lack of flexibility, often lead to inefficiency, even causing unnecessary long delays for the work from home staff to start working from home. This is definitely different with the other 2 organizations. So based on those findings and discussions, we raised a few questions. For example, how will performance and accessibility standards change? Because there's a difference between working from home and working in the office. And who will be responsible for home office expenses? Because in order to cater the working environment at home, sometimes you have to provide your internet connection, making sure that you don't get disconnected. Also, probably you need to buy new furniture to make it look and feel like you're working in the office. So who will be responsible to pay all this extra cost? And how often do employees still need to come to the office, if that happens? And will the employees who chose to work from home be discriminated against those who continue working in the office? So all these questions pose probably a further action or research that could be explored in order to understand how the pandemic has impacted any organization's most valuable asset. In this case, is the human resources, which are the employees themselves. So recommendations based on all that, we propose that the Brunei Public Service Department should revisit the policy guidelines for work from home, and organizations which introduce a work from home program should create a specific guideline, probably to ensure all the employees understand what is required from them when they work remotely. The third recommendation is higher education institutions in Brunei must implement communication strategies, probably taking into context the infrastructure needed in order for work from home to be done effectively. And then one of the most is not included in the actual document, which is the trust. How much trust is being given by the employers when they let go of the employees to work from home. It's the idea of this roll call. Is it really necessary? Why do you have to check in every 8 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock in noon, and then 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Because you don't really do that if you're actually working in the office. And also, lastly, the management of higher education institutions in Brunei need to be aware that work from home can also pose a cybersecurity risk. All this information being shared for and against these employees. So for future research, since work from home has become an alternative for some employees in Brunei, it is very important for policymakers to conduct studies in order to establish some empirical findings about the impact of this arrangement on employees. So we thank you for all the relevant contact persons for allowing us to share and review and analyze the documents. And for all our friends in Malaysia, stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Anissa, for the lovely presentation and the sharing from. I can see that. So Brunei didn't agree.
Student actually.
That time, when the first case of Brunei, immediately the students were put to work, not work from home, but basically all the lectures were done online immediately. So the lecturers have to adapt to the different, like, okay, we need to how Zoom works. We need to make all these accounts, and then it's okay for, I think, my generation of lecturers, but it's the older generation of lecturers, you know, who find it hard to, like, can you teach me how to do online classes? So those are the challenge we have to quickly adapt in order for us to deliver our lectures online.
Macam how the student, macam kalau kita as a lecturer, we can cope ourselves kan, we try to arrange like work from home, maybe throughout your experience pun you can make a comparative and etc. We dealing the significance this
students, I think, alhamdulillah, they were really it was something new for them, new experience to have an online lecture. They were very supportive in the sense that, okay, we have to arrange the timing. Okay, everyone is agreeing to this day, this time, and then they were able to come online and have a online lecture. But I think the problem was in terms of, I think, participation, because like right now, not all of us actually switch on our camera. So maybe some of the students were shy or malu kan. So in terms of us being the lecturer, it's like, am I talking to myself? Like, everybody's here or not? So we have to keep on assuring that they're still there, not, you know, you're not going away watching TV, just leaving your computer on and all that. So memang stress level had them online. All you can do is just talk, and then like, are you here? Are you here? Can you please talk to me? All that. So students, in that sense, they're okay. They're able to. They're more, rasanya lebih pandai lah in terms of gadget and everything. Tapi in terms of participating in online lectures, kurang sikit lah. So we have to make do lah what we have, and then we have to change our assessment juga masa tu. Usually we have examination whereby they come to the hall and then sit for the exam, but then that time we have to turn everything online, so kita kena buat test online exam, we have to monitor. So there were a lot of issues being raised. Also in terms of ada yang some students cannot afford, ada yang tak ada laptop, kena pakai handphone lagi. So banyak issues sebenarnya. But it's quite interesting to see how this unfold as it happened last year.
Because normally, that's why bila I tengok you punya, when we are focusing on your topic tu, normally most of attendance yang conference sebelum ni more focusing on student tau. So kita jarang explore about work from home on sides of us. But yes lah, actually we are not discussing globally about we are dealing with the areas of work from home, and different university also have different kinds of condition. How they meet university, ada yang final exam, but in certain university they don't have final exam, but they change to full assessment. Okay, very interesting when I know about what you did in Brunei. So the things that we can learn a lot. Okay, so I think that's all.
Thank you,
Okay,
Dr.
thank
Umi,
you.
for that.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady, you two on the chat room, maybe. Okay, next I will go again to our previous presenter. So the video is okay now. So I will call again Nur Fadila Rofa, even she is not here around. Maybe we hope that all that presenters and participants who will join us today, inshallah, this one day. So again, I will call upon Nur Fadila Rofa about the study of entrepreneurial potential and entrepreneurial personality traits of TVET students in Malaysia. Okay, please welcome.
I am Nofadila Mufa from University Technology Malang, Shah Alam. I would like to share the conceptual paper with the title of A Study of Entrepreneurial Potential and Entrepreneurial. Before I start to explain further, foremost my concern to share is TVET is a stand for Technical Vocational Education and Training. For your information, Malaysia is fast moving forward to TVET program, which is students were given a lot of exposure of doing tasks. In this TVET program, the students are trained to become competent employees when they join the industry in future. However, it is not like as what we expected. I hope these simple explanations could give all of you a simple visual about the concepts paper. This conceptual framework presentation will be guided by referring this main. Second is problem and objective. Third is literature review. Fourth, methods. And the last is conclusion. Years back, Malaysia struggled to provide entrepreneurship assistance to great students and graduate entrepreneurs, and it has made Malaysians come up with Dasar Keusahawan Nasional 2019 has been launched and implemented to all education sectors, including TVET program institutions. DKN policy is simple, where it wants to inspire entrepreneurial ecosystem to be entrepreneurial potential to involve in entrepreneurship. As TVET programs develop and train students to be hands-on and being skillful for future employers, it is in line with Malaysia demand 3.3 million quite competent employees to be high-income nation. One of the DKN policy is merge all higher learning institutions with entrepreneurship education. This is because entrepreneurship education has been identified by many researchers that has positive impact on student entrepreneurial potential. As I mentioned earlier, corresponding the DKN policy, so it has been introduced in each of school and it is included TVET institutions like ILP, KBN, EdTech, college communities, and not forgetting vocational college, and many more where this all about skill-based education. TVET aims to train students to be highly skilled and being competent employees so that they can be employed by the company or industry. TVET program offered such as welding, fabrication, electrical installation, business, and food and beverage, electrical are vital to support the economic growth. Even though TVET programs aims to train students to be competent employees, however, student skills and competency were questioned by the employers. It was found mismatched as per required by the industry requirement. The TVET graduates are not only unable to offer good income due to their minimal qualifications and they are denied for the better salary. As TVET graduates are struggling to secure a proper job with good salary. Therefore, it is important to encourage TVET graduates to explore entrepreneurial opportunities, especially with their practical skills. Ministry of Education has reported that about 49.37% graduates perceive that entrepreneurship is not a profitable career, and this phenomenon is probably limiting the tendency of young people to venture into entrepreneurship. And besides that, most of the time in many research, entrepreneurial potential studies was carried out so much in public university graduate. Thus, this study will be conducted in TVET institution. Because of that circumstances, so these studies aim to study the determinants of entrepreneurial traits which influence the TVET student entrepreneurial potential. This conceptual presentation is divided to two elements which are begin with entrepreneurial potential. Entrepreneurial potential, or in other situation, is interchangeably with entrepreneurial intention, has been identified as tendency of an individual to be an entrepreneur. Youth or graduates more likely being entrepreneurial potential when they are start a business. This is indirectly influenced by personality traits to start a new venture, as they are already were given exposure in entrepreneurial education at education institution, so they are capable of producing future entrepreneurs, a job maker or creator for themselves, rather than being salaried workers. And second element is entrepreneurial personality trait, where this entrepreneurial personality trait is trust. It is needed to encourage among students to develop their entrepreneurial potential and entrepreneurial intention. This is because personality are reliable in the elements of entrepreneurial potential trait is a word to examine potential entrepreneurs and non-potential entrepreneurs. As a trusted element in entrepreneurial personality trait, this four element has been identified has significant impact toward entrepreneurial potential that are consistent with locus of control, entrepreneurial innovativeness, entrepreneurial alertness, and needs of achievement. Here in my study, I will test the hypothesis that state entrepreneurial potential is positively related with each element of entrepreneurial personality trait. In order to conduct my study, I will manage to use online questionnaire through Google Form, which I will pass over to the student will be given about 3 months to respond the questionnaire before it's sent off to the researcher. The online survey will be dispersed to all vocational colleges in Malaysia, and about 500 responses are needed from final year students which from variety of courses. The minimum value of responses is 382 based on Craigie and Morgan size table. This study is using convenience sampling with focus on final year students from any courses of study. For the questionnaire of study, I was divided this questionnaire to three sections which consisted with entrepreneurial potential, entrepreneurial personality traits, and demographic. Each of section provided 5 items each questions, and the study that I use is Likert scales range 1 to 5 due to prevent questionnaire fatigue among of students. After data gathered, the study will be employed SPSS and specifically will analyze the data on stated here. For example, demographic statistic, validity and reliability analysis, EFA, and also regression analysis. Finally, TWEC is a program designed to equip skills to youths. The effectiveness of it would be obvious when graduates be self-independent and job creator. Since it is integrated with entrepreneurial education, it creates big numbers of employment and business establishment in Malaysia. Indeed, the study of entrepreneurial potential and entrepreneurial personality trait still limited and less among TVET students, and it needs to be navigated. Before I end my presentation, once again, thank you for spending your time to hearing my presentation, and it is highly appreciated. Thank you again to panel for assessing my presentation. For future information, I can be reached at stated email.
Alright, thank you very much, Madam Fadila. But now I will jump into the next presenter, which come from our side, you see, Dr. Umi Hamidatun Muhammad Sofian Lee, with the title of Significance of Good Governance Practice Towards Service Quality in Zakat Institution. Please welcome Dr. Umi.
My name is Dr. Umi Hamidatun Muhammad Sofian Lee. So today I would like to share with you about some sections of our research which is related to the topics of significance of good governance practice towards service quality in Zakat institution. So this research have been done by me and also with Nur Shela Ahmad Tarmizi and Nur Azima Ahmad from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So before we move further, let's discuss about the very general view on introduction. So basically in Arabic, zakat refers to a monetary religious obligation paid to the poor and needy categories by wealthy Muslim. So the acts of zakat has become as integral parts of Islamic economic policy and fulfillments of Allah's command. So zakat have an aim to create a fair distribution of wealth between wealthy and needy people and also aiming to elevate poverty and reduce the economic gaps. So during with this current situation, the ideas of good governance has played an important role in zakat institution in order to ensure administration and management able to reflect socio-economic, moral, and also spiritual developments of Muslim society, especially in our country, Malaysia. There have several issues that need to be highlighted on. Currently, if you can see, the amounts of zakat collection showing a very positive significance, increasing year by year, and it also shows the ideas of trustworthiness of people towards the management of zakat institution, and it able to encourage the excellent giving and charitable behavior among Muslim communities. So it related to the ideas of notable success of zakat performance and management currently was possible related to the good governance practice. Therefore, it is notable to highlight on good governance practice in zakat institution in order to ensure it will remain forever and able to enhance service quality provided by this institution. Due to that, let's discuss about the construct definition that have been discussed in this research. Good governance. Good governance refer to a work process, include decision making, towards the public entity to achieve organizational performance. Good governance in this research, we are mainly focused on two important elements, namely leadership and communication, which have significant contribution towards the achievements of good governance. Then, leadership viewed as a mechanism used by leaders to deal with employees or followers towards achieve organizational goals and also target. Communication refers to a process of transmitting meaning to another individual verbally or non-verbally. So what is actually the main issue in good governance practice? So the attentions and commitments of communities towards functions of zakat institution may differ from one another due to different reasons and circumstances, and also it closely related to the good governance practice. The levels of trustworthiness or the willingness of people to paying zakat, for example, or to dealing with the zakat services reflect towards the good governance practice that have been applied in that zakat institution. So we identify the few research gaps which are less concerned over the lacks of effective in service quality of zakat institution currently, and focusing in measuring the effectiveness of this organization service outcome and also performance. So this objective of research, we have two. First, to examine the relationship between leadership and service quality, and also to examine the relationship between communication and service quality. Based on our literature review, we are decided to base our research based on the theory of social exchange theory, and also we able to identify that the research have been done earlier, identify and also shows the ability of good governance through the elements of leadership and communication have strongly significant towards service quality in organization. We also come up with the two hypotheses. There is positive relationship between leadership and service quality, and our number two hypothesis refers to there is positive relationship between communication and service quality. So this is our research methodology. Our research scope are restricted to Muslim who seeking services at zakat institution, and we only focus on areas of Klang Valley. We also do or dealing with the procedures of purposive sampling. We distribute 350 survey questionnaire, and this questionnaire reflect towards the few measurement item. Leadership, we have 7 items adapted from Roslina Manso, and also Baharuzaini Baharin. Communication, we have 8 items. We adapted from one Idrus, one Sulaiman, Maizatul Haizan Mahbub, and also from Sheikh Mustafa. Service quality was measured by using 8 items, and we adapted from the service quality literature done by Fadilah Matno, Hawa, and also Mariam Abdul Rashid. To measure the skills of a measurement, an item, we use 5 item scale ranging from strongly disagree 1 to strongly agreed 5. Based on whatever that we have distributed 350 questionnaire, we get back around 83.3%, which equal to 250 valid response. Majority of respondents are female, 68.4%, 45% of them within the age of 30 to 35, and 30%
30.5% are graduated with a bachelor degree. After we analyze the data that we have been collected, it shows that there is positive relationship between leaderships and service quality. So the beta values 0.540 and also T statistic shows that 5.740 and P values is 0.00, and we identify this hypothesis was supported. So for hypothesis 2, it also have been supported when we able to analyze the result, the beta value of 0.422 and T statistics 4.420 and also P values 0.00. This result suggested that both construct act as important predictor and significant towards service quality in zakat institution. So throughout the discussion, it shows that it may increase their service quality by focusing on governance efficiency in terms of collecting, distributing, and also administrating zakat fund throughout the two elements of good governance practice. And also, leadership and communication became an important predictor towards service quality. So the contributions of this study, we can look and see it can be shown through the theoretical, methodological, and also practical. It also provides to prove that social exchange theory is consistent with the result that have been identified. Employers also receive the prominence and efficient support will turn to show a very positive working attitude on this matter and organization commitment and also towards organizational citizenship. Throughout the contributions of the methodology, it shows that this study shows the use of survey questionnaire can provide a very deeper insights on the study when there have been selected instrument exceed the minimum standards for validity and reliability, thus the producing the accurate finding. So practically, this study opened the opportunity for the organization and management team to identify and practice effective governance to ensure the capabilities to increase the levels of service quality and also to achieve their main objective in the institution. So we also have several limitation by doing this research which is related to demographic, because mostly are reflect the people who get the services from zakat institution, and we only focus on the Klang Valley area, and also we only cover the two contexts of the good governance practice dimension. And for the suggestion, to explore the extent of organizational support in influencing other constructs such as through job satisfactions, quality, and also performance towards the employees. So as the conclusion, this study has shown that systematic and effective governance practice in organization can facilitate the employees to increase the levels qualities of services provided to their customers and also to the clients. So I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Umi Hamidatun, for the lovely presentation. I see that Dr. Umi live here, right? Is it in here? She's here. Dr. Umi? Yeah, okay, all right. Maybe one or two respond for the summarize that can summarize about your videos, maybe.
Oh, okay. So Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So basically this is my student, not my student lah. It's actually I'm accepting as my colleague. So we are mainly focusing on good governance. Okay, so especially during the pandemic COVID-19, basically this research mainly focus the functions of what we call the institutions of zakat during the pandemic COVID-19. So we are measuring how impact the capability of zakat institution towards the service that they provide to the people who seek
for help from the zakat institution. So throughout our response, so we identify the most important element. Actually, they have 3 elements, but for this conference, we only share 2. Okay, so as a parts of our research outcome to share with the audience of this conference. So yes, the major important things in order to ensure the levels of service quality zakat institution can provide for those people who seek the help from zakat instead of asnaf. Majority of them, they are very quite poor, so they seek for the helps of finance. For example, what is actually the most important elements we identify is among the credibility of the zakat itself, because the portray of the image, where the money came from, and then what is actually the flow of the money. And then we also need to have and identify the very significance of the communications of the zakat. I mean, zakat need to let others know what they did through the Facebook, because people who seek the attentions and the help of zakat, they want to see that. So that is the most important element need to be input as a good governance practice in zakat institution. And the other one is leadership we measuring in a very large scale, actually, throughout the practice of the leaders, and also how the leaders influence the workers in the zakat in order to enhance the capability for those people who working in the zakat institution to provide the very good quality of services to the people who seek help from the zakat institution. So I think that's all. The very for this conference to share the outcome that we get. It might be different from the previous during the research have been done when we are not dealing with the pandemic, but during the pandemic COVID-19 situation. So we identify the different kinds of outcome that respond from those people who seek the services from zakat. Okay, so I think that's all.
Right. Doctor, in Malaysia, where we're talking about zakat, every eyes are open, every eyes, even the politician, and every eyes will open.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much, Toby. Maybe 1 or 2 question from the audience. I'm afraid. No. Maybe after this, or we can check about this zakat. No. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Umi, for the lovely presentation. All right, keep stay healthy and so on. So I will ask Tuan Haji Zulkhairi, is that you are ready now to present? Okay, wait. I've never. Okay, Doctor, Tuan Haji, are you ready? So I will introduce you first. You have to put your mic on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay now.
Okay, I will introduce you first. Let us see your baju Melayu at this opening.
You can see the slide.
We can see the slide. Well, we can't see you.
I think it's okay. Just
Okay.
continue.
No problem. Okay. Allow me to introduce our next presenter. Come from Brunei, also from UNISA. Please welcome Tuan Awang Haji Zulkhairi bin Awang Haji Muhammad Noor from UNISA with the title of The Role of Islamic Finance in Supporting Micro Enterprise and SMEs Against COVID-19 in Brunei Darussalam. Please welcome Tuan Haji.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Alhamdulillah, and thankful for being given the opportunity to address this for ICEEM, and also thankful for the organizer for making this possible. Normally, this is a stated disclaimer where the view in this presentation was prepared in my personal capacity and not reviews of the situation. This paper comes about due to the COMCAC working group, where they provide a case study on selected countries. And for the past, you can see for the past few days, in some countries, we have seen an increase in the COVID cases due to the Delta variant. And in fact, Brunei is quite unique, and the pandemic has been under control locally, where there is no local transmission since May last year. Globally, global economy suffered due to COVID-19 movement restriction and social distancing, affecting the world economy, including businesses and SMEs globally. This paper discuss how COVID-19 has been handled in Brunei Darussalam, and also with the support role of Islamic Financial Institution, BIBD, the only Islamic bank in the country, with the help of the government, with measures to revive its economy and minimize the impacts to SME. In this regard, it is important to understand how the pandemic COVID-19 came to Brunei Darussalam initially, and what action have the country been taken so far in dealing with it. Brunei Darussalam handled the situation quite well and put in action best practices, setting up new testing, treatment, and contact tracing, such as Bayar Bruhal. The contact, once the first cases were reported, the contact tracing began for the close contacts with the infected person, and will be swabbed for testing, and quarantine order also issued. All the schools were ordered to be closed immediately and to be done online. In addition, people coming to Brunei must take a swab test and undergo mandatory isolation at a quarantine facility when it was found confirmed positive cases for people coming from overseas. This swab and quarantine requirement with strict SOP had resulted in Brunei only have imported cases since 6th of May 2020. In the early phase of the pandemic, in the first 3 months, life has changed in many aspects, especially in terms of freedom of movement and social distancing, and for people to start using online services. Here are the important actions taken by the government. The government has amended the Infection Disease Act, which require and force people to carry out medical examination or medical treatment, self-isolation and quarantine. The maximum penalty increased to 10,000, where previously it's only 200. And the swift action in amending this order is crucial to the stopping of spread of COVID-19, as our Director General of Ministry of Health has no previous power. Under the amendment order, the gym and restaurant owners have been charged and fined for violating this order. All residents in Brunei, including foreigners, are barred from leaving the country from 16 March 2022 and allow only for essential services. This led to the opening of landmark Temburong Beach, known as Swas Beach, in 17 of March 2020, spanning 26 kilometers, and currently one of the longest overseas bridge in Southeast Asia. Previously, can only access by taking a boat ride or drive to Sarawak, and now it has a direct access to all 3 other districts in the country. It also improved the operation of the SMEs in the district as being more accessible to more customers and more profits for the SMEs. Government support for Brunei's business, including SMEs. Brunei government introduced 2 important measures on the 21st of March, and interim measures was introduced by the government with a 6-month deferment on TAP and SCP for SMEs, and also the government also provide the full SCP contribution for the self-employed, and also discount on rental rates for government buildings, corporate tax, and also discount on water and electrical bill. and on the 28th of March 2020 by paying 25% of the local employee's salary. Due to the issues being regarded as national agenda and the whole of nation approach being used and the swift action by His Majesty's government, Brunei is one of the countries who managed to contain successfully the COVID-19 virus domestically, and among the first nation in the ASEAN region to successfully contain the spread of COVID-19. The last COVID-19 transmission was 6th of May, as said before, and with now we have 333 mostly imported cases. With the Brunei successful handling of the pandemic and rollout of vaccine globally, we pray that the whole world can be emulated and be free of this pandemic. We can see also the important role of the Islamic financial institution in Brunei in helping SMEs. From 1st April 2020 for a period of 6 months, now extended until the end of September this year. They provide deferment on principal repayments of financing and waiver for all banks and charges, online in local interbank transfer fees. The BIBD also provide for restructuring of financing up to 10 years and business onboarding monthly subscription fee waive. And also, lastly, BIBD also provide the platform for public donation for COVID-19 relief fund. BIBD also introduced a community for Brunei to help SMEs sell their goods and services in a virtual market, where the public can shop virtually and make payments digitally by using debit or credit card. It also reported a rapid growth in digital adoption driven by COVID-19. We can see BIBD Bank's e-wallet solution QuickPay has seen a 200% increase in digital transaction. There's a shift from a cash economy to a digital economy, and overseas card transaction declined over 90%, but have been offset by the increase in the domestic spending, which mainly benefit the SME locally. For the SME performance, despite COVID-19 in Brunei Darussalam, the performance of SMEs after the pandemic is encouraging, and the only sector affected is related to tourism. I think this one is more than 80% in March year-on-year. And this is the slide is show the performance of some sectors of SMEs, which is provided in the retail sales index Q1 2021. The statistic is taken from the Department of Economic and Statistics, Minister of Finance and Economy. We can see that for Q1 2019 and Q1 until Q1 2021, there is in fact an increase in the amount of sales, which shows the SMEs are not affected, but in fact they are showing more increase in sales. The next statistic is a year-on-year growth rate of quarterly retail sales index. This is taken also from the economic statistic. The retail sales index RSI show year-on-year increase in Q1 2021 at 11%. Food and beverage services index has also increased by 11% compared to Q1 2020. All retail activities show an increase in sales by the sale of watches and jewelry, followed by sales of textile, footwear, hardware, pens and glass, electrical, houses, appliance and lighting equipment. Food and beverages increase in sales by 35%, followed by restaurants and fast food outlets at 11%. And this shows that there is an increase in domestic demand for certain goods and services. This is especially people only shop domestically and they don't go overseas. For agriculture sector, you can see that from the previous year, the rice production increased 67%, the boiler and egg production rose 7%, and fish 10%, and also increase in the cattle, meat production, vegetables, and fruits. From this statistics show that increase in certain sectors and seeds also operated by SMEs. In fact, they are achieving better output and productivity and making more profits. Future recommendation is to have in place. I think the world need to be ready for any future pandemic and to take it seriously from the beginning, as prevention is better than cure, and not to allow any person from any infected country to travel outside the country, so to prevent any worldwide spread. And also to go digital if possible, and to be ready as there are more online business, and definitely help and support from the government and Islamic financial institutions are crucial for SMEs. And lastly, Brunei Darussalam have the advantage of being a small country and not too dependent on the tourism industry. And the SMEs are doing well, making more profits due to the increase in the domestic spending. You can see it from the statistic. And also because of no lockdown in the country, where all the operation of SMEs able to continue as normal. And the government and the Islamic financial institution will play a major role in helping these SMEs to ease their burden and to grow able. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tuan Awang Haji Zukairi. I'm sorry for being pronounced very wrong. For the lovely presentation. Still in Brunei, Alhamdulillah, we got a few papers from Brunei. So this is about the Islamic finance, maybe more to micro enterprise and SMEs, yeah, Tuan Haji?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry?
Right. Okay. Maybe one or two questions from the audience. If not, I also want to ask Tuan Haji about these SMEs, because in Malaysia, they say that gulung tikar, Tuan Haji, small enterprise, SME, some of that, our Malaysian businesses, small businesses they are closed. So maybe your comments at Brunei is now no COVID at Brunei, right? So is it they are still running on and on? The micro enterprise and SME.
Yeah, I'm saying is everything is quite normal here in the country. Everything is happening except for overseas. That's one. But you can see from even the celebration of His Majesty's birthday. I mean, the 15th of March. Since then, every night we have perayaan, we call it a celebration in the capital city. There's a lot of people coming. Everything is quite normal already. So we are quite lucky, and then we hope the whole world will be free from this pandemic. I think we Brunei also have, even though it's a small country, but we need to, we hope the other countries also learn from Manila what we experience. I think, and it's so important to have the SMEs, because in Brunei, like, it's 90% of the business is SMEs, so it's very important to have. And like BRBD is one of the biggest assets. It's not only the financial institution, but one of the biggest shareholders of assets in the whole financial institution, with more than half of the assets, total assets. That's why they are the most prominent in helping this SMEs to recover. In fact, in Brunei Darussalam, it's only about 3 months they are affected because of the cost of business shop, and after 3 months, and then we have slowly opening up the economy, and by I think the third quarter of last year, we are already back to normal. We have a slow de-escalation program from level 1 to level 5. So yeah, in the third quarter, we are still back to normal, and you can see that that because Brunei people love shopping outside the country as well. So that's why, since they cannot be they cannot shop like in the border in the Kuala Lumpur or Singapore. That's why they need to shop on domestically. So that's why our SMEs also making more profits. And then during the pandemic, also we have seen a lot of online business now. We can see that there are small business doing selling food online by Instagram or Facebook, because they don't have a lot of capital to do it. They don't need to pay any rent also. That's why you see a lot of people taking advantage of this. Yeah.
Alright. Tuan Haji, can you share a little bit situation, worst case scenario in Brunei about the 3 months when the pandemic is high? You see that 3 months at the earlier stages, right? So maybe there are so many business closed, something like that.
Sorry, come again. I cannot.
Can you share the 3 months, the early 3 months on the COVID situation, worst case scenario at Brunei? Because nowadays it's okay. So just want to share that early stages COVID at Brunei.
Yeah, Brunei. In fact, like I said before, we did early action. I mean, the government, we are doing the whole of national approach, where the government, like we have like on the early March, we have people return the first positive case. People return from overseas. I mean, I think we had a lot of people there, nearly 100 people also attending the same gathering. In fact, that's why we did early action, that we amend the Infectious Disease Act, where everyone has to report to the Ministry of Health, because the police said there are about 70 people going there, but only 66 people report. So the police, under the amended order, the police can go to the people who did not report, and we have managed to control everything. Yeah, that's why this successful is not just for the government, also for the whole country, with the people cooperating, a lot of, and we start to stop. We ban people from going to the country, and in fact, if they people from overseas, they have to go to a quarantine facility for up to 2 weeks, so they cannot mix with the general public. So that's why we can control the pandemic. And the first 3 months, that's why the SMEs are also affected, because they are due to social distancing. We don't have any lockdown, only social distancing, and some of the shops are closed, gyms, everything, business are closed for 2 months or 3 months. That's why the initiative by the BIBD, our Islamic banking institution, like Deferment of Payment, and certainly help the SMEs in that regard. Yes.
I see. All right. Thank you very much again, Tuan Haji, for the lovely presentation and explanation about sharing at Brunei as well. All right. I want to ask my colleague, Mr. Amir, are you okay on that now? Okay for the mic, the technical problem, and so on. Hello, Amel. Are you guys listening to my colleague, Mr. Amel?
No, we cannot hear Mr. Amir.
By the way, Tuan Haji, you can stop sharing now. Tuan Haji?
Is it?
You can stop share now, the slide. By the way, I want to ask also our colleague from ICEEM, Dr. Nur Asia, are you ready for your presentation?
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Nur Asia here. Inshallah, I share my slide first.
All right. Okay, wait until we setting all this technical problem, okay? Not to worry.
Okay. I open my slide.
Okay, we can setting up first while I'm waiting for the others to maybe relax full on this conference. I know that this is an international conference of economics, entrepreneurship, and management, but we hope that we can deliver the message, deliver the progress, deliver the process of this conference, not too official and not too very protocol, because this is online conference. Everybody knows that we have to listen, we have to observe, we have to put all of our effort in this conference online. So there are pros and cons about the online conference. So hope everyone get relaxed, just enjoy the conference as well. Okay, right?
A moment, doctor. I cannot open this. Alamak.
You can
What
share your slide.
happened?
Okay,
A moment.
Wait, let me set you something. Okay.
Okay.
You can open.
Can you see my slide?
Your slide has started screen share. Wait, because we passed the baton co-host to you for a while. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you can double.
How about this one?
Still, no, Asia Yaakob has started screen share. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Okay.
You can see it clearly, or little bit small?
All right. So
very
thank
clear.
you very much for the effort, Dr. Asia. Okay, without further ado, I would like to call upon our colleague from ICEEM, Dr. Nur Asia Yaakob, to present her title about research venue in social commons performance. Please welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Assalamualaikum, and very good day to all participants for the ICEEM today. I would like to present on the other behalf of my friends, Professor Dr. Khalid bin Muhammad Noor, and also Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Jusuf, both of them from UTM, but I'm from ICEEM. Our research title is, actually this is a review paper. This is a research avenue in social commerce performance. As for introduction, social commerce is defined as a type of commerce which brought by social media that unites offline and online setting. And for our studies, we borrow definition from Huang and Ben Yusuf, where they define as commerce is commercial application in the internet platform by leveraging Web 2.0 technologies and social media, which support user-generated content and social communication as a way to help customers to get products and services within virtual communities and marketplace. In line with rapid development of social commerce, studies on this topic is progressing. A moment. In line with the rapid development of social commerce, studies in this topic is progressing. However, the study this topic were found to be concentrated on certain areas of e-commerce, while the other field have yet to be studied. We have reviewed 3 meta-studies provided by 3 different sources, where we found that studies on social commerce are increasing. Then all authors address studies on e-commerce under 9 themes, and user behavior is found as most frequently theme investigated in the previous study, while firm performance theme is the least studied. Their finding is consistent with the following. Literature in the field of management that address issue on measuring social commerce success is still scarce, as commerce is still emerging area. Thus, for this reason, we conducted a systematic literature review with the purpose to examine the patterns of studies in social commerce, particularly related to the performance theme. Okay, then this is the process and also outcome of the systematic literature review that we have conducted. First, using the keywords such as performance, success, and growth, we start our search to the relevant article in the database such as corpus and WOS. Then the results are filtered using the keywords such as online business. Again, the result from this process, we filtered using the social commerce and social business keywords. As a result, only 3 papers identified to have relevant with the e-commerce performance theme. Since the article is really limited, we then further extend our search in another database such as Emerald, Sage, JSTOR, and Science Direct, using the same keywords and also same process. From these 4 database, we found only 11 articles that related to e-commerce performance. Overall, there are 14 articles found from this systematic literature review, where we further synthesize and analyze on these 14 articles. From our manual reviewing, we found that 9 papers are addressed on SNS and social media usage, and the rest 2 papers under e-marketing, 1 paper under social support, 1 paper under information system, and another one they include both discipline, which is social support and information system. It can be clearly here, there are current studies on social performance theme can be classified under the main 4 discipline, as mentioned previous. The result from our systematic literature review are consistent with the finding from the 3 meta-study which I showed previous, that they claim that the studies on social commerce are indeed emerging, but when compared to overall studies in e-commerce performance, business performance appeared as the least concerned theme among scholars. Thus, this proves that a research team of business performance in the e-commerce field is still in scarcity. Furthermore, according to the 14 article that we found through the systematic literature study, there are all of the study on e-commerce success for B2C entrepreneurs, small business, and or SME, where the unit analysis is at a firm level. Then we found that there is no studies addressed on sole online entrepreneurs or C2C model. This systematic literature review performed by us also verified Wong Sra Luang and Bhatia survey, who claim that there is a lack of critical success factors study for e-commerce among entrepreneurs. And as future research avenue, since the current literature in e-commerce performance is in scarcity, we believe that there are many more rooms to explore this theme to add value to the current body of knowledge. Then second one, the pertinence of research work on online sole entrepreneurs call urgent attention to scholars to conduct the studies in this domain. This is because sole entrepreneurs are amongst the important engine which contribute to the country's economy, and also as commerce is the most attractive and cost-effective channel for them to start a business. But importantly, during this pandemic COVID-19, it can be seen that more online entrepreneurs appear or pop up in the e-commerce, but they may follow the trend without properly know how to be success in online e-commerce. Okay, that's all from me. Very short presentation, and I pass back to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asia. Even though it's short, it's very lovely presentation, very useful presentation. Even though now is a very high rise of the digital, common, social, maybe social on small business and so on, right? Okay, maybe one or two questions from the audience. No. So maybe you can share the most effective performance, Doctor. What the example for that e-commerce for performance that you can share? Maybe some our audience miss your slides.
Okay, for your information, this is only a part of my systematic literature review. Actually, we have conducted a second step of systematic literature review by focusing on the online entrepreneurs. Then that one is more interesting, but I'm preparing for journal publication. For those who are interested, you may see my thesis that I upload in ResearchGate, but for today, studies on online entrepreneurs.
Today?
Sorry.
You uploaded today?
For this paper, I not yet upload. I'm waiting for the publication, but I've shared my full thesis in the ResearchGate.
Okay.
Okay, but interestingly, there are many points to highlight here from the second systematic literature review, that we found that there are many things actually and many variables that studied in offline or conventional entrepreneurship, but not yet studied in online entrepreneur, even for B2C model or C2C model. Then this study can be, the critical success factor can be viewed from 3 points. One of the dimension our colleague has presented, which is personality traits. Then interestingly, because my respondents, most of them are Muslim, we found that trait that presented by our colleague just now, such as all trait actually need for achievement, locus of control, is not applicable for online entrepreneurship. Then I mentioned in this discussion that there may be a necessity to identify the characteristic of Muslim entrepreneurship, because that one is based on conventional or Western perspective, where I found, especially on locus of control, where this involve our belief, external and internal. But I study on internal aspect because most of the studies on internal believe that they this one is as success factor. But as a we Muslim, we may want to look on the external factors, especially external, internal, external locus of control, because we believe that Allah is the most superpower. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nur Asia, for the lovely, for the actually very deep explanation. Actually, we love to hear more, but maybe we can chat in the chat box and so on. Maybe you also share about your research cake and so on, right? So maybe
Inshallah,
yeah.
next time. Inshallah.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much again, Dr. Nasya.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You can stop sharing now, and you can make
A moment.
me as a host again.
I think that I stopped presentation already. Is it right?
Okay.
Or still in the mode of presentation, Doctor?
Okay. Now,
My
it's
computer
okay.
quite
Right.
slow.
Okay, no
Or
problem.
someone
no problem.
can close it because my computer cannot view the our meetings now.
I see. Okay, it's okay. Take your time. Rather than that, I will ask my colleague, Mr. Abel. Is it okay to you to continue moderate the session? I think I need a cup of coffee right now.
Is it start already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome, Doctor.
Amel, are you okay with your voice? I think I didn't hear your voice, right? Atira, did you hear Amel's voice?
No.
No, right? I think still problem in the
Maybe
computer. Not
you
a
can
problem.
try
Right? Okay.
disconnect your earphone and connect it again. Mr. Amir?
Yeah, Amel, you can try.
Yeah. And then the laptop will prompt like the microphone setting. Maybe you can check there.
Yeah, thank God we have an expert here from UPM.
No, not really. It just happened to
Amel,
me
is it
that.
okay for you? Or
Yeah.
Sorry,
No.
Madam Atira?
Because if for me when I insert my earphone, my laptop will pop up confirming that I insert
something not connected, something like that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it okay, Amel? Or I can continue myself, not a problem. Yeah, still mute. Okay, not a problem. Okay, now we can jump to the next presenter. Come from this one is now we are talking about the theme of economics and entrepreneurship. So without further ado, I would like to call upon Madam Nik Amalina binti Ismail with the title of Bursa Malaysia Sectoral Index Return and Correlation during the COVID-19 pandemic. All right, please welcome.
Walida Mausi. We are from University Science Islam Malaysia. Today, I would like to present the topic on Bursa Malaysia Sectorial Index Return Correlation before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. Next, introduction. As we know, COVID-19 pandemic has changed the world dramatically. This is because major indicators show huge uncertainty jump between March until May 2020 as claimed by RT et al. 2020. Next, World Bank also stated the global economy was expected to contract by 4.3% in 2020. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic became the worst crisis since the Great Depression as according to IMF. COVID-19 pandemic also affected the stock market, as global stock market was badly affected during March until May 2020, as according to 20 and Baker et al. 2020. In addition, Malaysia's stock market FBM KLCI dropped to the lowest point to 1,219 on 19 March, a day after the implementation of MCO. Though the benchmark index showed a downward trend during March until April 2020, some sectors benefit from the pandemic, such as healthcare, software and technology, and food. As according to Mazo et al. 2020, Al-Awadi et al. 2020, and Hu in 2021. By et al. 2020 also find healthcare and food production sector are less exposure to the pandemic. The portfolio diversification theory, Markowitz 1952, suggests that by combining assets whose returns are not perfectly positive correlated, investor can reduce the total variance of the portfolio, thus maximize portfolio return. However, Longi and Sonic 2001, Patif et al. 2005, Ilmani and Kaiser 2012, and Page and Panarello 2018 explain that during the crisis, return correlation tend to rise. Patik and SY 2021 find that diversification benefit persists during hard times, whether international or industrial diversification. The finding then suggests that diversification benefits are not there during hard times. Motivated by this background, our study aims at examining sector return and to compare sector return correlation before and during pandemic. Next, data. This study examined 11 Bursa Malaysia Sectoral Index. The daily return of the sectoral index data are collected from investing.com website. For the period 27 December 2018 to 30 October 2020, we use daily log return. The daily log return of the sectoral index is using the formula as follows in the slide. Then the sample period divided into two sub-periods, which are pre-pandemic from 27 December 2018 to 29 November 2019 and pandemic from 2 December 2019 to 30 October 2020. Next, we move to the methodology. We use two tests in this study such as pair t-test and correlation coefficient. First, pair t-test. Pair t-test used to determine if there is a significant difference between the means of two dependent samples. The formula as follows in the slide. Second, correlation coefficient. The correlation coefficient used to measure the degree to which two assets move in relation to each other. The formula as follows in the slide. Result and discussion descriptive statistics. In pre-pandemic period, the highest return are energy, KLEN, technology, KLTE, and construction, KLCT, while the lowest return are finance, KLFI, property, KLPR, and industrial product, KLIP. Meanwhile, the highest return in pandemic period are healthcare, KLHC, technology, KLTE, and industrial product, KLIP. While the lowest return in pandemic period are energy, KLEN, finance, KLFI, and telecommunication and media, KLTC. Result and discussion for the pair t-test. The table presents pair t-test of Bursa Malaysia Sectoral Index for pre-pandemic and pandemic. We find oily energy, KLEN, and healthcare, KLHC, return are significantly different between the two periods. Based on the mean return, the sector's return difference between pre-pandemic and pandemic is negative 0.5358% for healthcare, KLHC, and 0.3657% for energy, KLEN. Result and discussion. For the correlation coefficient between sectors in pre-pandemic, the result of the correlation show that the highest correlation is property, KLPR, and construction, KLCT, while the lowest correlation is healthcare, KLHC, and plantation, KLPL. All sectoral index have positive correlation. Result and discussion for the correlation coefficient between sectors in pandemic. The result of the correlation coefficient during COVID-19 pandemic shows that the highest correlation is consumer product, KLCM, and industrial product, KLIP, while the lowest correlation is healthcare, KLHC, and finance, KLFI. During COVID-19 pandemic, all sectoral index also recorded positive correlation. Lastly, conclusion. Healthcare, technology, industrial product, plantation, and transportation and logistics are sectors post average positive return during the pandemic. Before and during the pandemic, which means they tend to move in the same direction. However, the correlation varies as the correlation between sectors are higher during the pandemic. In addition, investors may benefit from diversification as the investors are able to create a portfolio among the sectoral index which have low return correlation with healthcare and technology sector, as these two sectors gain the most. Thank you, ICEEM 2021.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Nur Amalina. Is it she's here on our conference? Nick Amalina? No, maybe. All right. Okay, not a problem. All right. Ami, are you okay? Your sound okay? All right. No. Okay, not a problem. All right. Thank you very much again for that presentation. So I think I will jump to the next presenter. Comes from Dr. Kok Lim Tan. Doctor?
Okay, I upload my slide.
You want to upload your slide or we will play your video first? Or you want to present it live? We want to hear your sound, your
Yeah.
Okay, not a problem.
Can see or not? Can I see the slide?
Yeah, we can see your slide, but we can't see you. I want to see you.
Okay, can I present? Oh, see me there. Wait.
Your slide is okay, not a problem. If not, you want to, because we also have your videos, but if you want to present it live, we extremely delighted. Yeah, doctor, how are you?
Okay, normal. Finish class. Just finish class.
Finish
Hello?
class, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can I present now?
Yeah, sure. Okay. For the next, I will introduce your first daughter. Not to worry. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much to all for still with us. So stay calm, stay healthy, and so on. So without further ado, we will jump to the next presenter. Comes from Dr. Kok Lik Tan with his title about factors affecting adoption of self-check-in kiosks in Malaysia hotel industry. Is it right, Doctor?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Kok.
Okay. Okay, basically the background of this study is I'm doing a survey in this hotel service. Okay, basically the background is a self-service kiosk is a specialized machine designed and built for customer to transact without any staff present. So this is something like online like that. Okay, while self-service technology is common in other areas, but in hotel I think quite less compared to banking, compared to what they call airline, compared to airline, they want more. But I think for hotel, it's not many especially those 4-star, 3-star, even 5-star, yes but 3-star, 4-star, I think not many Okay. So this research investigate and explore the viability SST in underneath called self-service technology in hotel and factor influence this SST Okay, basically the problem statement basically now is the hotel are troubled by big influx of customer, especially during peak period. A lot of customer need to wait. They mean the waiting time too long. So some customers they are very not satisfied because they come here to enjoy, but instead of they have to do a long queue. So to solve this, I think the only way is to have what they call online checking Online checking then they can by doing this way it can solve this long waiting line might also spoil the satisfaction. Okay. Another problem is the adoption of SST has been conducted by many studies in other industries. But basically, the way I look at it in hotel is not many yet Especially I'm talking about those what we call lower star one about 2-star, 3-star. I think that one not fully go on online yet, and therefore I'm going to study on this area So basically, the objective I'm going to look at is to investigate whether customer satisfaction, the first one, insignificant toward this SST or not. The second objective I'm going to look at is the perceived usefulness is significant towards SST or not. And the third element, third independent variable I'm going to look at is perceived ease to use. So these are the three independent variable I'm going to look at. Okay, we go through the Richard review here. Before I go through the Richard review, basically this particular model, I'm using the thumb model. Thumb model is a quite old model, but this particular model is quite suitable for this particular research. The reason is because they relate to the information system that explains how consumer can accept and adopt the technology. And this model also adopted as is the most widely used model to explain, especially on the new technology. When you come into online system, that means you need to use new technology by customer. So the dependent variable I'm going to look at the customer behavior towards SST, and there are three independent variables I'm going to look at. First one is the customer's expectation, and the second independent variable I'm going to look at is the perceived usefulness, and third one I'm going to look at is the perceived ease to use. Okay, according to what the register review here, they say a positive relationship between this customer expectation and SST. They are what we call there are few what they call register review I've gone through, especially this Lovelock and Young. Basically, they say this particular one to adopt SST can reduce the deliver time. Of course, this one be online. That means the what we call queuing time can be reduced. This one may also be unoccupied time, usually a few longer occupied time. This according to this Anderson. Okay, based on the study expectation to enjoy offer customer an incentive to try to use SST. Of course, you use SST, definitely this one customer can enjoy because the reason is the waiting time for the customer to check in the hotel is lesser. Okay, and this is also supported by Langert, who ascertained some individual obtained enjoyment by using this SST machine. Okay. The second independent variable I'm going to look at is looking at the perceived usefulness. This one also is a positive relationship between this usefulness and SST. Okay, this one according to this are the few what they call author they mentioned now. And this one also suggests that perceived usefulness has now a significant association, means a significant and positive relation. And this particular one also supported by Taufik and Hanifa in 2019, who support this particular independent variable, saying this perceived usefulness is a positive relation with SST. So this suggests that usefulness and SST has imperative impact on customer towards SST. That means in this case here, that means the customer, whether they want to use the particular hotel or not hotel, this one is perceived usefulness. That means it's very important. Make sure that what we call the hotel have what we call enough technology or enough SST for them to use it. Otherwise, they have to go and check in and waiting at the counter a very long time. The third one is perceived ease to use. This one also, according to Kim and Q, say this is positive relation. That means for the three variable, they are positive relation between the independent variable and this SST. Okay. Then this is also proven by this Connison and Commission, saying that this particular what's called use of SST will allow them to complete their task within a shorter time. They mean they just log in and check in and pay. That's it only. They don't have to what you call go into the hotel and wait and have a long queue, especially during the peak season. Okay. This one also affirmed by this line, saying the result under this result tested is a beta is a 0.195 and p-value is less than 0.05, showing it's a positive relation. And in a separate study also done by this Kausit in 2015, saying that in indirect relation between customer toward attitude toward the level of perceived ease to use, and in this particular study, it found the beta is 0.73 and the p-value is less than 0.10, which show this a highly impact. between this perceived ease of use and also the SFT. Okay, the theoretical framework here, I'm going to link these three particular independent variables to this consumer behavior towards SSD. That means I'm using what we call the H1, hypothesis H1, H2, and H3. Okay, according to this hypothesis tested, the H1 saying this positive relation between customer expectation and this SSD. The H2 also is the independent variable perceived usefulness also have a positive relation, and the third one H3 is a perceived ease to use also have a positive relation with this SSD. So the hypothesis tested these three independent variables have a positive relationship within these three independent variable and the dependent variable. The methodology here, I'm going to use this. I use this quantitative method, and also the data collect numerical data and analyze the data, explain particular phenomena, and the result. The design here, research design. I'm going to use a survey questionnaire. Okay. And the sample size here I took from this 384 Malaysian travel domestically, and the units of analysis applied to this travel is all the travelers who stay in hotel in Malaysia. So these are the sample size and population I use. Then the research finding here, basically we talk about the descriptive analysis here. During my tested in SPSS here, the mean value of independent factor is 4 and above out of 5. That means in this case, I can say they are significant. And according to the reliability test here, I using this combined alpha, and the result is 0.84 to 0.925, which is above 0.7. Again, I say this is a good reliability to test the variable. Okay, because under this combined alpha, say as long as you can get 0.7, that means this test considered reliable. So in this case, you can see the result is ranging from 0.84 to 0.925. And the next one is the validity test. I'm using this KMO test. The result here is tested is 0.835. That means considered is adequate. And the ballot test also shown the p-value is 0.00, which is less than 0.5. So suggest that there's no issue of homogeneities. Okay, and the Pearson correlation, I use a Pearson correlation control at 99% confidence level. Therefore, in this case, it's good validity. The correlation value between the independent variable and the dependent variable is strong. The value is 0.789 to 0.938. And the value of customer expectation, among these three independent variables, customer expectation is stronger. The value is 0.938, but all are positive correlation. Okay. And the finding here, what we call analysis and finding here, I look at the R square. It's 0.898, means 89.8%. This particular result shown that it's a strong relationship between independent variable and dependent variable, because it's 89.8%. Very is considered high. Okay. Then according to our ANOVA test show that the p-value is 0.000 again, which is less than 0.05. That means this show is a significant difference between the variable tested. And based on the hypothesis H1, H2, and H3, 3 are also accepted. So among these three factors, as I mentioned, customer expectation is the most significant influence factor compared to the other two. Okay, the other two is perceived usefulness and perceived ease to use. Because you can see the number is smaller compared. I mean, talking about the beta coefficient is higher in customer expectation compared to perceived usefulness and perceived ease to use. Okay, in conclusion, the result, the discuss of the result is talking about impact on this hotel SST and also consumer expectation, and also talking about the impact of this SST and also perceived usefulness. And third one, we are talking about the impact. How is it impact the SST towards this perceived to use? Okay. So basically, the first one I'm talking about customer expectation. So according to this result say, the results show that important for the self-check-in process to be smooth and effective. To make sure the customer happy, make sure the process must be smooth and effective. Otherwise, the customer will not come again. Okay, this one is proven. You looking at this and Simone saying the same thing. Okay, make sure you want customer to expect to use the service. Make sure your process must be smooth and effective. The next one is talking about the second one, talk about perceived usefulness. Here, when the customer exposed to sufficient information, if let's say you can provide all the information sufficient, then it's easy for the customer to use the product. Therefore, to increase the perception of usefulness, which will increase the adoption intention, definitely. Because if let's say the information is sufficient, then in this case, the customer, very easy for them to use, okay? And then this suggests that it's important for the customer to perceive self-check-in skill will be highly used in helping them to skip long time wait and to enable them to check in the room very swiftly and very easily. That is what every customer looking for when they go and check in the hotel. Okay. The last one will be the perceived is to use. Basically here talking about try to drive the consumer perception, what we call the customer adoption. Especially we talk about those this SST is a new thing. Therefore, you have to make sure that you make this particular system is not so complicated. If let's say you make the system complicated, then the customer not perceived to use. Okay. Therefore, I say to further delay the process will not effective. Therefore, for this particular perceived is to use, make sure the system must be very easy and very friendly and very user friendly for the customer to use it. So is it evident that all the three variables, the first, second, and third, are highly important to ensure Hotel Malaysia are able to successfully encourage the adoption and the use of SST kiosks at their establishment. Okay. The last one, the conclusion here. If the customer expect the self-kiosk to bring them convenience and speed, but instead of experience complicated delay in completing the process, this will result in the self-kiosk not meeting the customer expectation. If let's say these three particular independent variables which I mentioned, if one of them not comply or one of them not fulfill, then you will disappoint the customer. The customer will not come in again. Okay. The last one, the research showed that the customer to adopt the use of self-check-in kiosk in the hotel industry in Malaysia, customer expectation and perceived usefulness and perceived ease to use have to be present. Otherwise, I think the hotel cannot grow. That is basically, according to what I research, my research, I do some SPSS testing. Therefore, this found that these three elements are very important in order for the hotel to stay ahead. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Any question and answer, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. for the lovely presentation about the hotel industry, right? Doctor?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Maybe one or two questions from the audience. If not, I also really want to ask Doctor about this hotel industry. Okay, no? All right. Okay, Doctor, how do you feel about the industry, hotel industry in Malaysia just now? Doctor, it's very critical.
Okay. For hotel Malaysia industry, we talk about now COVID, seriously, they are very critical. You can see the report, a lot of, especially those big hotels, I think most of them are going to close already. Therefore, I say with this pandemic, COVID-19 here, I think it affects them the most. Therefore, I say, if let's say it will continue carrying on like that, and without any subsidize from the government, I think most of hotel will gone. But of course, when you talk about services here, definitely that's not the one I mentioned, the three still important. But I think during this COVID-19, a lot, especially these are hotel line, these are airline, all businesses get affected, for sure. Okay.
Yeah. So how do you comment about they can really gain back for this economics aspect, Doctor?
I think basically they have to suffer. To me, I feel especially those hotel line, those airline, those tourism line, they have to suffer at least another 1-2 years before they get back. That's basically what the way I look at. Then I forecast. I don't know how true is that. It can be prolonged or can be shorter. That one is very much depend on the situation.
Maybe, right? So maybe we'll take 1 or 2 years again to recover the program.
Yes.
I see. I see that Dr. Umi is on the line. Maybe she wants to ask something about hotels.
Yes.
Yeah,
Dr.
please,
Kok.
carry on, Dr.
Dr. Kok,
yeah, any question?
Actually, I just want to know your own experience, because you are actually in the fields of hotel industry, isn't it? Okay. So when we okay, Doctor.
Hotel line, sorry.
Okay. So actually when we are seeking lately we can see there have lots of very big hotel have been closed down. Sometimes it came into my mind when we have a very big industry of hotel like Grand Season, Hotel Istana, when they decided that they are actually in the returns of closing down. It always appear in my mind, means that they are very built up in the industry for a long, more than 10 years, 25 years, means that they are have a very what we call that very huge base, basically. Yes, but because of the COVID-19 that we are facing, PKP is within the 1 or 2 years, then they decided close down. So I just want to know whether this very large and very huge base of hotel in this industry, whether they have a plan A, plan B, or how actually they another alternative way for them rather than just to close down, and then they have lots of people who lost work because of that. So what is actually, in your opinion, Doctor, is there any kinds of alternative, or they actually not really prepared to face the issues of PKP, to face the challenge of industry, even though they in this industry it's more than 10 years, 15 years, even some of them are 20 years, but they are not able to survive within 1.5 years because of our COVID issue?
Okay, because the reason that my what they call for my think is to me, personally, I view that especially those in the middle range one, or say about high range one, I think they have to stop. The reason is, if let's say you don't stop, you talk about expenses, daily expense itself. They mean in this case here, they have to come out every day every day they have to spend the money, but they have no income. How long you can survive? We talk about, let's say about 10 years, 15 years back, you can make some profit. But I think the profit is very fast to drain out with about 1 to 3 years. Because the reason I say so is they have to come up all the expenses. Therefore, I say if to make them survive, the only way is they need to get some subsidy from government. Government have to come up some helping them. Otherwise, I think for not only hotel, I think most of the business, especially those SME, I think you can see another 1-2 years, a lot of SME will shut down. Because the reason is, the first thing is the sales, the police drop. Definitely the sales drop. Then after that, they have to come up their daily expenses. This one, they cannot avoid one. The expenses like let's say rental, those electrical, those what they call salary, they have to pay. Therefore, in other words here, I'm saying without helping by government, I don't think they will survive. You can see if let's say this particular what they call COVID-19, If it prolong another 2 or 3 years, I foresee that a lot of F&B and a lot of hotel, a lot of airline, definitely they will shut down because they cannot survive. The reason I say I'm talking about those daily expenses, but no income to generate, how you survive? Because you come in to doing business to make profit, So in this case, not even talk about profit, the break even also you cannot achieve. How are you to survive? Am I right to say that now? Therefore, I say the only way to make them survive by this time is the government have to come out, the helping hand to help them. Then I think they can what we call pass through this hard time. Otherwise, I think you will see a lot of hotel, especially those in middle range, and I think even the high range also you can see. I'm saying we can see the Equatorial Hotel so big, and they established for so many years. They also have to close down.
Yes.
They are also so many years already. They also have to
Yes,
close.
I'm quite shocked.
Therefore, I think the only way is the government have to come in and have to do something. Yeah, otherwise I think they cannot survive. That's for sure. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Is it okay?
Okay,
Yeah,
it's okay.
I think the explanation is quite well because we also this is real life because we also get some invitation from hotels that you can check in whenever you like after the COVID the COVID thingy. I also got the invitation from hotels, they want to what to say that lock the date, but after the COVID, so that they will start about this reservation hotel. Also, they also sells their their goodies, something like that. Yeah, they have some. They sell their hotels food, something like that. Deliver to our home, something like that. So they twist their mode of business, something like that. Okay. I see that Madam Atira also want to ask about this hotel.
Okay.
Is very interesting.
No question for me, but just I think Dr. Tan's research is very helpful for hotels to grow back after the pandemic because through this
It actually refers to the one way of to how to cut the cost.
not only cut the cost but also through this self check-in, guests can limit their contact among other guests and also the staff, and they can just in and out without contact with others. So maybe the hotel can reopen again.
Yes, because of that. Yes, I think some of the hotel they actually not have their own building. They rent the whole building. So I think you can imagine how many level it is, and then one building is cost maybe like 100,000 every month they need to pay. And then they also have certain hotel, they have an initiative like a voucher. They can give a voucher, and then we actually work from home. They also have an offer to check in the hotel. Like we go to the what we call that, we go to the office 9 to 6 p.m. with a very minimum payment in order to make us feel the different environments when we are working at home. They have several hotels also. I think I just read a few of them. They are offering that kinds of opportunity, and also the way how they survive, it might be different. But for me, it's unfortunate to see the very big hotel like in Kuala Lumpur, Continentals, Equatorials, and also Hotel Istana. They are quite surviving in terms of to maintain their business, even though they are very well-known hotel, and they also have very huge and very long baseline. Like we can't imagine how the things is happen, because they already have their own business for more than 20 years, some of them, but they decided to close down. Okay.
Yes, I think now is the time to use technology.
Yes, I think that is the most maybe appropriate way in order to cut out the cost, to make more efficient, especially during the case of due to the case of COVID, etc. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you, Dr. Kok.
Thank you. Thank you much, everyone. Thank you. Stop sharing, yeah.
All right. We actually we really hope that these hotels can rise again, because I think everybody wants really get excited to go to the hotels. to go to the hotel to make all these parts on the hotels. Okay, again, thank you very much for the response, Dr. Umi, Madam Atira, and also thanks again from Dr. Tan for the lovely presentation about the hotels. All right, please keep in touch with these scholars so that we can go for them. So, Doctor, can you stop the share?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay.
You're just having a classes, right? Hello, Doctor?
I'm mute now.
Just finish your classes, eh? Okay, it's okay. Okay, thank you very much again, Dr. Ko. All right, now I think the next presenter is from SM Basir. I think I would like to call Mr. Basir. Are you on the line now?
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. Am I visible?
Waalaikumsalam. Wait for a while. Yeah. You want to present it online or you want to visit?
Yes, I want to present on live.
All right. This is good.
Okay, please.
We can feel that. Okay. So allow me to introduce your the next presenter is come from SM Basir with the title of The Growth Landscape of Bangladeshi. Oh, this is very good. Small businesses towards a post-pandemic framework. So without further ado, please welcome our beloved friends, Mr. Basir. Please.
Shall I? Is my screen visible?
Yeah. Carry on, Mr. Basir.
Okay. Respected and distinguished audience of the 4th International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management, a good day and also a very good afternoon. This is SM Basir. On behalf of the research writing team, I'm here to present our research on the revival landscape of Bangladeshi small businesses towards a post-pandemic framework. Small firms have been transforming the backbone of the world economy in both the formal and the informal industries over the last 2 decades. Their role is crucial in creating employment opportunity in low-income countries. COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the individuals, local farms, large corporations, customers, communities, trade, supply chain, factor markets, financial markets, and entire economy at a global level. Uncoordinated government responses and lockdowns have led to a disruption in the supply chain of the firms. Bangladesh, being one of the developing economies of South Asia, is also experiencing a tremendous economic and labor market shock. Small firms that already appear as a necessity-based innovation agents face diversity, as many of them have suffered revenue losses while others have shut down. Nevertheless, their smaller size enables them to be flexible and adaptable to new normal, such as the one created by the COVID-19. Distinguished audience, the key objective of the exploratory study is to formulate a revival framework for the small firms of the developing world. To achieve it, an exploratory research is conducted in Bangladesh. A context analysis has been used from both the primary and secondary sources, such as contents generated by existing and naturally occurring sources of information. Those sources primarily include online news portals, consumer diaries, television contents, social media, blogs, and case studies. The reason of using the content analysis is that the research involves an emerging theme with no established literature. As you know, the COVID-19 crisis has transformed into an economic and labor market shock in Bangladesh. The small farms are the most vulnerable ones in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic because of their smaller size, limited scale of product operation, scarce financial and managerial resources, lack of agility, and inadequate contingency plans. It has added to its pre-existing problems associated with small firms, such as lack of access to finance, poor market linkage, absence of skilled labor, and lack of export market. Since the commence of the COVID-19 pandemic, Bangladesh has been making a gradual shift towards e-commerce, home delivery, money transferring services, work from home, virtual meetings, webinars, cybernetic interviews, and computer-generated trades. The experiential and social interactive congregation of buyers and sellers have been moving away from the brick and mortar stores and approaching more convenient online setups. Operations in a physical setup are permitted only with proper social distancing method. Social distancing with putting masks on and temperature scanning entering the office premises and service centers has already become the commonplace norm. Sanitizing and maintaining utmost cleanliness with delivery parcels have been the new trend of the personal hygiene over the last 1.5 year period. Respected audience, to adapt with the unpredictable events associated with such a crisis, small firms should be characterized by a set of flexible and straightforward guidelines. It is evident that small firms with pre-existing vulnerabilities and poor resilience lack a comprehensive model that reflects a dynamic approach combining all critical factors that they need for revival. Formulating a model that specifies realistic reviving strategies is therefore a timely need. So the figure that you can see on the screen establishes the effect of the proposed revival measures on the small firms and the revived positioning of small firms in the post-pandemic landscape. I'll concisely highlight different aspects focused in the figure one by one. First, government subsidies. To weather COVID-19 crisis, government support came to small firms in the form of tax deferrals, direct loans, and grants to support temporary redundancies and wage subsidies. The relief measures and government subsidies may be extended to the small business entrepreneurs of the informal economy. Besides announcing collateral-free loans and necessary subsidies to the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, government needs to ensure that the benefits are reaching and making sense to every intended participant of the sector and help combat the disastrous situation more effectively. Next is the cluster economy. The cluster economy plays a more significant role, especially for the small businesses of an informal economy. A well-developed concentration of related business clusters contribution will have threefold effects on the economy by enhanced productivity by accessing specialized inputs, information, and markets, then speedier innovation through coordinated research and development, and lastly, new business formation by serving the gray markets and niches. These threefold effects will broaden the cluster economic territories and diversifies risks to a great extent. Agile leadership includes agile leaders who play a prime role in resetting the contingency plans and encouraging their firms to accomplish those plans by aligning the scarce resources and capabilities of the firms accordingly. Agility is just responding to change. Instead, it can take sustained and pragmatic approaches to create preconditions of change management, thereby being change agents. The leader should also seek to eradicate all possible obstacles that curtail the confidence and empowerment capacity of the employees. Small firms can disrupt their businesses by having a distributed, delegated, and motivated workforce to encourage entrepreneurship and innovation, address new gaps in the market, and capitalize on them. A distributed workforce can be implemented for small firms by bringing in a set of available employees beyond the restrictions of the conventional office time zone and setup. By demonstrating a definite sense of ownership and responsibility for their work, they can serve products productively. To talk on firm level intellectual capital, they are more than anything else. The small firms need intellectual capital in the form of expertise and specialized tacit knowledge to stay within the competition in the marketplace during the crisis period. The knowledge can appear from diverse perspectives, such as branding, customer relationship, resource management, supply chain management, new product development, software algorithms, strategic alliance, unique procedure, and many more. By adopting the framework proposed in the figure, it can be expected that the destitute small firms can be revived and give a fresh start during the post-pandemic era with the improved network structure, distributed workforce, agile leadership, cluster economy, intellectual capital, and government support. Therefore, it is crucial to implement the framework, the necessary tracking mechanism, so that the measures reach every small business and be beneficial for all the stakeholders for the economy of the Bangladesh. Distinguished audience, it is quite evident that the small firms must go a long way to revive and survive during the pandemic. But a 360-degree policy intrusion followed by necessary actions should be immediately implemented. Finding the root cause of the challenges should be the first step. Speedy recovery of the businesses must be the top priority for ensuring a sustainable economy for more incredible benefits. The revival framework we presented today will only make sense for the small businesses when each of the actors in the model works to support each other and boost the confidence of the small firms to be the most impactful contributor to the country's GDP. Here I come to the end of my presentation. Finally, I would like to thank the authority of the 4th International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management for giving me the scope to present our research topic in front of this August gathering. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Basit, for the lovely presentation. May I know that you are in Bangladesh right now or in Malaysia?
I'm currently in Bangladesh.
Oh, no. Which part of Bangladesh?
I'm in the southern part of Bangladesh.
I see, I see. So if you can share to us what is the current situation, COVID, especially COVID and economics at Bangladesh, if you can share with the audience.
Well, as you know that there has been a job cuts. Many people has lost their jobs because the small firms had shut down, as I already mentioned, that due to the lack of the financial resources and their ability to get the support. So what they do, that they need a financial backup to get back to their business. But as you know, the small firms do not have the financial capability to support themselves. So, and the current situation in Bangladesh is that the government support should be provided, and so the government is presently supporting the small businesses to operate, but the support should be reached to each and every individual firms of the country.
Okay, same. If we may ask that the support from the government, if we can ask that, is that really goes to the small business directly to the small business, or that they cannot achieve the targets?
Well, government sometimes support by that, as I mentioned, that by the tax deferrals, by the direct loans, and it also grants the temporary subsidy redundancies, and it also grants the wage subsidies. So by this, the government will be able to help each and every individual small farms to get back in their shape. And they are also ensuring the benefits and making sense to every participant of the sector of the small farms.
I see. But there's the situation, COVID situation at Bangladesh getting worse like Malaysia, or maybe getting better slightly, a little bit.
I didn't get your question. Can you please repeat it again?
All right, about the COVID situation at Bangladesh, is it getting better or getting worse by numbers?
Well, as you know that the COVID-19 cases are rising and the number of deaths are rising, but the government is taking initiatives and it is imposing strict lockdown so that the number of cases reduce and the situation comes under control. So in the current situation of our country is like that. In each district, there is strict lockdown and government is employing the armed forces and also the special forces so that people maintain the lockdown strictly. And none should come out there of the house because the number of cases is rapidly increasing. And as you know, the Bangladesh is already in the top 10 of in the world who's affected by the COVID-19 cases.
Okay, all right. I've been at Bangladesh, at Dhaka, at Daffodil. If you know Daffodil University. So,
yes. Daffodil University, yes.
Yeah, I just been there maybe around 3 days. But very nice. Very nice view of Bangladesh, very nice people as well. So I hope to get back to Bangladesh.
Inshallah, come visit us one day.
Yeah. Okay. If I can see that we for all the this information, we are also going live at our channel YouTube using Tijara, and also in these meetings. So so that you can share to others, your friends, colleagues, and so and etc. to share this conference, international conference. Okay, Dr. Basir, we have some question as well from the chat box. It's come from Mr. Muhammad Hafiz Jamel to say that Dr. Basir, if I may ask, what is the biggest framework targeted by the Bangladesh government in overhauling the economy or overhauling the economics, and how long, in your opinion, by the time period taken? Please. You can share. You can see the question at the chat box.
Wait, let me see.
Okay. If not, I can share with you. Is the question about the biggest framework by the government in overhaul the economy. So is the government aspect to maybe to change the economy of Bangladesh perspective. Hello? Oh, there's another question from Madam Mazna as well. If you can see that. If I can share with you, thank you, Dr. Basir, for the sharing. Dr. Basir, in terms of level intellectual capital, how does the government support the SME from entrepreneur researcher? Does the business run as usual? There are two questions you have to ask. You have to answer. Maybe a perspective from a Bangladesh perspective.
Yes, the government supports, as I mentioned, the government supports the business of the small farms. It already maintains a 360-degree policy intrusion. it supports by the direct loans, the cluster economies, the agile leadership, the factors that I mentioned. That's how the government supports the small firms to overcome the economic condition. So I hope my question is answered. And the speedy recovery of the small firms will be only done when the support reaches to each and every small firms of the country, when the government ensures it. And the government is trying to support each and every sector. So if it reaches to all these small firms, then the problem will be eradicated.
All right, all right. It's conclude also the second question, right? From Madam Mazna. It's about a level intellectual capital still on the government support. I think you answer the question as well, right? Or Madam Mazna want to ask lively. Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, yeah, we are listening.
Okay, actually, I would like to ask about the. I know the government support, but what is in if Dr. Basi can share with us what type of actually incentive for the, especially for the researcher, entrepreneur researcher, for innovator, for the inventor from the government of Bangladesh. Thank you.
Dr. Basi,
As you have mentioned that what type of innovations the government is planning so that the economy is developed. Well, currently the government has just providing the support. The government hasn't currently gone for any kind of innovation, but they have just started everything online. Like they are just like the brick and mortar markets. They are being conducted online, and each and every thing, like from our online classes of the university students, the webinars, the meetings, everything is being held online, and work from home is being done online. So that's how government has developed the innovative ideas to strengthen the economy. And also everything is conducted online, starting from buying products online, education, everything you ask, everything is conducted online. So that, I guess, answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Basir, should I call you Dr. Basir?
Sir, sorry, sir. I'm actually an university student. I'm currently studying in a university in Bangladesh.
Not a problem. We all doctors in the future.
Inshallah, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for the response of this presentation, Mr. Muhammad Hafiz Jamil and Madam Mazda. Thank you for your response.
To visit Bangladesh.
Yeah. Mr. Basir said that we have to, after this COVID is end, we have also go to Bangladesh to visit. Same like Brunei, same like India as well. All right. Okay. Thank you very much again, Mr. Basir from UPM, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, for the lovely presentation, for the very deep presentation as well for the COVID in Bangladesh. Okay, now we jump for the next presenter before we go for break, for self break. I will call upon the next presenter, Mr. Muhammad Zuri bin Muhammad Riza, by the title of Internalizing Externally under Islamic Economy. Please welcome. By the way, yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr.
today's conference. My name is Muhammad Zuhri bin Muhammad Riza, and I will be presenting my conceptual paper entitled as Internalizing Externality and Islamic Economics. So obviously, my paper is all about economics, but under the perspective of Islamic education and knowledge. And before we start the presentation, externality is not a foreign topic in economics. Conventionally or Islamically speaking, externality happens when there is a transaction between a buyer and a seller. So here from this transaction, we can definitely know that whatever happens in that transaction should affect both buyers and sellers. Okay, it should not affect the other party. But externality, what it will do from that transaction, it will also affect the other party as well. Suppose the environment or the people that are indirectly affected, whether positively or negatively, whatever kind of effects affecting the people outside the transaction, it is called externality. So here my paper, it will discuss on how to internalize, or simply said, how to make sure that the people who are doing the transaction, they are responsible in order to bear the costs that are borne by the people who are affected by the transaction. Okay, the people who are externalized, okay, the externalized people affected by the transaction. Okay, so for introduction, in this particular paper, I approach myself under the notion of consumption and production. Obviously, consumption is on the level of demand. I'm sorry, it belongs in the demand side, and production, it belongs in the supply side. Okay, and consumption is a driven behavior of using rewarded pay to maximize one's satisfaction. This is obvious because when we are working, we are entitled to have our income, and we also want to spend that income for things that we want to buy. Whatever it is that we want to buy, we want to buy car, or we want to buy food, or we want to buy whatever we want. Okay, so those kind of things we call as consumption, and it is a driven behavior. We have worked so hard, and then we deserve to make consumption or spend the money for whatever we want. Okay, the same thing goes to production. Okay, it is an activity to create goods or services that would be consumed by households, and both consumption and production are allowed in Islam. However, any activities exerted excessively must be controlled. Hence, moderation must be practiced for every dutiful Muslim. So this point, it was to say that I would like to address this point by saying that consumption and production are allowed. Essentially, they are okay because it is a nature thing. It is an innate, a natural, or something that happens innate in whoever or what we call as an economic agent. Meaning to say that we have the desire to consume, and from that consumption behavior, there needs to have production. If there is no consumption, production will not be able to resume. But then the key word is that moderation, in which consumption must be controlled, must not go to the borderline where it will affect not only oneself but to other people. Suppose things like, overconsumption of certain type of food will have a severe deterioration to environment. So that part must be controlled, so there will no excessive consumption. But when it comes to production, okay, producer must cater with the excessive demand, so they will also exert the resources, and then it will exploit, and then it will affect the nature, the environment at the same time. Okay, so hence moderation must be practiced for every dutiful Muslim. Both consumption and production, if unconsciously excessive, could bring negative impact. Worse, if the negative impacts affect parties that are not involved in the transaction. So it should affect the buyer and the seller, but it will become even worse or bad, okay, to the point where other people or other economic agents are affected as well. When it comes to when it comes to illegal logging of or deforestation because of capitalistic driven behavior, we can see that okay, they might be doing that business to develop building, but then one of the severe impacts that could lead from the deforestation is that it could lead to heavy flood. Okay, when it comes to the rainy season or the monsoon season, what it will do to you, because the tree are no longer there, it will affect the system, the ecology, that it will create a massive environmental problem. So but here in this slide, my example was the consumption of exotic animals that had caused a severe health pandemic, which is COVID-19. So we all know that the key or the main problem or the starting point for COVID-19 to happen was the consumption of food, okay, exotic animals. As a Muslim or as in Islam, we are allowed to consume just a number of animals, but there are certainly animals that are prohibited for us to consume. So that's why if we have no self-control, I mean, if we are, because we are Muslims, we have the directions and instructions by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to consume food accordingly. But unfortunately, in some religion or some culture, they can consume whatever food they want to consume. But then because of that factor, unfortunately, it has also led to negative impacts such as COVID-19, which has affected the whole world. Right? Okay. So this is the main motivation on how to internalize the externality under the Islamic economics. So Islamic economics, in Islam, um, it has brought upon by that we have to make things proper by including the moderation, the way that we eat, the way that we consume. It must be preserved and moderate. All right, so without further ado, I would like to explain, because I just want to focus on the analysis of this conceptual paper. The figure one is the foundation of externality, or the what we call IC consumption was. So this is the baseline for my next analysis. So we can see here the starting point. The starting point is QP and PP. Okay, so we can see that the intersection between the MPC stands for marginal private cost, and MPB is marginal private benefit, MSB stands for marginal social benefit, and MEC is marginal external cost. Okay, MPC marginal private cost, MSC is marginal social cost. So it starts between the intersection between MPC and MPB equals to MSB. So in this particular example or particular instance, I would like to emphasize on the role of firms, because it happens in the supply side. So MPC, the intersection between the private cost and the private benefit, it will create an equilibrium of PP and QP. So, but because the firm does not take into account of the external costs that have been borne by the people who are affected, it should be where the supply must be even lowered. Okay, lowered to the point where QE and PE. So the intersection between the marginal social benefit and marginal social cost. So as an effect, it will create a lower quantity of output produced, as well as higher prices, because that is should how it goes. Okay, however, in my paper, I try to address this thing in only two situations, which I have perfect competition as well as monopoly. Okay, under the perfect competition, we all know, okay, very well, if you're an economics student or economics expert, we know for a fact that the price will be linear. Okay, marginal revenue equals the price, because in perfect competition, everybody is the price taker and not the price maker. So we can assume that the price is static at just one level, okay, which is Py. Okay, now if we look at this place, if we look at this figure, figure 2, recovering externality under perfect competition, we will see that we begin our analysis by having the MPC first. Okay, if you can see here, this is the chocolate, I mean the brown one. Okay, the MPC only. Okay, MPC, marginal private cost. Okay, the intersection between MPC and the price, the output. Okay, y, the y naught, okay, will be at this point. Okay, meaning to say without the addressing the externality, the quantity will be at this point, y naught. But then introduction of tax, okay, MPC tax, I'm sorry, MPC tax incidents, okay, it will create, I'm sorry, no. So here, the introduction of tax will result in marginal social cost. So marginal private cost plus tax equal to marginal social cost. So here, when the incidence between marginal social cost and the marginal private cost with tax incidence, and you can see here, this is the tax rate, we can see that the output of production, the production of output is now reduced because the firm has to bear with the additional cost of recovering the externality. Okay, so the cost recovered is through the use of tax to the government. Okay, so as an effect, the production will be lower. Then the original level of output. Okay, however, in certain cases, when things, people, there are certain goods that cannot be reduced to production. Okay, so meaning to say that people demand that good and producer cannot do anything. If the producer will reduce the production, it will create maybe just negative effects to the economy. So what will they do? Okay, the tax will be transferred to the consumers because they are willingly, okay, because we assume here that they have the willingness to pay for the tax as long as the production of output is increased, okay, at least larger than Y1. Okay, so if you can see here at figure number 3, output production when part of the tax is paid by the consumers, we can see that when the price, when the total tax is paid by the firm has now been reduced by some of the tax paid by the consumers, we can see that the marginal social cost has gotten even flatter. So previously it is at MAC naught. Now it moved on the dotted line, we call as MAC1, marginal social cost 1. We call it as the marginal private cost plus tax minus omega. I believe this is omega, sorry. So omega is the part of the tax paid by the consumers. So because of this, the burden has been lifted off partially lah. Okay, when the burden has been lifted off partially, we can see that the number of tax is now paid by the firm has now reduced. So the firm has the ability to produce an even larger amount. Okay, the incidence or the intersection between the marginal social cost 1 and the price of the goods, now it has increased the Y1 to Y2. Okay, output from Y1 to Y2. So here, the number of output has now increased. Okay, so meaning to say the cooperation and the agreement or the cooperation between supplier and consumer will have a balance between them two. Okay, we cannot entirely put just one thing because in this transaction, both consumer and both demander and supplier, they must be working together to ensure a balance or a good level of equilibrium so that both sides can satisfy the utility from profit maximizing as well as the utility of consumption. So that's why I believe that part of the tax must both tax not necessarily equally distributed, but then to a place to a point, okay, a meeting point where both suppliers and demanders agree the percentage of rate that they are going to percentage of tax they are going to pay given the current situations. Okay, so maybe if it could actually lead to why not, but then more tax should be imposed lah. Alright, so now moving on to the situation, okay, the case under the monopoly. So monopoly, we know for a fact that because monopolies is the price maker, they can charge however they want to charge, okay, how expensive they want to charge. So we can assume that by the fact that because they are monopoly, this is a monopoly situation, people or the demander demander for the products that are produced by the monopolies are usually the wealthy one. Okay, usually that I just assume the wealthy ones are buying the products from a monopolist. Okay, because monopolies charge whatever the price they want to charge, but theoretically speaking, they will charge the price where the I mean the output is the intersection between MPC and the marginal revenue, but then the price is the straight line, or when it comes to the average revenue that equals to demand. Okay, so when it's supposed to be the intersection between MPC and MR should be even lower. Okay, so here you can see here, so the beginning point is MPC and marginal revenue, okay, marginal private cost. So you can see here the current production is at Y naught, okay, Y naught at also the price is at P naught, okay. So and then recovering the taxes, okay, paying the tax. I'm sorry, okay, paying the tax. Paying the tax now. When the firms solely pay the tax, they will have to reduce the production, also will have to increase the price. Okay, but then if there's a mutual agreement, okay, mutual agreement between the supplier and the demander, we can see that the problem of shortage can be reduced, although it will not be met highly to the Y naught, but it can increase to the Y2. Okay, at least it has recovered part of the losses by increasing the production to Y2, and then the price will be even lower. Okay, so that is only the gist of my conceptual paper, because it is the fun on the fundamental level. All right, and for conclusion, if Muslim economic agents understand the assignment of being a good follower, paying extra amount of money for the sole reason of improving the justice in the system is a factor to a higher level of utility. So in addition, with respect to levels of competition, we can see that the tax burden will be spread out and reduces individual costs in a perfect competition, though perfectly competitive market is difficult to achieve. And also, there is a need for stricter government regulation in this matter. Thus, in the management of externality, government has the biggest role in ensuring the efficiency carried out in this model. So I believe that's all on my part. So if you want to understand even further, please read my paper. Okay, I hope that my conceptual paper will be providing more input to you. Okay, so thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Dr. Mr. Muhammad Zui, for the presentation. So I think refer to the program tentative, we will take a break for a while so that we will start again at 2 p.m. Start from Madam Atira. Okay, Madam Atira?
Yes, sure. Thank you. I will see everyone at 2 p.m.
All right. Okay, see you guys at the. Oh, Tanaja also still online. sorry, because this is the difficulty. So we will start for the next session at 2 p.m. Malaysia time. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
See you guys. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. See you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for still with us, still comfort with us. Okay, for those who are just welcome in this conference, I would like to invite all. Welcome to this session. Now is a third session. Is the conference of a fourth international conference on economics, entrepreneurship, and management. ICEEM 2021. I will see that new faces right now. Mr. Raja Farid, how are you? You are in your house? Yeah, work from home?
Yeah.
All right, again, yeah, okay. Maybe 1 or 2 words from you?
No, nice, at last, nice to see you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, before we start, there are some, I put some notes at our chat box. It's about the link for the proceeding, the latest one. Hope that all you guys please check maybe check the link, check all that, maybe a typo, maybe typing error and so on. And please help us. We also live from a YouTube channel. Please share that the link YouTube channel to your channel. Please help us, and because we want to celebrate more participant to hear your presentation as well. Okay, and also for the e-cert, maybe I will put on this after this. Any problems on the e-certificate, please email to me. Okay, all right. Now, without further ado, we will continue the session. So still me, Kamarul, still moderate the session until the end. All right, not a problem to me. I feel energetic every conference. I welcome all the new faces for this morning, and also the previous still in since in the morning, Madam Atira, Madam Mazna, Tuan Haji from Brunei, and so on. Still with us. Thank you very much. We appreciate it so much. All right. Now, for the next session, is the theme of innovation and technology. And the first one to present is I would like to call upon Madam Atira Azmi with the title of the influence of atmosphere in virtual environment for residential real estate marketing. Please welcome. Yeah. Great. Well, I think it seems that some problems with the videos. Wait for a while. Madam Atira, I think we have some difficulties on play from our video. Maybe you can share your video further. Because
can I play the video from my laptop? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Carry on.
Okay, I'll just play the video from my computer.
Yeah, and also solving the problems.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. So everyone can
you,
hear the one? Can you hear the video? Okay, I'll just play. Okay, thank you. Everyone, My name is Atira Azmi from the Faculty of Design and Architecture, UPM. Today I'm going to present my paper for the conference, 4th ICEEM conference entitled The Influence of Atmosphere in Virtual Environment for Residential Real Estate Marketing. These are the contents of my presentation today. I'm going to start with the background problem that motivates this research. The current economic transformation towards Industrial Revolution 4.0 has led most industries to enable new strategies that focus on integration of automation and digital technologies for a smarter and more sustainable service deliveries and production. With the increased digitization of various economic sectors, industries and marketers need to constantly adapt their business and services to stay competitive. As consumer habits continue to evolve, new digital technologies emerge. It is important for industries to choose the right strategy and business model to sustain and grow towards IR 4.0. As we are facing into a post-COVID-19 era, digital transformation for every sector is essential. It is now time to reset through digitization of services, integration of automation and digital technologies, as well as striving for smarter and sustainable service deliveries. In this research, we are focusing on exploring different channel or strategy for residential real estate marketing using virtual reality. In the last few years, researchers in retail and marketing sector have accelerated development of innovative retail technologies to create better customer experience, including with the use of virtual reality. VR emerged as part of an important element in Industry 4.0 for merging the real and virtual worlds that simulate the real environment in real time, as well as allow user interactions and support decision-making process. The question is now, in real estate context, can VR influence house purchase intention similar to a real physical built house? What are the underlying emotions that could influence purchase intention in VR? In marketing, atmosphere was found to play a vital role in consumer behavior. Atmosphere is the spatial aesthetics of the design spaces apprehended through human senses such as sight, sound, and touch. Atmosphere was found to evoke emotion and behavior responses among consumers. Various research has explored the influence of atmosphere in the virtual environment using VR and confirmed that it could influence emotion and behavior. However, there is a lack of study in the real estate context. Researchers have called for a more research attention for VR in this field of studies regarding the emotional attachment through visualization in housing and real estate. This research builds upon the prominent theory in environmental psychology, which is the stimulus organism response or SOR framework by Meribin and Russell 1974. The SOR framework by Meribin and Russell explain how the stimulus in the environment accounts for the emotional response in individuals and how this emotion influences behavioral responses towards the environment. Although this model is developed more than 40 years ago, it is still relevant and widely applied in current literature. Most recently, research related to consumer behavior during the COVID-19 pandemic have implemented and extended this SOR framework to study purchase behavior during the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, this research believes that the SOR framework can be applied and replicated into the context of residential real estate marketing to investigate potential home buyers' behavior in the virtual environment using VR. Based on findings in prior literature, this study proposed the relationships between the atmosphere in the virtual environment as the stimulus component that influences pleasure and arousal emotions, which are the two main emotions found in prior literature, which in turn influences house purchase intention or the response component. Therefore, these hypotheses are posed in this study. To test the hypothesis, this study follows 4 components of experimental research designed by Creswell 2014, which include variables, participants, instruments and materials, as well as experimental procedures. The target population for this study was potential home buyers in Malaysia within the Kuala Lumpur and Selangor area. The participants should match the inclusion criteria set for this study, which is the eligibility for Rumah Selangorku Affordable Housing Scheme. A total of 65 participants were recruited for this experiment based on the estimation from power analysis using G-Power software. Next, this study collects data from participants using a self-reported questionnaires. The VR equipment used for this study are HTC Vive. The real environment of the house was a real show unit of an apartment by Sundabi Properties in Iran Berhad, while a similar 3D model was developed for the VR by the researcher. A within subjects experiment design was implemented for this study, in which same participants are studied at 2 different conditions. A counterbalancing procedure following prior literature was conducted to distribute the order of treatments. In this study, participants were randomly assigned to 2 groups. One group of participants will experience the real environment first, followed by the virtual environment, and vice versa for the second group. Next, the data from 60 participants that completed the study were analyzed. Paired sample t-test was conducted using SPSS to determine whether there are significant differences between the participants' evaluation of each variable in the real and virtual environment. The results reveal that there is no significant difference in the pleasure and arousal emotions between the real environment and the virtual environment. However, the paired sample t-test results reveal that there is a significant difference between the atmospheric evaluation and purchase intention between the real environment and the virtual environment. Next, a structural model assessment using PLS-SAM method was analyzed using SAM Smart PLS software. Results indicate that the proposed relationships are all significant, with P less than 0.05, except hypothesis 4, in which arousal emotions were found to have no significant influence on house purchase intention in the virtual environment. The knowledge contribution from this study includes proving that atmosphere influences emotions in VR for the real estate context. This study also extends the SOR framework into the VR research, which is parallel with current research trend that applied this model to study consumer behavior within the online and digital marketing. This study also proposed a new model for new strategy in real estate marketing using virtual reality, and most importantly, this study provides new paradigm in digital marketing research using virtual reality with digital transformation for the real estate marketing. There are several limitations of the study that needs to be addressed. First, this study limits its scope of study to just one type of housing design, which is a Rumah Selangorku house. Future research is recommended to investigate different type of housing. Secondly, the participants recruited for this study is limited to affordable housing home buyers in Malaysia. Future research is recommended to select participants from different level of income, culture, and nationalities. And finally, due to the study's limited budget, the VR device used for the study is the most affordable version. Future research is recommended to use the latest wireless virtual reality device, which incorporates haptics technology for the touch sensation. That's all from me today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Atira, for the lovely presentation. I think it's about virtual environment towards architecture design, right? Something like
Yes,
that?
that's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much again. Thank you, stay with us. Maybe one or two questions from the audience, maybe. Maybe from your colleague, Madam Azna. But I've been in the architecture environments for a long time ago. So how do you explain in a very simple word on this your research about
Okay.
virtual environment? Yeah.
Okay. So basically, my research is simple. If you think about my research, I am evaluating the difference between a real show house. So for those who have experience buying a house, usually when we want to buy a house, we will go and visit the real house. If you're buying from developer, we go and visit the show units that they built before we make our purchase decision. And sometimes this show unit were built before the real house were built. So it's a model. So my research tests whether the experience using virtual reality, meaning that the developer doesn't need to build a physical show unit. So we just use digital show unit using VR, and whether this VR could influence similar purchase intention among home buyers. Meaning, is it similar? So my research shown that the atmosphere and the purchase intention are different from the t-test result, and the PLSM analysis also shown that yes, atmosphere influence pleasure and arousal emotion, and pleasure emotion influence the purchase intention. So it is important.
I see. But yeah, I see.
Yeah.
But is it more to built environment or more to pure architecture design?
This research focused on real estate marketing, meaning the experience of evaluating the house in the physical and the virtual environment. So a built house.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much again, Madam Atira, for the lovely presentation.
Thank you very much.
I think I see that the chat box are still awaiting. If there are some question, you can ask in the chat box to Madam Atira as well. All right. Okay. Now we jump to the next. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam. Okay. Now we jump to the next presenter. Comes from Raja Muhazzam Farid, Raja Mokhtar. I think this one also on the UPM team from architecture. I'm not sure. He will introduce himself by the title of Establishing Impactful Innovation with Undisputed Novel Invention in Patent System. Please welcome. Mr. Raja, we found difficulties about the link, YouTube link. Can you share with your part?
Okay. Okay, let me share mine first. Okay.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, let me share my screen. Presentation is divided into background, research methodology, results and discussion, and lastly closure. In care economy, innovation plays a role in generating wealth of innovation. Ideas generated need to be commercialized, therefore they become innovation. From invention to innovation. Universities are the place where ideas are generated. Inventions are needed to be proven novel to the patent system first. Then it gets value to be invested by the investors. According to literatures, there are several criteria in order for an invention to be regarded as either innovative invention. The criteria are: it is new field of technology, it is invented from multidisciplinary knowledge, it is utilizing existing resources, and it is possessing multiple applications. Let's take a look at timeline of patent system. The timeline is comprising 3 stages, which are pre-filing stage, filing stage, and post-filing stage. At the pre-filing stage, it is where the ideation takes place. And at the filing stage, it is where patent protection starts. And at the post-filing stage, it is usually where commercialization starts. The commercialization can be licensing or assignment, and this is where the investment made by the investors to the invention. And let's take a look at technology innovation life cycle and funding opportunities. From this diagram, we can see the life cycle comprising 9 TRLs. What is TRLs? It is technology readiness level. At TRL 5 onwards, it is where the investments of the inventions are made by the investors. So it is from applied research to technology implementation. So what's the problem? The investors would only invest, which is the beginning of innovation process, when the novelty of the invention is proven. Currently, it is proven late in the timeline of patent system, which is when the patent is granted. In technology innovation life cycle, it is TRL onwards. Therefore, it becomes lesser advantageous to the investors against the timing. The sooner the novelty is proven, the better. And the problem statement based on the problem, the background problem would be: there is a need for establishing impactful innovation with undisputed novel invention in the patent system in order to give competitive advantages to the investors. Let's take a look at research methodology. For this research, I did a literature survey on topic of patent system, which is for what are key concepts according to Ibrahim 2008 and 2011. From the patent system, it is comprising 3 sub-themes, which are timeline, components, and advantages of patent system. After the literature survey, I will propose ideal patent system model and recommend for innovation policy of universities. Results and discussions. Based on the surveys, there are 3 propositions for patent system. First, for timeline of patent system, it is proposed to develop patent incentives to encourage funding during invention stage, which may include expediting patent procedure. For components of patent system, it is proposed that novelty quality and innovation quality of an idea could be indicated using patent citations. And for advantages of patent system, it is proposed that patent information is like an engine as a component of a patent system. It is utilized throughout the process, from ideation to innovation and venturing into new technology. In summary, based on the survey, it is proposed that policy changes, including funding during ideation, expedited patent procedure, timely commercialization activity, which utilizing patent information through all the process could lead to more quality of invention and becoming more impactful innovation. Here is my proposed ideal patent system framework. It is comprising 5 parameters, which are funding, ideal, patent granting procedure, timing of commercialization, and source of information. For funding, the funding should be initiated at the ideation stage. The funding should cover local and international patent protection, and the funding should cover commercialization stages as well. For idea, the idea should be in new field of technology, invented from multidisciplinary knowledge, processing multiple applications, and utilizing existing resources. For patent granting procedure, it is proposed that a pre-examination search procedure should be conducted, and expedited patent granting procedure should be applied to all patent applications. For timing of commercialization, the commercialization should be at ideation stage, and the source of information should be patent information. This is recommendations for universities for their new innovation policy. It is comprising 3 major aspects, which are funding, addition activities, and patent granting procedure. For funding, the investors shall be invited at the early addition stage. The funding covers patent protection, and universities are expected to present novel ideas before the investors. For ideation activities, the ideation activities should be equipped with high quality patent database and analytic tools in order to produce high quality invention. And for patent granting procedure, the specification of patent application shall contain extensive description section in order to convince the patent examiner that this patent application is highly novel. For closure, what is the importance of this study? This study contributes in making innovation as the engine of the economy. It is expected to provide structured framework to enhance competitiveness of novel ideas, and it is expected to encourage more industry participation during fundamental research stage at the research universities. It is suggested that it has to be a study of a framework of knowledge management in research universities for producing ideal innovative inventions in the future. With that, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Raja Farid, for the lovely presentation. Actually, we want to hear you itself to summarize maybe about the research what you're doing about. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the conference, and hello to fellow participants. Okay, this research is based on my I can say my real problem in my profession. I am a registered patent agent, and I see tons of problems faced by my clients, which predominantly from researchers. They have a kind of a problem where they found at the end of their research journey that their inventions are not novel. Since when the inventions are not novel, then there will be no commercialization will take place, and that then we see the invention cannot turn into impactful innovation, because there's no impact, there's no commercialization, so it ends there. So I was trying to see what is the solution for that particular problem, and we see previously we see it is due to the lack of novelty strengths at the ideation stage.
Yes. I see. But from your personal opinion, is that a good side or a bad side? Not to say bad side lah. Yeah, in your
Yeah.
personal opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion, it is very sad to see our investments in human capitals and also research and development go down the drain, because government especially had spent millions of research fundings to fund research and development. However, that research cannot be turned into impactful innovation. Then how about the investment? Surely there's no return of that investment. So that's what has happened every year, I can say.
Actually, billions.
Yeah. I don't want
Actually,
to
billions, yeah.
I don't want to pump up that term, but it is real. Billions.
Yeah. But
Mr. Chairman.
actually, it's not to say that it's a normal situation, because nowadays we are encouraging to do research, but in terms of commercialization, there's some gaps. And if I can share my personal experience, there are some gaps that because every researchers, every lecturers have to commercial by themselves. So there's some so
Yes.
there's some problems.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
maybe another sharing knowledge about this topic from UPM team, please. I see that this I will ask Prof. Rahina to still join with us, but I'm not sure. Is that she's here or no? Maybe Madam Mazna and Atira want to share something about this interesting topic about the commercialization.
I think this is more of Puan Mazna's area, so I will allow her to talk.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Farid.
Okay, thank you.
I personally really hope that we can interact later on this session.
No problem, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
looking
okay,
forward
alright.
to contact you. Okay.
All right, thank you very much again for the Mr. Raja Farid for the lovely presentation. Now I will jump to the next presenter, comes from Madam Mazna Shahran for the title of Improving Innovation Readiness Level through IP Integration, same pattern, in Physical Campus Development by Research University. Okay, I got the videos. Let's try. Okay, is this the right one? Oops. Can you hear the sound? Can you hear the slide? Can you see the slide?
Can see the slide but cannot hear the sound.
Madam Mazda, if you have your own share, because I think also have some problems with this videos.
It's okay. Can I actually present it now live?
Okay, yeah, sure. I can just put it next, right?
Okay then.
Sorry for this.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mazna from University Putra, Malaysia. Today I'm going to share my study with the title of Improving Innovation Readiness Level through IP Integration in Physical Campus Development by Research Universities.
You can say next.
Next, next.
All right.
Actually, I have a Puan Mazna's video, if I can share.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Oh, can open already. Okay, then.
Okay, can I share your video, Puan Mazna?
Okay. Because I can.
Okay.
I'm not sure this may even have some problems.
Okay, hang on. Can you see the slide?
Yes.
Assalamualaikum and good.
Is the sound okay? Is the sound okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'll play the video. Okay.
Morning, everyone. I am Mazna Sahran from University Putra, Malaysia. I'm going to share my study with the title of Improving Innovation Readiness Level Through IP Integration in Physical Campus Development by Research Universities. These are my presentation outline for today. I believe that there are among us as researchers who will be inventors who produce innovations at the end of our research journey. Where is the direction of our research results in the form of innovation, and what process flow is involved in processing the innovation? This study will answer these questions. Why is so important about innovation? Because innovation could generate income, and innovation system is one of the pillars that can be used as the basis for developed countries like Malaysia to transit to a knowledge-based economy. We can see today how healthcare innovation can generate income and play a key role in changing the way healthcare is delivered. The key component of a knowledge-based economy is a greater reliance on intellectual capabilities. Where is the source of innovation? One of the sources of innovation is from research university. We have 5 RUs in Malaysia, such as UM, UPM, UTM, USM, and UKM. From this figure, we can see how RU support Malaysia preparedness to transit to knowledge-based economy. Among the 3 main areas that highlight the importance of innovation are United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, under Goal 9, Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure. Malaysia Education Blueprint, Higher Education 2015 to 2025, under Shift number 7, Innovation Ecosystem. And Construction Industry Transformation Program, CITP 2016 to 2020, Environmental Sustainability, Drive Innovation in Sustainable Construction. I'm specifically highlighted about construction industry here because this study focuses on invention which is related to construction industry. Malaysia has indicated that intellectual property are valuable economic assets that can provide a competitive edge to business. Ministry of Higher Education has given utmost priority as it received the biggest allocation for research, development, and commercialization. However, commercialization of the research products among researchers is relatively new, and the success rate of commercialization of research products is still unsatisfactory. What is the current status of Malaysia research output ranking compared to the resources invested? This graph shows the comparison of Universitas 21st ranking of national higher education system between 2016 and 2019, focused on resources ranking and output ranking. This comparison is between Malaysia with ASEAN country and developed country. When we talk about ranking, of course the lower the better. So from this graph, we found that there is a significant gap where Malaysia invested higher resources but lower output. In terms of resources invested, Malaysia is ranked at average 13 out of 50 countries. And in terms of research output, Malaysia is ranked at average 40 out of 50 countries. So the challenge now is to fill the gap. This study then comes to the problem statement that application of a research output in a construction industry facing a problem due to the market readiness of the product. So there is a need to integrate intellectual property in a physical campus development process in order to validate the IP in a research university in Malaysia. The purpose of the study is to propose model for IP integration in physical campus development process. With this IP integration, it would provide demonstration opportunities for innovation. In order to solve the problem statement, the larger study adapt case study research methodology by Yin 2003. This study is part of a larger case study research aiming at proposing a mechanism to facilitate pre-commercialization process by integrating new construction inventions into selected campus physical development project. This study covers the second component of this case study. This is a review paper for developing initial theoretical framework from the larger study. Selected literature was collected on intellectual property management in university under three main sub-themes: intellectual property commercialization process, the role of technology transfer office, and funding for commercialization. This paper concludes with the development of proposed integration model based on the identified key factor. This is a 9 stages in technology readiness level, TRL. TRL is a qualitative scaling method of estimating maturity of technologies conceived during the research and development process. At TRL 4, 5, and 6, universities struggle in IP development and sometimes fail to reach commercialization. The proposed integrative approach could bring the product invention through those TRL for scaling up purpose in the real campus environment. The real project will validate the technology feasibility in a physical demonstration project on campus. The benefit of this integrated approach will allow provision of financial support coming from the university. From the sub-theme, this study found that integrating of IP product development process in physical project management process at early start could foster commercialization process. TTO as enabler to create new strategic mechanism in order to accelerate IP product development during commercialization process, and availability of funding and secured financial support is essential during IP product development process. In summary, the theoretical proposition for this study is having strategic funding with TTO representative facilitation will nurture collaboration between researcher, TTO, and commercial partner in order for a successful IP product development during commercialization process. This figure illustrates how this study proposed the integration to address the previously described problem statement. The UDO of the university responsible of managing the physical development of the campus is expected to assist researchers in the pre-commercialization stage of the product. This figure also illustrates the current state of the public university campus, where conventional projects are usually carried out only by professional practitioners comprising technical officers at the university and from private consulting firms. At the same time, the TTO is committed to ensure that the technology transfer process takes place between academia and commercial partners. Due to this separation of responsibilities, this study is proposing that the RU's department could work as a team by nurturing internal collaboration for ensuring the success of the university's product commercialization agenda. This collaborative integration would be carried out in a real-scale project on an actual project site. The project could involve UDO, TTO, researcher, consultant, and commercial partner. This collaboration is recommended to be supervised whereby, under any circumstances, the development project management, which requires a project delivery to meet within the specified time, cost, and quality. A well-embedded collaboration would make more efficient with the use of ICT system. The knowledge contribution for the study are potential key factors for innovation and commercialization process and recommendation model for innovation and commercialization policy. The significance of the study are provide evidence-based prototype data for scale-up opportunities, 5 of 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, supporting Malaysia Education Blueprint, and supporting construction industry transformation program, CITP. With that, I end up my presentation for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the lovely presentation, Madam Masna. This is a very important thing as well. It's an IP, right? Regarding IP. So again, I would like you yourself to describe or the summarize of your presentation, Madam.
Actually, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, my study is part of my larger study. This study overall is actually me as I'm myself is a engineer. Actually, I'm a practice engineer. So I see that me myself as a engineer, I think this is the time for us, for example, from the industry, from the construction industry, to help the researcher in order to what we call to apply the product, the innovation product in the construction industry. So this, of course, when we try to apply the product, we have to go through all the regulatory process, right? We have in Malaysia, for example, we have many circular from the treasury, many things, including the what we call from the, for example, for the procurement process also we have many things. So this study actually try to find out the intervention for this problem. If we can see, it's simple. You just construct, but it's not really if we construct it within the actual process, like the normal what we call conventional project. We have like, for example, me myself as practice engineer, we have done a lot of conventional project within university. So I think this is the time for us to use our own product, for example, our innovation product. So this study come to help this problem actually.
I see. But it's this, you know, there's these difficulties of IP. There are so many stages, right? There's so many comes into the law and
yes,
like that.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's related as well as the previous presentation, like commercialization, right?
Yes, actually related, and actually it's done actually, but I have gone through a lot of process in order for it to be to make it real exam. Yeah, that's why our intention in this study is, why not we use our product first. We see what is all. Yeah, of course this is lab validation but in real project. So we will see, it's not like a normal project. No, the stable, what we call the established product, because innovation product is a new product. Maybe if the normal product, maybe in only no EOT, for example,
the time what we call the period of the project can achieve the time. But for the innovation, we have to we had to go through all the what we call the intervention. So that's
I
right.
see, I
Yeah.
see. All right, thank you very much, Madam, for the deep, very deep explanation as well. And I think it's more way to go about this IP problems, right? Okay. All right, thank you very much, Madam Mazna Sahran, for the lovely presentation. Now I will jump for the next presenter. It's come from our colleague from Muhammad Najib Ali with the title of An Integrated of Persuasiveness in Healthcare Model for General Wellness. So I will play the videos, right? It seems that this video have no sound, so I just read a little bit about the surface of the research, right? Okay. So the title is An Integrated of Persuasiveness in Healthcare Model for General Wellness, comes from Muhammad Najib Ali with the authors of Associate Professor Dr. Aini Ahmad from ICEEM and KPJ Healthcare University College. So this is the abstract. So this is the PHM and FRIICT models. I don't know why they have some they have sound, but if you play, they cannot play the sound. So I just wait a little bit. Click the view. So this is a table of the model system. Actually, they are using the model system in doing the healthcare. Okay. Okay. So this is the figure of the proposed integrated of persuasive health seeking behavior with comfort model by Kaba for general well-being. So these are the some of discussion talking about. We are so sorry because this video have no sound, but if Mr. Najib in here, they can. So I can just read for the conclusion of this research. This paper provides a review of the effectiveness and trends of embedding persuasive gerontology in comfort model for general wellness. The SLR demonstrates that the comfort models embedding the persuasive gerontology element into the framework of comfort model introduced by Chaba comply evidence to foster general well-being. The new proposal of integrated persuasive gerontology in comfort theory provides wider range from persuasiveness gerontechnological element in health-seeking behavior and assistance intervention, sociological aspect including psychological and psychosocial support, holistic implication on physical, mental, and spiritual to elderly, producing. Okay, let me check back. Okay, just like that. Okay. We are so sorry for that presentation, because there are no sound that given to me. Actually, we have supposed to recheck that again. But if I see that Mr. Najib in here, not in here, okay, not a problem. So Mr. Najib from your ITM, I've sent 2 papers actually. I will play another one. Okay. So this one is the second paper, also from him. Okay, I can just read the. I can just give a quick short brief about it. The title is about business model canvas, reviewing the relationship between key resources and customer relationship of home healthcare industry in Malaysia. So the same author is come from Mr. Muhammad Najib Ali from UITM, and also the co-authors is Associate Professor Dr. Aini Ahmad. Let me try. If you have the sound. Okay, no sound, no problem. Okay, this is the abstract. This is the problem statement and the research objective regarding the title. So this is the research objective and literature review, most probably about business model canvas. So there are some figures about 9 components of business model canvas. Okay, this is the iteration. Business model canvas has been published. This is conceptual relationship between layers and components in BMC, business model canvas. This is a table of relationship of sensitivity between components. There's some explanation on that. And this one also as well. So again, the figure of the conceptual framework of effective and efficient organization towards performance of home care. So these are the table, the explanation. I will read some of the conclusion. This study proposed a relationship between the customer relationship and key resources in the content of home healthcare industry with the simple formulas of proposed HOVA. Systematic literature review has demonstrated previous studies exhibit the relationship between key resources and customer relation of business model canvas from the perspective of business system in dynamic context. This paper has concluded that the home healthcare industry would represent proposed HOVA in the measurement of the performance of home care, which comprise of 2 facets of the valued essential social care resources from the home of valued added in relationship and valued essential equipment from home healthcare activities. HOVA is simple formulas in predicting the strength of customer relationship requirement, home care setting, and requirements of equipment, facilities, and service in managing the effective and efficient organization. This comprehensive would give researchers the industrial insights and contribute their practitioners with relation with just 2 main variables in the business model structure of the industry in the dynamic context. So I hope you guys get a very quick view of that, and we are so sorry because the video can the videos and the presentation have sound, but the sound cannot be played. So we are sorry for in terms of our secretariats. Okay, all right. Okay, next I will jump for the next presenter. The next presenter is come from Bahasa. So either one I can talk in Malay or we can talk in Bahasa, not a problem. So I think most of that you can. I still continue in English so that some of our participants from outside Malaysia can understand. So Dr. Anita Ismail, are you in there? Hello, ada. Ada tak saya cek?
Yeah.
Ada. Okay. Doktor, I try dulu video sebab petang ni macam ada problem sikit lah untuk attach that video. If you have the videos, you can continue. Or I try first to upload. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for still patient with us. The next presenter is come from our part using Dr. Anita Ismail. With the title in bahasa is Pembudayaan Keusahawanan Islam Menuju Al-Falah. So it's towards entrepreneurship, Islamic entrepreneurship. So Al-Falah, cabaran globalisasi era COVID. So the globalization challenge in era COVID era. So I try to play first because the video is already been here. So. But I'm not sure because in this evening we have difficulties on the sound problem. Okay, let me share first. Okay. So we have some difficulties. If you have some videos to share, Dr. Anita?
Okay, so I think I'll like to present after this.
Okay.
After next presenter. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Cannot be loud.
Okay, while my team will try our best to set the sound problem, I will call the next. I will jump to the next presenter, Abdul Arif bin Sidi, also in bahasa. The title of Maqasid Takdik menurut perspektif Islam. So the Maqasid Takdik in the perspective of Islamic perspective. GPI, panduan GPI dalam pendidikan masa kini. So the GPI guidelines in this education training. So I will try to upload. Yeah. Still have problems. Wait, I hope you guys patient. Okay. Okay, so now we try our best to set for the bahasa team, and this one from Mr. Abdul Arif bin Sidi. We try to upload the Maqasid Takdik menurut perspektif Islam. Please wait for a moment while our team try to upload it. Okay. Yes, hello. Okay. We found difficulties in this evening to play that sound video. All the videos that have no sound and disabled, maybe is problems in our parts, maybe. But I try to my best to. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hafiz. Is it okay? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Jepun dan Singapura. Tujuan utama perubahan ataupun pelan pembangunan pendidikan Malaysia ini adalah untuk melahirkan warga negara yang berakhlak mulia dan memiliki etika yang tinggi. Ini antara teras yang terkandung dalam pelan tersebut. Namun begitu, kita masih lagi kedengaran perumutan kepada masyarakat di luar sana, di mana masalah sosial murid seperti gangsterisme, kes bully, konten kelas, konten sekolah dan sebagainya masih lagi berlaku. Dan seandainya perkara ini tidak dibendung dan terus berlarutan, proses atau agenda transformasi nasional yang merupakan satu platform untuk meningkatkan mutu pendidikan negara sekaligus untuk melahirkan generasi muda yang mampu bersaing di peringkat antara bangsa dan global akan terbantu. Justru itu, kita perlu fikirkan beberapa pendekatan baru untuk diketengahkan supaya segala perancangan kita akan mencapai matlamatnya. Oleh itu, proses pendidikan dan transformasi ilmu dan amal perlu diintegrasikan dengan maqasid ta'dib menurut kacamata Islam. Dan ini perlu dihayati secara serius. Berteraskan kepada pemahaman maqasid ta'dib ini, kita berharap suatu hari nanti negara kita akan dapat melahirkan warga negara yang soleh dan muslim. Dalam kertas kerja ini, saya telah gariskan dua objektif utama. Yang pertama, menerapkan maqasid ta'dib menurut perspektif Islam. Yang kedua, mengkaji peranan guru pendidikan Islam dalam pembentukan adab dan nilai. Manakala metodologi kajian pula, kajian ini adalah berbentuk kualitatif di mana ia melibatkan beberapa pencarian bahan daripada sumber utama seperti kitab-kitab berbahasa Arab yang mengemukakan perbincangan tentang maqasid ta'dib, manakala sumber sekunder adalah daripada kertas kerja, jurnal, laporan tesis, buku-buku ilmiah, prosiding, artikel, dan perbincangan yang menyentuh tentang pandangan ulama berkaitan dengan maqasid ta'dib dan peranannya terhadap pendidikan pada masa kini. Seterusnya ialah pengertian ta'dib. Ta'dib ni adalah merupakan masdar daripada kata adaba yu'adibu ta'diban, yang berarti mengajar sopan santun. Beberapa orang ulama telah mengemukakan ta'rifan ta'dib ini, antaranya ialah Al-Ghazali yang menekankan maksud ta'dib dalam pendidikan iaitu menanam perangai baik dalam diri kanak-kanak supaya mereka dapat membezakan ataupun menilai antara yang benar dan yang salah. Ini pandangan Al-Ghazali. Seterusnya, pengertian ta'dib menurut Al-Attas, di mana beliau mendefinisikan ta'dib sebagai unsur-unsur yang mencakupi pengetahuan ataupun ilmu, pengajaran, ta'lim, dan pengasuhan tarbiyah. Manakala menurut pandangan Fairuz Abadi pula menegaskan bahawa perkataan ta'dib berasal daripada adaba yang bermaksud allama, iaitu mendidik. Rumusannya, daripada pandangan ilmuwan tersebut dapat kita simpulkan bahawa ta'dib ini adalah satu proses mendidik adab ataupun menanamkan nilai-nilai murni dalam jiwa manusia. Seterusnya ialah maqasid ta'dib menurut pandangan ulama Islam. Di sini saya senaraikan 3 orang ulama ataupun ilmuwan Islam yang membahaskan tentang tujuan ataupun maqasid pendidikan adab menurut pandangan Islam. Antara ini ialah pandangan Mastawi yang mengatakan bahawa maqasid ta'dib supaya dapat melaksanakan syariat dan tugas-tugas sehingga menjadi tradisi bagi kanak-kanak. Ini antara pandangan Mastawi. Tujuan ataupun maqasid ta'dib supaya kanak-kanak itu dapat melaksanakan syariat dan tugas sehingga menjadi satu amalan, sehingga menjadi satu pembudayaan. Manakala menurut Al-Qaradawi pula mengatakan maqasid ta'dib merupakan pendidikan keseluruhan, termasuklah akal, hati dan nurani, jasmani, akhlak dan tingkah laku. Ini antara pandangan Qaradawi, di mana beliau mengatakan maqasid ta'dib ini mencakupi keseluruhan hidup manusia, termasuklah akal, hati dan rohani, jasmani, akhlak dan tingkah laku. Namun begitu, menurut sudut pandang Nasir Ulwan mengatakan bahawa maqasid ta'dib ataupun pendidikan dari kacamata falsafah menganggap bahawa pendidikan merupakan satu hal yang istimewa berdasarkan ayat-ayat Quran yang dipetiknya. Beliau mengatakan bahawa maqasid asas ta'dib ialah membina syakhsiyah dan jiwa seseorang. Seterusnya, maqasid ini adalah suatu perkara yang ideal yang patut diaplikasikan dalam pendidikan dan perlu dihayati oleh semua DPI. Ini kerana maqasid ta'dib bukan sahaja terhad kepada bidang keagamaan dan kerohanian, malah maqasid ta'dib ini juga memberi penekanan kepada urusan kurniaan dan kebendaan yang juga merupakan sebahagian daripada persediaan manusia untuk mencapai kebahagiaan. Ini memberi maksud bahawa maqasid ta'dib ini bukan saja mementingkan urusan keagamaan, malah ia juga mengambil kira urusan keduniaan. Tujuannya apa? Tujuannya untuk mencapai kebahagiaan. Seterusnya ialah apakah peranan kita, apakah peranan GPI untuk melahirkan modal insan ataupun warga negara yang berakhlak mulia, yang beradab dan bersyakhsiat tinggi. Di samping kita melaksanakan tugas aktif kita mengajar dalam kelas, kita menghabiskan sukatan, kita isi pelaporan, kita melakukan tugas-tugas perkeranian dan sebagainya. Kita juga ada tanggungjawab lain, di mana dalam masa yang sama kita terapkan nilai-nilai murni dalam diri, dalam jiwa anak-anak didik kita. Antaranya ialah saya kemukakan dua pandangan. Yang pertama, menurut pandangan Abul A'la Al-Maududi mengatakan bahawa peranan da'i ataupun peranan pendidik terdapat 3 kriteria adab yang perlu diajar oleh para pendidik. Yang pertama ialah mengajar supaya anak didik ini dapat mencari keredaan Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala dan Rasul-Nya. Yang kedua, mengajar anak didik supaya dapat mengurus kehidupan dan berdiri di atas adab Islami secara keseluruhan. Dan yang ketiga, mengajar supaya tuntutan Islam yang utama kepada manusia dengan mendirikan sistem kehidupan yang dipenuhi dengan kebajikan dan bebas dari kemungkaran. Ini antara pandangan Abul A'la Al-Maududi yang diketengahkan untuk mendidik adab dan nilai pada murid-murid. Seterusnya, pandangan Abdullah Nasir Alwan mengatakan bahawa guru-guru, khususnya GPI, perlu yang pertama menanam dalam dirinya dan juga pelajarnya rasa cinta dan taat pada Allah dan Rasul-Nya. Yang kedua, menanamkan kepercayaan yang benar dalam jiwa murid terhadap ajaran Islam. Yang ketiga, mendedahkan dan memberi kefahaman murid mengenai jenis-jenis ibadat yang wajib ditunaikan. Dan yang keempat, menaikkan semangat murid serta menimbulkan minat mereka untuk mempraktikkan ajaran Islam sehingga menjadi kebiasaan kepada mereka. Ini antara pandangan yang telah dikemukakan oleh ilmuwan Islam tentang cara atau kriteria yang perlu ada untuk mendidik anak-anak kita, khususnya anak-anak didik kita, supaya suatu hari nanti mereka dilengkapi dengan adab dan nilai yang tinggi dan baik. Seterusnya yang terakhir ialah penutup, di mana maqasid ta'dib dalam pendidikan masa kini merupakan aspek yang penting yang perlu dipahami oleh semua guru, terutamanya GPI. Yang kedua, konsep ini amat menitik beratkan pendidikan adab dan nilai, yang mana ianya menjadi agenda utama dalam pendidikan dan pembentukan syakhsiah murid yang seimbang dan terpuji. Oleh yang demikian, peranan dan tanggungjawab bagi menjayakan konsep ini, maka GPI dan pendidik lain perlu memiliki ilmu dan kemahiran. Dan yang terakhir ialah seterusnya mereka juga perlu memiliki syakhsiah yang terpuji seperti kasih sayang, amanah, sabar, memberi nasihat dan menjadi qudwah hasanah. Aspek ibadat juga perlu dititik beratkan oleh warga pendidik kerana manusia dijadikan oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala untuk mengabdikan diri kepadanya. Itu saja pembentangan kertas kerja daripada saya yang seberingkas. Mudah-mudahan sedikit sebanyak bermanfaat kepada saya dan kepada warga pendidik khususnya. Dan saya sudahi dengan lafaz yang mulia, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Arif, for the lovely presentation. It's about the Islamic concept and perception, but in the education now trending. So if I see that, Mr. Abdul Arif, is that in our Zoom meeting, or they have some YouTube channel? So no, it's okay. So all right, I will try to re-upload the videos from Dr. Anita. So again, I would like to call upon Dr. Anita Ismail with the title of Pembudayaan Keusahawanan Islam Menuju Al-Falah. So we try again for uploading the videos, okay? Okay, be patient. Thank you very much for your time and patience, everyone. Try our best to upload it. Okay. you hear the sound? Can you hear it? Maybe Dr. Anita itself hear the voice.
Yeah, I'm here. Masih tak boleh upload dia.
Boleh sekejap.
Okey, alhamdulillah.
Lambat apa benda komputer saya. Minta maaf rakan-rakan semua. Kita sana. Okey, ada ke pada you all punya videos?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selamat datang ke
Ada.
International
Okey,
Conference on
alhamdulillah.
Economic
Right.
Entrepreneurship
Alhamdulillah.
Management
Okay, let us see first and then we can check
2021. Saya
again.
Anita Ismail bersama rakan penulis Dr. Farah Laili Muda Ismail, Dr. Masyita Sulaiman dan Dr. Sakinah Ahmad akan membentangkan tajuk Pemberdayaan Keusahawanan Islam menuju Al-Falah, Cabaran Organisasi Era COVID-19. Saya akan memulakan dengan tajuk pengenalan. Dalam pengenalan, keusahawanan adalah merupakan satu bidang strategi yang sentiasa menjadi perhatian dan juga sentiasa berubah mengikut peredaran zaman. Dan kalau kita lihat Rasulullah sendiri membuktikan bahawa keusahawanan merupakan satu kerjaya strategik yang perlu dihayati oleh umat Islam. Buktinya ramai usahawan Muslim yang berjaya pada awal perkembangan Islam, termasuklah Nabi Muhammad SAW sendiri, Abu Bakar, sahabat baginda, Uthman bin Affan, Umar Al-Khattab, Zaid bin Arqam, Talha bin Ubaid, Al-Awwal, Abdul Rahman Al-Auf dan sebagainya. Falsafah keusahawanan Islam juga berhubungan dengan falsafah ekonomi itu sendiri, di mana perniagaan adalah berasaskan kepada rabani ataupun bercirikan ketuhanan. Dan khususnya dalam konteks Malaysia sekarang, kesan daripada COVID-19, pemberdayaan ini perlu bagi menghasilkan golongan usahawan Muslim yang kental dan juga berjiwa berdaya saing di peringkat global. Seterusnya, budaya tradisi keusahawanan daripada perspektif Islam. Keusahawanan perlu dilihat dalam konteks yang luas, iaitu tugas manusia sebagai hamba dalam memenuhi tuntutan sebagai hubungan manusia dengan Allah sebagai pencipta dan juga seterusnya hubungan manusia dengan manusia. Faktor utama kejayaan Rasulullah SAW sebagai usahawan adalah akhlaknya yang mulia dan terpuji. Dan di samping baginda mempunyai strategi yang mantap dan juga berjaya meyakinkan pelanggannya. Dalam konteks Al-Ghazali di sini, antara ciri-ciri perniagaan ataupun usahawan yang berjaya adalah yang mendapat rahmat dan redha Allah. Al-Ghazali juga menekankan bahawa dalam tradisi keusahawanan daripada perspektif Islam adalah nilai kesahihan, sesuatu yang sahih, iaitu akad yang dilakukan menurut syarak, mengutamakan keadilan, jauhi apa jua bentuk kezaliman dan penindasan, dan juga berbuat baik kepada diri sendiri dan juga berbuat baik kepada pelanggan. Seterusnya, budaya tradisi ciri-ciri keusahawanan Islam antaranya adalah mengamalkan nilai-nilai murni keusahawanan. Antara nilai-nilai murni keusahawanan adalah berani menanggung risiko, berdikari, ciri-ciri kepimpinan, murah hati, optimis, kuasa, prihatin, keperluan pencapaian tinggi dan juga keyakinan diri dan banyak lagi. Dan juga seterusnya adalah tradisi ciri-ciri keusahawanan Islam mengamalkan konsep ubudiyah, iaitu syumul, tidak memisahkan segala urusan perniagaan dengan nilai-nilai agama. Khususnya mempunyai jaringan perniagaan yang kukuh. Kalau kita lihat dari segi strategi Rasulullah, apabila beliau berhijrah, apa yang mula-mula dilakukan adalah membina masjid, dan seterusnya adalah mempersaudarakan kaum muhajirin dan ansar. Seterusnya adalah takbir urus korporat yang baik, iaitu perkara-perkara berkaitan tanggungjawab, accountability, ketulusan, kesepakatan dan juga kepimpinan. Yang terkini iaitu seharusnya memiliki elemen kreatif dan juga inovatif, iaitu kebolehan mencipta, menghasil dan mengembangkan sesuatu idea. Seterusnya, dalam budaya tradisi ciri-ciri keusahawanan Islam, kita bermula dengan hati. Kalau kita nak melakukan sesuatu, kita kena bermula dengan hati, niat kita. Dan bermula dengan apa yang ada di tangan. Dan kalau kita lihat dalam konteks Abdurrahman bin Auf, dia merupakan perniagaan dengan apa yang ada di tangan, iaitu pada masa beliau memulakan perniagaan, apa yang ada di tangan beliau pada masa tersebut adalah dia membawa minyak wangi. So dia start memulakan perniagaan dengan menjual minyak wangi dan seterusnya menjual tali yang diguna pakai untuk menambat binatang ternakan. Dan seterusnya adalah elemen paradigma kaya. Ini berlaku salah faham di mana kebanyakan manusia berpendapat bahawa tak harus menjadi kaya, sebab kalau menjadi kaya pun tak akan membawa ke kubur. Tapi itu adalah satu paradigma yang salah. Tiada salah, tidak salah untuk jadi kaya, sebab kalau kita menjadi kaya, so kita boleh membuat sumbangan ataupun memberi sedekah ataupun derma. Dan seterusnya adalah menjadi hebat dengan sabar, syukur dan juga zuhud. Itu zuhud iaitu kita menerima seadanya dalam konteks keduniaan. Tak semestinya kita tinggal terus, tapi menerima seadanya. Dalam konteks menuju afala, kita perlu lihat kejayaan hakiki dunia dan juga akhirat. Di sini dinyatakan bahawa so Allah menyatakan dalam surah Al-Baqarah, Allah menghalalkan jual beli dan mengharamkan riba. Melalui riwayat At-Tirmizi, dorongan atas kamu ialah perniagaan kerana di dalamnya 9/10 adalah punca rezeki. Amalan kerohanan dalam keusahanan ada 5 tema di sini, iaitu yakin kuasa Allah, tawakal, akhlak, amalan dan qanaah. Dalam yakin kuasa Allah dekat sini ada 2 tema, iaitu percaya bahawa rezeki adalah kurniaan daripada Allah semata dan pentingnya hubungan dalam konteks hamba dengan Allah. Seterusnya adalah konsep tawakal yang kedua, iaitu ada 2 subtema juga, iaitu berusaha dengan sedaya upaya, kena rajin usaha dulu, dan seterusnya berserah kepada ketentuan Allah. Tema yang ketiga adalah merujuk akhlak, iaitu merujuk kepada 3 subtema, menyempurnakan amanah, jujur dan ikhlas, menjauhi segala bentuk yang dilarang agama. Seterusnya tema dan amalan skop fardu ain dan kifayah, iaitu niat yang betul, doa, solat, mengeluarkan zakat dan juga bersedekah. Dan seterusnya tema terakhir ialah qanaah, iaitu 2 subtema, bersyukur atau mencukupi dengan apa yang diperolehi dan reda terhadap ketentuan ilahi dengan sabar. Dalam menghadapi cabaran globalisasi era COVID-19, terdapat cabaran yang dihadapi oleh usahawan dalam memajukan perniagaan mereka. Dalam konteks pandemik COVID-19 menyerang dunia, seterusnya menambahkan lagi cabaran mereka kerana cabaran ini, COVID-19 pandemik ini memberi impak negatif kepada pertumbuhan ekonomi negara dan juga dunia. Dalam konteks Malaysia, beberapa pakej dilaksanakan, antaranya adalah pakej rancangan ekonomi prihatin rakyat dan plan jana semula ekonomi penjana, iaitu membantu usahawan kecil dan sederhana PKS supaya mereka terus beroperasi walaupun dalam keadaan getir dan sukar. Pandemik COVID-19 juga mengubah dan mencetus fenomena baru aktiviti perniagaan, khususnya dalam kalangan peniaga kecil-kecilan. Dan antara yang penting di sini adalah usaha menjadi bahawa perniagaan digital merupakan transformasi utama sebagai strategi teras perniagaan di samping sesuai sebagai realiti norma baru perniagaan pada masa hadapan. Penggunaan e-dagang sebagai sumber keunggulan bersaing dalam perusahaan, antaranya adalah isu kelayakan pihak yang terlibat dalam kontrak jual beli. Transaksi jual beli yang melakukan kontrak, penjual pembeli haruslah memenuhi syarat keahlian yang ditetapkan oleh syarak. Keahlian di sini adalah kedua pihak seharusnya terdiri daripada orang yang berakal dan memais dan tidak disyaratkan balik. Isu barang jualan e-dagang, bagi penjualan barang yang masih belum ada, kebanyakan pendapat ulama membenarkan pelaksanaannya dengan syarat ia mengikut syarat jual beli salam dan tidak sah jika dilakukan dengan cara jual beli yang biasa, iaitu barang yang dijual perlu dinyatakan sifat dan cirinya sama ada dari segi jenis barang, kualiti, jumlah dan sebagainya. Yang kedua, barang yang dijual mampu diserahkan oleh pembeli kepada penjual berdasarkan tempoh yang ditetapkan. Lafaz salam atau salaf yang jelas menunjukkan niat untuk suatu kontrak pendahuluan modal. Khususnya adalah bentuk kontrak e-dagang. So, e-dagang berlaku yang kontrak secara digital di mana komputer pembeli berinteraksi dengan komputer penjual. Komputer pembeli berinteraksi dengan komputer penjual dan setiap data yang dihantar melalui dua buah komputer tersebut boleh dicetak, maka kontrak yang berlaku dalam e-dagang ialah kontrak secara bertulis. Kontrak dilakukan secara bertulis sama ada dalam kontrak yang diluluskan secara lafaz. Potensi e-dagang, antara kebaikan e-dagang adalah peluang yang lebih besar, di mana pelanggan boleh membeli barangan secara atas talian disebabkan oleh faktor kepercayaan dan keselamatan. Antara faktor keselamatan adalah tentang berkaitan dengan kes COVID-19 yang bertambah dari sehari ke sehari, mengakibatkan pelanggan menjalankan menggalakkan pembelian secara atas talian. Dan seterusnya adalah potensi e-dagang dalam pasaran yang lebih luas. Platform e-dagang mampu mencapai jangkauan yang lebih luas berbanding perniagaan secara fizikal. Boleh mencapai jangkauan dalam negara dan juga di luar negara secara global. Dan seterusnya mengoptimalkan keuntungan. Perniagaan secara atas talian juga boleh mengurangkan kos pemasaran produk dengan cara free marketing. Dan seterusnya mengoptimalkan konsep afalah, iaitu kemenangan, kejayaan seseorang yang taat, beramal soleh dan bersih daripada unsur syirik dengan keimanan yang dimilikinya. Akhir sekali, kesimpulan, keusahawanan merupakan bidang strategik yang perlu diceburi oleh lebih ramai umat Islam. Selain daripada objektif ekonomi, usaha mengandungi nilai-nilai murni yang harus dihayati oleh masyarakat Islam. Perniagaan dan keusahaan itu merupakan kejayaan yang mendapat tempat yang cukup istimewa dalam Islam. Kesedaran perlu diterapkan kepada keseluruhan lapisan masyarakat Islam melalui pemberian nilai dan juga sikap keusahawanan. Khususnya, bidang keusahawanan mampu meningkatkan kemampuan diri untuk meningkatkan taraf sosial dan juga ekonomi dan menjadikan perniagaan dan keusahawanan sebagai bidang kerjaya pilihan di masa akan datang. Sekian dari saya, Anita Ismail. Terima kasih dan jumpa lagi next conference.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, we cannot hear you.
Thank you. Ni saya cakap seorang-seorang tadi ya. Okey, alright. Terima kasih Dr. Anita di atas perkongsian yang sangat menarik. Tapi kita nak dengar juga Dr. Anita berbicara secara live. Mungkin memberikan sedikit ringkasan ataupun kesimpulan sedikit berkenaan dengan tajuk yang disampaikan tadi, Doktor.
Okey, so terima kasih Tuan Pengerusi. Apa yang saya nak share dalam konteks COVID-19 ni, so kalau kita tengok dari segi peluang perniagaan so ramai sebenarnya membuka peluang-peluang perniagaan kepada usahawan-usahawan kecil. Memang kita nampak perniagaan besar ni dia mengalami masalah juga. Dan bila kalau kita tengok dari segi kitaran, bila dah besar dan kemudian dia akan pusing, dia akan jadi kecil. Dan kecil-kecil, lepas tu dia akan jadi besar. Jadi kalau kita tengok sebelum ni multinational company, banyak multinational company affected. Macam dengan Asia, company yang besar affected, hotel-hotel yang besar affected. Dan kemudian lepas tu kita tengok bila COVID-19 ni kambing-kambing yang kecil ataupun usahawan yang kecil dah start mula berkembang. Jadi dia dah jadi macam satu kitaran, circle dekat situ. So even pelajar-pelajar kita pun start buat bisnes, ramai suri rumah buat bisnes, orang yang berhenti kerja start buat bisnes, itu merupakan satu peluang juga walaupun kita lihat COVID-19 ni memberi kesan yang sangat kritikal, tetapi Allah adil, so dia memberi peluang yang lain. So saya nak maklumkan juga anak saya yang tengah belajar pun buat dalam bisnes dan dia start buat bisnes secara online, Shopee. Dan alhamdulillah dia ada market niche-nya yang tersendiri, just nak to share saja sebab kita ada benda yang kita rasa macam tadi saya mention tentang peluang perniagaan, start dengan apa yang ada di tangan. Abdul Rahman bin Auf start dengan apa yang ada di tangan. So masa dia berhijrah ke Madinah tu dia start jual minyak wangi dulu. So sebab masa tu dia bawa, sebab kalau dia nak buat benda lain dia besar. So dia buat minyak wangi, dia kecil-kecil kan, start dengan apa. So just to share, anak saya start bisnes dengan apa yang ada di tangan. Sebab masa kami makan kuih seafood, kemudian sedap, lepas tu kami start jual. Dan dia ada market niche-nya yang tersendiri. Sebab kuih seafood ni macam dengan kuih seafood je. Tapi alhamdulillah, start dah masuk pasaran. Tak adalah masuk pasaran global, tapi alhamdulillah ada. So mini step so ada konsep start dengan apa yang ada di tangan. So walaupun kita menghadapi kesan COVID-19 insya-Allah so dengan adanya platform e-commerce secara atas talian insya-Allah so kita boleh dan nak jadi usahawan tu kita cek balik sifat-sifat usahawan Rasulullah, cek balik sifat-sifat sahabat-sahabat Rasulullah. Dan kalau kita lihat bahawa so actually sahabat-sahabat Rasulullah tu ramai sebenarnya yang kaya, dan kita pun ada paradigma tak payahlah jadi kaya, nanti susah nak jawab ke akhirat nanti. Itu adalah satu paradigma yang salah sebenarnya sebab kalau kita kaji ramai sebenarnya sahabat-sahabat Rasulullah yang kaya, termasuklah isteri baginda sendiri Siti Khadijah. Itu ada beberapa paradigma yang kita kena ubah sebenarnya, sebab takut juga sebenarnya nak jadi kaya, tapi tak semestinya sebab kalau kita kaya lagi banyak yang kita boleh derma. Okey, insya-Allah itu saja daripada saya.
Alright, terima kasih Dr. Anita. Di atas dia sempat dia promote sikit kuih seafood dah.
Saya ada soalan nak tanya.
Ya, silakan Dr. Umi, sila.
Doktor, kuih seafood Kak Anita memang sedap. Boleh beli. Okay, Kak Anita saya nak tanya, macam in this case kan, macam sekarang ni kita mencari satu alternatif. Clear tak suara saya?
Ya.
Untuk mencari satu alternatif, maksudnya kita nak involve dalam e-dagang lah. Contohnya macam, tapi kita melihat kepada satu keadaan seolah-olah macam student tu dia tak tahu ke mana haluan dia nak start. Maksudnya dia tak where to start sebenarnya dia punya platform tu. So macam for you yourself Kak Rita yang memang dalam bidang e-dagang ni kan. So kalau kita for the newcomers lah ataupun kita kata newbies ni, kita dah ada barang tapi macam mana kita nak approach untuk kita explore benda tu? Adakah kita kena attend certain class ataupun ada certain buku yang boleh kita jadikan reference ataupun certain modul contohnya?
Okey, so terima kasih Dr. Ubi atas pertanyaan tadi. Kalau kita tak tahu nak start macam mana, especially nak start dengan e-dagang tu, of course kita kena tengok buku ataupun kena tengok dekat website. Sebenarnya dekat dalam website ni ada banyak platform-platform yang orang ajar untuk buat bisnes secara online ni sebenarnya. Cuma nak kena godek aja. InsyaAllah banyak, carilah mana-mana pun ada. Dan kita ada banyak macam dengan Najib tu semua. So ada banyak influencer sebenarnya yang boleh ajar kita untuk start bisnes secara e-dagang insyaAllah. Cuma nak godek dengan tak godek saja itu.
Okey, mungkin ada lagi soalan daripada ni, topik hangat ni petang-petang ni, mungkin kita kena buka sikit apa topik yang
Assalamualaikum Doktor.
Silakan Dr. Asia, terus kepada soalannya.
Just untuk share lah, saya rasa macam tajuk Dr. Anita ni sangat menarik lah. Sebab saya pun kajian dalam bidang entrepreneurship. yang mana kita tengok pada masa sekarang ni kebanyakannya kita ambil teori dan model daripada konvensional lah, yang macam saya ada sebut tadi lah, yang need of achievement, internal locus of control, memang tu daripada western, dan dalam kajian saya dah terbukti dah sifat-sifat tu memang mungkinlah kebetulan tidak support untuk kejayaan usahawan, terutamanya di kalangan Muslim. Dan saya sangat interested lah dengan yang Dr. Anita present tadi, yang mana ciri-ciri usahawan Muslim yang berjaya ni, dia macam agak berlainan dengan kajian yang konvensional, disebabkan yang pertama saya nampak dari segi matlamat tu sendirilah. Dan saya dah baca juga banyak paper yang Islamic entrepreneur. So far ni saya tak nampak lagi yang macam yang memang betul-betul empirical study yang boleh buktikan ciri ciri-ciri entrepreneur, especially online entrepreneur lah, yang kita boleh jadikan satu model untuk model Muslim entrepreneur. Itu mungkinlah Dr. Anita boleh take note benda ni, dan mungkin kita sama-sama tengok lah. Itu daripada saya.
Propose new model lah yang kita boleh jadi guide. Macam kalau dalam leadership kan kita ada prophet kan, prophet Islamic leadership. Contohnya macam tu.
Mungkin Dr. Anita lah jadi pioneer untuk di saya rasa menarik sebabnya daripada yang saya baca paper sebelum ni pun lebih kepada dia just macam konsep sahajalah, tidak belum yang betul-betul empirical. Yang kalau kata empirical pun belum lagi dapat propose satu framework yang solid lah. Itu daripada saya lah.
Okay, so highlightkan ciri-ciri prophet ke yang boleh apply kan. Kita bagi cadangan, yang nak buat je dia.
Buatnya tak ada masa. Tapi baca rajin jugalah.
Okey, saya nak tambah sikit sebab sebenarnya ada kajian empirikal tentang amalan kerohanian dalam usahawan ni. So dia tanya tentang apa, yakin kuasa Allah, tawakal, akhlak, amalan dan juga qanaah. Memang ada sebenarnya kajian empirikal. Sebab dalam soalan tu bila dibuat kajian empirikal, so buat questionnaire apa semua kan, so dia tanya dekat usahawan tu, solat tinggal ke tak tinggal. Lepas tu dia tanya tentang sedekah, berapa banyak sedekah, lepas tu semayang tahajud ke apa ke. Memang dia tanya sangat-sangat spesifik dan melibatkan elemen kerohanian macam tu. Memang ada. Dan masa tu dia buat kajian lebih pada kajian kualitatif, dan InsyaAllah dia punya data tu kita boleh gunalah kot. Walaupun kualitatif tanya solat ke tak solat, orang akan jawab solat lah kan. Tapi bila dikaitkan dengan kejayaan dekat situ, so kita boleh daripada kajian sebelum ni, jadi memang nampaklah usahawan yang mengamalkan elemen-elemen kerohanian, ketakwaan tu semua, dan Alhamdulillah memang ada perkaitan, dan Alhamdulillah dia sukses. So kita boleh katakan insyaAllah sukses dunia dan akhirat. Tapi memang soalan tu memang dia tanya solat tak solat, sedekah banyak mana, apa semua. So sampai ditanya soalan semayang tak semayang kan, macam agak spesifik. Dan di samping soalan-soalan yang lain yang spesifik, memang kajian dibuat. Actually dia lebih pada yang kajian empirikal kualitatif. Okay. So kita sekarang dalam bentuk nak memodelkan apa sebenarnya yang dikatakan sebagai, walaupun elemen agama, tapi kita dalam proses untuk memodelkan ataupun membentuk satu kriteria-kriteria yang kita boleh dikatakan sebagai usahawan yang bertakwa macam tu. InsyaAllah. Okey, je boleh. Nanti Dr. Umi, Dr. Alsyah, nanti kita sama-sama.
Thank you Kak Nita.
Okey, terima kasih Dr. Anita. Terima kasih Mr. Chairman.
Ada alliance lah dalam ni.
Ada, dia kacau
ada alliance. Okay, alright. Thank you very much. Terima kasih Dr. Anita Ismail daripada ICEEM dan juga tim ICEEM di atas perdebatan yang agak hebat juga sebentar tadi. Sebenarnya memang banyaklah jika nak dilihat di sekarang ni di peringkat banyak orang digital kan, perniagaan mereka walaupun kecil, dan start from small. Okay. Alright, terima kasih. Saya nampak ada beberapa rakan-rakan baru yang hadir di sini. Terima kasih, dan minta share juga link kita di YouTube channel ICEEM Tijarah. sebagai live di YouTube channel. Okey. Jadi tanpa melengahkan masa, saya terus lagi dengan bahasa Melayu sementara kita membetulkan save the last presentation in English. So seterusnya saya ingin menjemput pembentang kita yang seterusnya, Wan Nur Azah Mamat alias Wan Mahmud, dengan pembentangan beliau yang bertajuk Niat Keusahawanan sebagai Kerjaya dalam Kalangan Pelajar Politeknik Kota Baru. Politeknik Kota Baru pun ada geng dia lah di sini. Okey, tak apa. Saya cuba mainkan video sebab my team dia dah betulkan. Terima kasih kepada my team, my technical team. Ya, sebentar ya. Saya cuba betulkan dulu video. Sebentar. Okay, ini ya, betul betul Puan videonya?
Ya, betul. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Tajuk kajian saya ialah niat keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya dalam kalangan pelajar Politeknik Kota Kinabalu. Penularan COVID-19 telah mendorong kepada peningkatan pengangguran di Malaysia. Menurut statistik, sehingga Februari 2021, kadar pengangguran di Malaysia mencecah 4.8% berbanding dengan tahun sebelumnya iaitu 3.3%, dan 29.3% daripada kadar pengangguran ini adalah dari kalangan siswaza. Justru itu, keusahawanan dilihat sebagai satu bentuk alternatif kepada kerjaya makan gaji. Menurut Loy, keusahawanan merupakan penggerak masyarakat. Ini adalah kerana keusahawanan dia melalui proses inovasi yang mencipta kepada pelaburan baru yang mana secara langsung akan merancakkan lagi perkembangan ekonomi negara. Kajian lepas menunjukkan sosioekonomi merupakan faktor yang mempengaruhi niat seseorang individu untuk melibatkan diri dalam keusahawanan. Menurut Kalitanya dan Bengkile, perbezaan latar belakang ekonomi, sistem nilai dan norma hidup masyarakat mempengaruhi tingkah laku seseorang individu terhadap kecenderungan melibatkan diri dalam keusahawanan. Oleh yang demikian, kajian ini ingin mengkaji pengaruh faktor sosioekonomi terhadap niat pelajar Politeknik Kota Kinabalu untuk menjadikan usahawan sebagai kerjaya. Ini adalah kerana perbezaan sosioekonomi di antara pelajar Semenanjung dan pelajar di Borneo mungkin memberi dapatan yang berbeza. Berikut merupakan dapatan kajian lepas yang menunjukkan jantina, prestasi akademik, program pengajian, penglibatan keluarga dalam keusahawanan, tahap pendidikan ibu bapa dan pendapatan isi rumah antara faktor sosioekonomi yang mempengaruhi niat pelajar untuk melibatkan diri dalam keusahawanan. Kajian ini menggunakan 130 orang pelajar semester akhir Politeknik Kota Kinabalu sebagai sampel kajian. Instrumen kajian yang digunakan adalah soal selidik dan kaedah pensampelan adalah rawak mudah, iaitu convenient sampling. Data kajian ini dianalisis secara deskriptif. Bukan hasil kajian. Secara umumnya, dapatan kajian menunjukkan niat pelajar Politeknik Kota Kinabalu untuk menjadikan keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya adalah pada tahap sederhana. Namun jika kita tengok secara terperinci, ada perbezaan di antara kumpulan dalam setiap faktor yang diuji. Iaitu jika kita tengok perempuan, dari segi pelajar perempuan didapati skor min lebih tinggi berbanding dengan pelajar lelaki. Dari segi program pengajian pula didapati pelajar dari program bukan teknikal iaitu JP dan JPH menunjukkan skor min yang lebih tinggi berbanding dengan pelajar dari program teknikal iaitu JKA, JKE dan juga JKM. Dari segi HPNM pula didapati pelajar yang cemerlang iaitu HPNM 3.5 hingga 4 menunjukkan skor yang tertinggi berbanding dengan lain-lain pelajar. Manakala dari segi penglibatan ahli keluarga dalam keusahawanan didapati pelajar yang mempunyai ibu ataupun bapa yang terlibat dalam keusahawanan menunjukkan skor yang tertinggi. Skor min yang tertinggi berbanding dengan lain-lain kumpulan. Dan satu lagi yang kita boleh tengok ialah perbezaan dari segi penglibatan ahli skor yang tinggi untuk semua kategori berbanding dengan pelajar yang langsung tiada ahli keluarganya terlibat dalam keusahawanan. Berbalik kepada tahap pendidikan tertinggi ibu pula, didapati bahawa skor adalah tertinggi apabila pelajar mempunyai ibu yang mempunyai pendidikan tertinggi dia adalah sekolah rendah ataupun menengah. Dan skor ini semakin berkurangan apabila tahap pendidikan ibu meningkat, iaitu pada tahap diploma ataupun ijazah sarjana muda. Manakala dari segi tahap pendidikan bapa juga, didapati pelajar yang mempunyai bapa yang tiada pendidikan formal menunjukkan skor min yang tertinggi berbanding dengan lain-lain kumpulan. Dan skor min ini berkurangan apabila tahap pendidikan bapa meningkat. Dan akhir sekali kita tengok pendapatan bulanan isi rumah. Pendapatan bulanan isi rumah adalah kalau kita tengok skor min tertinggi ditunjukkan oleh pelajar yang dalam kategori T20, iaitu pelajar berpendapatan tinggi. Dan skor yang terendah ditunjukkan oleh pelajar dari golongan berpendapatan rendah, iaitu B41. Berikut merupakan penyataan untuk penyataan yang mendapat skor sekurang-kurangnya 4, yang mana menggambarkan niat keusahawanan pada tahap tinggi. Kalau dilihat di sini, penyataan yang mendapat perhatian pelajar adalah B8, yang menjadi pilihan pelajar adalah B8, iaitu saya ingin menjadi majikan kepada diri sendiri. Penyataan ini kerap mendapat skor yang melebihi 4. Okay? So, keadaan ini menunjukkan bahawa kecenderungan pelajar untuk menjadikan usahawan ini sebagai kerjaya adalah dorongan utamanya adalah kerana ingin menjadi majikan kepada diri sendiri. Dan satu lagi yang kita boleh tengok di sini ialah skor yang penyataan yang tinggi banyak diperolehi oleh faktor penglibatan, banyak dicatat oleh faktor penglibatan ibu bapa dalam keusahawanan. Keadaan yang menunjukkan bahawa ibu bapa ni merupakan pengaruh utama ataupun motivasi utama kepada pelajar untuk melibatkan diri dalam keusahawanan. Berikut merupakan skor yang rendah, iaitu skor antara 2 hingga 2.99, yang mana menggambarkan niat keusahawanan pada tahap rendah. Kalau dilihat penyataan yang kerap mendapat yang mencatatkan rendah, skor yang rendah adalah B10, iaitu saya akan memulakan perniagaan saya dalam tempoh 10 tahun selepas bergraduat. Keadaan ini kita boleh simpulkan bahawa mungkin pelajar merasakan tempoh 10 tahun ni adalah terlalu lewat, telah terlewat untuk mereka memulakan perniagaan, untuk memulakan kerjaya sebagai usahawan. Justru itu penyataan ini kurang menjadi pilihan pelajar. Berdasarkan kedapatan kajian ini dapatlah disimpulkan bahawa yang pertama, niat keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya pelajar Politeknik Kota Kinabalu adalah pada tahap sederhana. Yang kedua, niat keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya adalah lebih tinggi di kalangan pelajar perempuan berbanding dengan pelajar lelaki. Yang ketiga, niat keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya adalah lebih tinggi di kalangan pelajar yang program teknikal berbanding dengan niat keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya adalah lebih tinggi di kalangan pelajar program bukan teknikal berbanding dengan pelajar dari program teknikal. Yang keempat, niat keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya pelajar yang mempunyai prestasi akademik yang cemerlang adalah lebih tinggi berbanding dengan pelajar yang prestasi akademiknya baik dan sederhana. Yang kelima, niat keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya adalah lebih tinggi di kalangan pelajar yang mempunyai keluarga usahawan berbanding dengan pelajar yang tidak mempunyai keluarga dari yang terdiri dari usahawan. Yang keenam, niat keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya adalah lebih tinggi dalam kalangan pelajar yang ibu bapanya berpendidikan rendah berbanding dengan ibu bapa yang berpendidikan lebih tinggi. Dan akhir sekali, niat keusahawanan sebagai kerjaya adalah lebih tinggi di kalangan pelajar yang pendapatan keluarganya di bawah T20, iaitu berpendapatan tinggi berbanding dengan lain-lain kategori pendapatan. Jadi itu sahaja pembentangan dari saya. Sekian, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih diucapkan kepada Puan Wan Nur Azhar di atas pembentangan. Ini belum apa-apa lagi. Niat tu, niat tu penting. Okey, boleh summary sikit berkenaan dengan ni sebab we have some participant from this one from Nigeria, my friend Mr. Adamu, and we also have a participant presenters, also my friends Mr. Sagar from India. So tak apa, nak explain Melayu pun tak apa, nanti saya boleh explain pada mereka, tak ada masalah. Silakan, kena mute dulu, unmute dulu. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so in this research, the main focus is on socio-economy. Socio-economy was the main focus in this research because socio-economy element such as a family background, education level of parents among students in Polytechnic Kota Kinabalu quite different between East and Peninsular Malaysian students. So therefore, the findings in this research show that the main factors in motivating students' intention to make entrepreneurships as their career is the influence of their parents, as influence of their family, especially their parents. So the main motivation why they want to involve, they tend to choose entrepreneurship as their career is because they want to be employer for themselves. So that is the main focus. So therefore, to increase the student intention towards entrepreneurships as their career, so it is important to us to disclose them with the role model, role model, because the influence of the family is the main factor that make them tends to involve in the entrepreneurship. And emphasis also must be made to the non-technical student, technical student, technical student, because they have intention to involve in the entrepreneurship, but maybe they lack of knowledge in entrepreneurship. So maybe we need to emphasis on them, and in terms of disclose them to the experimental learning, I don't know, and then maybe continuous encouragement, to make them involved in the entrepreneurship. Okay, that's all from me.
Right, saya cakap Melayu juga lah. Saya tertarik dengan satu pernyataan di kesimpulan tadi. Orang lelaki malih nak keusahawanan tu, macam mana tu?
Okay, sebab ada dapatan saya ni mendapati kalau kajian di PKK ni, perempuan lebih berminat pelajar PKK dalam keusahawanan. Sebab saya rasa, ini pandangan saya tidak go further kepada ni lah details dia. Sebab kalau kita tengok sekarang ni, bila COVID-19, dia banyak bisnes online. Dan bisnes online ni, kalau kebanyakan pelajar PKK ni, sebenarnya perempuan dia lebih tendensi untuk terlibat dalam bisnes online. Yang macam Dr. Anita cakap tadi lah, dia orang banyak bisnes macam tudung, kuih raya kan. So sebab di PKK ni kita ada pelajar yang paling banyak tendensi untuk terlibat usahawan ni ialah pelajar hospitality. Hospitality ni adalah pelajar dari hotel catering. Hotel catering. Dan perempuan ni dia rajin, dia buat kuih raya. Yang saya tengok ialah student ni dia banyak buat kuih raya, makanan-makanan dan iklan. dan pensyarah sendiri pun ada beli sebenarnya. Okay, so sebab pelajar PKK ni kebanyakannya dia bukan duduk jauh, dia dalam sekitar Kota Kinabalu, dan kalau yang jauh pun saya pun pernah beli dari student juga. Biasanya dia orang post guna bas lah. Dia bukan area yang terlalu jauh lah. Paling jauh pun dekat area Tawau lah. Itulah.
Tawau jauh bro, Tawau.
Ya,
jauh.
Biasanya dia orang post akan bas. Esok pagi sampai sudah tu. Kuih raya lah. Kuih lah biasanya. Dan perempuan yang suka buat benda tu.
Ya.
Memang perempuan. Lelaki dia jarang sikit lah.
Mana pergi apa generasi lelaki ni payah tu. Okey, tak apa. Okey, ada ya. Silakan. Puan Mazda, terus pada soalannya.
Okay, Doctor. Actually, I'm interested with your presentation today. Maybe accidentally my son dua-dua daripada politeknik, satu ambil technical and the other one ambil business, international business. So what happened? Yeah, but in here, first diorang business dengan menjual di tepi jalan je lah. So what happened bila mungkin saya rasa memang parents bantu. Saya mensyorkanlah, mencadangkan sekiranya study doktor ni maybe boleh membantu especially student-student poli supaya ada satu inisiatif membantu daripada segi insentif, for example untuk diorang nak start business tu. Okay, so actually so what happened bila dia dah business dengan yang menjual kat tepi jalan ni, so kita parents membantulah. So but now lelaki, this bos lelaki, so bila diorang dah fed up sebab yalah nak kena buat kerja, so memang asalnya target dia nak jadi majikan kepada diri sendiri. Dia nak jadi majikan. Dia tak nak jadi macam mak dia yang bukan jadi majikan. So dia kata nak jadi majikan. So what happen now? Because lelaki, so diorang buat Grab, buat Panda macam tu. So diorang go for it. So maybe mungkin kajian doktor ni boleh membantulah daripada segi mencadangkan kepada mungkin ada satu kurikulum baru ke saya sangat minat dengan kajian doktor.
Menarik juga.
Okay.
Betul.
Saya kalau bab gender ni memang saya terkejut sikit lah. Sebab saya sendiri pun bukanlah background marketing dan sebagainya, tapi saya bidang saya di dalam bidang marketing, dan memang daripada kecil kita parents kita mengajar menjual ini dan itu, dan lalas tiba time PKP ni kembali pula saya pula kena mengajar kita ajar anak-anak lah berkenaan dengan bisnes kecil. Okay, my friend from Nigeria ni Mr. Adamu Abu Bakar, dia tengok ada raise some hands, maybe they want to share something from Nigeria. Mr. Adamu?
Please.
Please, you want to share something?
Please, Mr. Adamu.
Hi, how are you?
Sorry.
Your sound jauh sangat. Your sound is not very clear, but it's okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam. Long time no see you. This is the last education conference. So
I wish you all the.
Okay. All right. So what you want to share about this topic about
but what I understand concerning this paper, issue of COVID-19 become like a world pandemic. It's a problem all over the world now. More especially we Muslims, we are witnessing a very terrible situation now, more especially concerning of ineligibility to perform Hajj very well, to perform Umrah very well. Our businesses almost be stopped in many different countries, restriction of movement, school attendance, more especially in low-income countries like Nigeria, where learning through internet or online teaching and learning process is not adequately followed. So Alhamdulillah, if you consider all these problems, really similar of these papers in this conference can help, inshallah, if we follow all the recommendations presented by the presenters and more scholars, more especially you organizers and moderators concerning this whole pandemic. Jazakumullahu khairan. May Allah help us and then uplift you to the highest level, you and all the moderators there in Malaysia. Jazakumullahu khairan.
Thank you very much for your cakap seorang lagi. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Adamu Abu Bakar from Nigeria. Which part? Lagos or what? Which part? Lagos?
From Federal University of Kashere, Gombe State, northeastern part of the northeastern part of Nigeria.
Send my regrets to other delegates, especially Dr. Ma'ruf and so on. Okay. Okay. Itu adalah alright. Okay, itu adalah sebuah sedikit berkenaan dengan apa keadaan di Nigeria. Sebenarnya bila kita perhatikan tadi di Bangladesh, di India, almost the same. People are struggling, but I think most of like Puan Nur Azhar say that this digital business, this small business, we have to teach from maybe from the root to this one. Again, thank you very much, Madam Nur Aziza, for the lovely presentation.
Okay, sama-sama.
Alright. Okay. Now I will jump to the next presenter, also in Bahasa. So I will try my best to explain to our international friends here, international audience. Without further ado, saya mempersilakan Puan Rohasnawati Matmuzi dengan menyampaikan presentation beliau yang bertajuk persepsi pelajar terhadap peranan pensyarah perakaunan, the accounting lecturers. So the perception of the students dalam memupuk minat, to encourage the minat dan kecenderungan pelajar. Dipersilakan. Sebentar ya, saya cuba mainkan video. Yang ni ya Puan, betul ya?
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Tajuk kajian saya adalah pengaruh peranan pensyarah terhadap minat dan kecenderungan pelajar dalam subjek perakaunan. Pensyarah merupakan penggerak utama di dalam suatu aktiviti pengajaran dan pembelajaran di dalam kelas supaya aktiviti yang berlaku dalam kelas tersebut dapat berjalan dengan aktif dan juga berkesan. Pensyarah bukan sahaja dilihat sebagai pengajar konten sesuatu subjek, tetapi juga sebagai pembimbing pembelajaran, pemberi motivasi dan pencetus minat pelajar terhadap sesuatu subjek. Ini menurut Sintayehu 2014. Menurut Siti Muhibah dan Zaiti 2018 pula, kemenjadian pelajar mempunyai hubungan yang signifikan dengan kemenjadian pensyarah. Ini menunjukkan pensyarah atau guru
Hello. Ada ke? Macam ada problem sikit tadi.
Ada.
Sekejap. Saya mainkan balik video tadi ya, Puan Razlawati.
Okay.
Sorry ya, macam ada problem sikit tadi.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Tajuk kajian saya adalah pengaruh peranan pensyarah terhadap minat dan kecenderungan pelajar dalam subjek perakaunan. Pensyarah merupakan penggerak utama di dalam sesuatu aktiviti pengajaran dan pembelajaran di dalam kelas supaya aktiviti yang berlaku dalam kelas tersebut dapat berjalan dengan aktif dan juga berkesan. Pensyarah bukan sahaja dilihat sebagai pengajar konten sesuatu subjek, tetapi juga sebagai pembimbing pembelajaran, pemberi motivasi dan pencetus minat pelajar terhadap sesuatu subjek. Ini menurut Sintayehu 2014. Menurut Siti Muhibah dan Zeti 2018 pula, kemenjadian pelajar mempunyai hubungan yang signifikan dengan kemenjadian pensyarah. Ini menunjukkan pensyarah atau guru yang berkualiti boleh merangsang minat pelajar terhadap sesuatu subjek semasa di dalam kelas. Dan ini lebih-lebih lagi jika subjek tersebut adalah sesuatu subjek yang dianggap sukar dan juga kurang popular di kalangan pelajar. Di Politeknik Kota Kinabalu, subjek DPA 10183 dan subjek DTM 5013 adalah subjek basic accounting yang wajib diambil oleh pelajar Jabatan Perdagangan dan pelajar Jabatan Pelancongan dan Hospitality. Oleh kerana pelajar-pelajar ini bukan merupakan pelajar perakaunan, maka mereka seringkali menganggap subjek ini adalah subjek yang sukar dan kurang digemari oleh mereka. Berdasarkan laporan pencapaian hasil pembelajaran bagi sesi Jun 2019 dan Disember 2019, didapati bagi kesemua kelas yang mengambil subjek berkenaan, hasil pembelajaran yang ditunjukkan adalah berada di tahap yang agak membimbangkan. Bagi setiap kelas terdapat hasil pembelajaran yang tidak mencapai 70%. Ini lebih-lebih lagi bila mana subjek itu melibatkan pelajar Jabatan Pelancongan dan Hospitality, di mana pada sesi Jun 2019 bagi kelas DHM3, bagi subjek DTM 5013, kesemua CLO menunjukkan peningkatan yang kurang, menunjukkan pencapaian kurang daripada 70% pada sesi Jun 2019. Merujuk kepada laporan pencapaian hasil pembelajaran ini, penyelidik telah membuat satu tinjauan awal berkaitan tanggapan pelajar terhadap subjek ini. Hasil tinjauan mendapati 57% daripada pelajar tidak berminat dengan subjek ini. Manakala 55% mengatakan mereka tertekan setiap kali mengikuti subjek ini di dalam kelas. 90% mengatakan mereka bimbang akan gagal subjek ini dalam peperiksaan, manakala 62% pula mengatakan jika diberi pilihan mereka tidak akan memilih subjek ini untuk diambil di politeknik. Hasil tinjauan ini menunjukkan sememangnya subjek ini memang merupakan subjek yang kurang popular di kalangan pelajar bukan perakaunan. Namun jika keadaan ini dibiarkan, ia dibimbangi akan memberi kesan yang tidak baik terhadap pencapaian hasil pembelajaran program secara keseluruhan. Sehubungan itu timbul persoalan, adakah pensyarah di dalam kelas mampu memupuk minat pelajar bukan perakaunan ini terhadap subjek dan seterusnya mengubah tanggapan negatif mereka. Oleh itu, kajian ini dilakukan untuk menilai persepsi pelajar bukan perakaunan terhadap pengaruh peranan pensyarah dalam memupuk minat dan kecenderungan mereka terhadap subjek perakaunan. Kajian ini dibangunkan berdasarkan kajian-kajian lepas yang melihat kepada faktor mempengaruhi minat dan pencapaian pelajar serta strategi pengajaran yang berkesan. Berdasarkan kajian lepas oleh Nur Erma dan Leong 2014, Siti Nur Ashikin dan Nur Azam 2015, Siti Hasmiza dan Siti Fatimah 2018 dan Rohani et al. 2010 telah membuktikan sikap, minat dan gaya pengajaran pensyarah akan memupuk minat pelajar di dalam kelas terhadap sesuatu subjek. Kajian lepas juga mengatakan teknik dan kaedah yang mudah diikuti dalam kelas akan memupuk minat pelajar serta sikap toleransi pensyarah terhadap pelajar di dalam kelas serta kualiti pensyarah sendiri akan meningkatkan
Video stop, Dr.
terhadap pengaruh peranan pensyarah dalam memupuk minat dan kecenderungan mereka terhadap subjek perakaunan. Kajian ini dibangunkan berdasarkan kajian-kajian lepas yang melihat kepada faktor mempengaruhi minat dan pencapaian pelajar serta strategi pengajaran yang berkesan. Berdasarkan kajian lepas oleh Nur Erma dan Leong 2014, Siti Nur Ashikin dan Nur Azam 2015, Siti Hasmiza dan Siti Fatimah 2018 dan Rohani et al. 2010 telah membuktikan sikap, minat dan gaya pengajaran pensyarah akan memupuk minat pelajar di dalam kelas terhadap sesuatu subjek. Kajian lepas juga mengatakan teknik dan kaedah yang mudah diikuti dalam kelas akan memupuk minat pelajar serta sikap toleransi pensyarah terhadap pelajar di dalam kelas serta kualiti pensyarah sendiri akan meningkatkan komitmen pelajar untuk belajar sesuatu subjek. Manakala bagi strategi pengajaran berkesan pula, Muhammad Aziz et al. 2014, Moriza et al. 2017 dan Lezah atau Lejah dan Rozi 2018 telah membuktikan pelbagai teknik mengajar yang digunakan semasa pengajaran dan pembelajaran mampu menarik minat pelajar dan pelajar juga didapati lebih menggemari pengajaran berpusatkan belajar. Kajian ini adalah kajian berbentuk kajian tinjauan dan sampel yang dipilih adalah terdiri daripada pelajar semester 1, program diploma pemasaran dan diploma pengurusan logistik dan rangkaian bekalan, pelajar semester 3, diploma pengurusan hotel dan diploma pengurusan resort bagi sesi Jun 2020 dan sesi Disember 2020 yang mengambil subjek Basic Accounting. Kutipan data dibuat melalui borang soal selidik dan kaedah analisis data adalah menggunakan analisis deskriptif yang mana kita akan melihat nilai purata dan sisihan piawai dan juga analisis regresi linear untuk menguji hubungan di antara pemboleh buah bersandar dan tidak bersandar. Dapatan kajian menunjukkan untuk analisis yang pertama iaitu analisis demografi, didapati pelajar perempuan lebih ramai yang memberikan maklum balas iaitu sebanyak 71.3% berbanding pelajar lelaki 28.7%. Dan bagi program diploma pemasaran DPR mencatatkan respon yang lebih tinggi 33% dan yang terendah adalah dari program diploma pengurusan hotel 16.5%. Bagi analisis deskriptif, penyelidik membahagikan kepada dua bahagian iaitu bahagian A, peranan pensyarah di dalam kelas dan juga bahagian B, kesan terhadap minat dan kecenderungan. Secara keseluruhannya bagi bahagian A, skor dapatan adalah sederhana dengan nilai min 3.91 dan item A2 pensyarah membincangkan objektif pembelajaran dan hasil yang diinginkan pada permulaan kelas, dan A10 secara keseluruhannya saya boleh katakan pensyarah telah memainkan peranan yang baik dalam membimbing saya bagi subjek ini, dan A13 pensyarah sering menerapkan nilai-nilai positif dalam perkembangan pembelajaran pelajar, mencatatkan nilai min yang tinggi. Manakala bagi bahagian B, iaitu kesan terhadap minat dan kecenderungan, skor juga adalah sederhana dengan nilai min 3.68. Bagi analisis regresi linear pula, dapatan menunjukkan pemboleh ubah peranan pensyarah di dalam kelas secara positif mempengaruhi pemboleh ubah minat dan kecenderungan pelajar terhadap subjek di kalangan pelajar bukan perakaunan. Dan ini menunjukkan semakin besar peranan pensyarah di dalam kelas, semakin tinggi minat pelajar terhadap subjek tersebut. Sebagai kesimpulannya, responden bersetuju bahawa pensyarah yang menjalankan peranan yang baik di dalam kelas dapat membantu mereka mengikuti pembelajaran dengan lebih aktif dan seterusnya memupuk rasa minat terhadap subjek yang kurang popular di kalangan mereka. Dan responden juga bersetuju bahawa pensyarah sering menerapkan nilai-nilai positif dalam perkembangan pembelajaran pelajar dan ini akan mempengaruhi penguasaan ilmu dalam subjek yang berkaitan. Bagi pensyarah subjek perkaunan pula, mereka harus sentiasa peka dengan kebolehan dan kecenderungan pelajar terhadap subjek dan sentiasa berusaha memastikan tumpuan pelajar di dalam kelas tidak terganggu. Dan bagi pihak politeknik dicadangkan untuk memainkan peranan lebih aktif dalam memastikan setiap tenaga pengajarnya sentiasa meningkatkan tahap kompetensi melalui latihan dan bengkel yang sesuai dengan bidang masing-masing supaya aktiviti pengajaran dan pembelajaran di dalam kelas berjalan dengan lebih efektif. Sekian, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih diucapkan kepada Puan Haznawati Memaruzi di atas pembentangan beliau sebenarnya tadi. Mungkin sedikit kesimpulan secara live daripada Puan. Silakan Puan.
Okay, terima kasih Tuan Pengerusi. Assalamualaikum, selamat petang semua. Saya buat satu kajian yang simple ya untuk melihat sama ada pelajar-pelajar bukan perakaunan di politeknik dapat diubah tanggapan negatifnya berkenaan subjek ini kepada minat yang lebih baik dalam subjek berdasarkan peranan yang pensyarah mainkan dalam kelas. Sebab kajian lepas telah banyak buat kajian ya berkaitan dengan hubungan minat dengan pencapaian pelajar. Pelajar yang berminat dengan subjek dia akan menunjukkan pencapaian lebih baik dan ini ditunjukkan dalam tinjauan awal yang saya lakukan di mana sebab CLO ataupun hasil pembelajaran yang rendah yang dicatat oleh kedua-dua subjek ini adalah kerana minat pelajar yang kurang terhadap subjek. Jadi apa yang saya buat dalam kajian adalah untuk melihat sahaja dari satu aspek saja di mana sama ada peranan pensyarah dalam kelas itu boleh mengubah tanggapan pelajar bila mana pensyarah memainkan peranan dengan lebih baik dalam kelas. Saya rasa berdasarkan dapatan walaupun skor tidaklah sangat tinggi, hanya sederhana saja, tapi sedikit sebanyak ia menunjukkan pelajar dia akan rasa lebih seronok belajar dalam kelas bila mana pensyarah dapat mainkan peranan dengan lebih baik. Tuan Pengerusi.
Alright, terima kasih. Mungkin satu dua soalan daripada audiens kita sebelum saya pun nak tanya juga berkaitan dengan akaun ni. Satu dua soalan daripada rakan-rakan audiens kita di dalam conference ini. Silakan. Ada? Daripada Politek KK juga kan? Kota Baru
Ya,
juga?
betul.
Oh, ini
Politek Kota Kinabalu.
Satu bas ni.
Satu bas, satu bilik.
Okay. Satu bilik. Oh, okay. Oh, boleh di Sabah boleh work at office
Kami 60% hadir ke office. Ya.
Ada soalan daripada ni saya nak tanya ni berkenaan dengan akaun, pelajar akaun ni, macam mana kadang-kadang kita boleh nampak perbezaan kriteria pelajar akaun dengan pelajar biasa. Komen puan sikit macam mana nak belajar secara online akaun ni. Oh, susah ni.
Kalau berdasarkan pengalaman 2 semester kita kendalikan PNP secara online untuk subjek accounting, memang agak mencabar sebab subjek accounting walaupun dia bukan engineering lah tapi dia ada subjek yang teknikal. Kita perlu mengajar student kemahiran untuk sediakan akaun, ya. Jadinya bila kita buat secara online, lecturer memang aktif dalam kelas, tetapi student tu sendiri dia kena ada dia punya komitmen sendiri untuk terus buat, sebab kita masa dalam kelas hari tu kita boleh pantau dia buat satu-satu account daripada awal sampai habis dan kita tahu kat mana kekurangan dia dalam menyediakan satu set of account. Tapi bila kita buat online, kita hanya boleh bagi kita lecture dan kita tak dapat nak tengok hasil kerja dia tu. Jadi itu cabaran dia lah berbanding kalau kita ngajar subjek yang lebih berbentuk teori lah. Okey, sebab kami di Jabatan Perdagangan, jadi perbezaan tu antara student accounting dengan student yang non accounting, lebih mudah mengajar student non accounting untuk subjek-subjek yang teori, walaupun adalah kesusahan dia tu, tapi sebab accounting kita nak kena mengajar dia the full set of account dan kita nak tengok kemahiran dia buat account tu.
Puan, ada software terkini tak berkenaan dengan sekarang account kan ada berkenaan software, ada pakai mungkin untuk account?
Untuk accounting kami di Politeknik sekarang kami gunakan auto count dan sebelum ni kami gunakan UBS juga. So untuk yang latest mungkin ada lagi lah pelbagai software yang digunakan dalam pasaran kan, tapi setakat ni di Politeknik kami menggunakan auto count untuk computerized accounting.
Terima kasih Puan. Ada soalan ni daripada di chat box ni, kalau boleh saya bacakan daripada Encik Muhammad Hafiz. Puan, macam mana nak memastikan kemenjadian pelajar dan kemenjadian pensyarah tu akan berterusan di masa hadapan, memandangkan nak dapat pelajar yang minat tu susah. Ni pelajar yang minat pun susah, lepas tu nak jadi orang lagi. Minta komen sikit Puan.
Untuk nak menjadikan student tu nak jadikan orang lah, student nak jadikan orang, dia memang ada pelbagai aspek lah, bukan saja dari aspek seorang pensyarah. Pensyarah dalam kelas kita dengan student kita tak bersama dengan dia sepanjang masa. Jadi tapi pensyarah adalah salah satu aspek yang boleh membentuk student, sebab dalam kelas di samping kita bagi kita ajar dia tentang konten, tapi kita boleh juga selit dengan benda-benda lain, nilai-nilai mutu dan sebagainya. Dari segi kemenjadian pensyarah tu sendiri, ini saya tengok dari aspek pensyarah sajalah. Keikhlasan dia dalam mengajar student itu sangat penting. Sebab sekarang ni kita cabaran pensyarah sekarang lah, sebab kita dengan MQA-nya, dengan audit yang bukan satu, bukan dua, bukan tiga, ada banyak audit kan. Jadi kita terkejar-kejar dengan sama ada nak menghabiskan konten dan juga kita nak memberi satu pendidikan yang berkualiti juga kepada student kita. Jadi untuk menjadi lecturer yang kemenjadian lecturer tu insight dia mesti sangat ikhlas dalam bidang tugas dia dan sentiasa meningkatkan kompetensi dia dalam bidang pendidikan. Ya, sedikitlah kalau yang saya boleh ni, sebab soalan tu sangatlah mencabar.
Okey, ada terima kasih Puan Ruaznawati. Ada soalan lain? Saya nampak macam ada soalan tu. Sebab nampak orang ada unmute-kan mic.
Assalamualaikum.
Tengok ada. Silakan Dr. Asia.
Saya nak tanyalah sebab saya pun ajar accounting juga. macam mana ya, sebab kita subjek ni nak tunjuk calculation apa semua. Saya rasa lagi mencabar kalau mengajar di politeknik lah, nak kena memang betul-betul show calculation apa semua itulah, nak kekalkan motivation lah, sebab sometimes bila kita mengajar ni, kita kalau teori tu mungkin kita just baca, explain, mungkin dia boleh faham lah, tapi kalau calculation ni dia kita nak jot down atas space, dan kita tak tahu student tu punya respon, sebab kadang-kadang dia orang macam demotivate sebab line kejap-kejap on off, bila dia dah tertinggal step-step tertentu ni, dia dah mungkin terkeluar terus. Macam mana pensyarah ni dia nak motivate juga diri dia supaya dia boleh ialah kita nak teruskan encourage student kita supaya dia orang tak down, dan kita sendiri pun supaya kita sendiri tak down lah, dimotivate. Dua sudut lah. Okay.
Kalau saya ambil di pihak saya sendirilah secara peribadinya, memang sukar kita nak kekalkan tumpuan student dalam kelas, dan juga tumpuan kita sendiri juga, bukan tumpuan, komitmen kita sendiri juga bila ada student kita yang bila kita suruh buat dia tak buat. Okey, bila kita tengok dia punya hasil kerja daripada penilaian-penilaian kita, dia tak mencapai tahap yang minimum, memang agak menyeksakan. Tapi di pihak saya, sebagai pensyarah, saya ada limitnya. Macam sentiasa kita dengan student, kita buat macam dalam kelas biasa, kita bagi latihan macam biasa, kita tunjukkan semua penyiraan secara online macam biasa, dan di pihak student kita minta dia buat, dan dia memang kena bagi feedback dalam bentuk hantar balik latihan dan sebagainya lah. Itu dari aspek yang saya buat. Dan sentiasa, sebab saya ngajak student semester 1 basic accounting. Okey, jadi student basic accounting yang bukan pelajar perakaunan pula tu memang sangat-sangat rasa terseksa bila belajar accounting. Jadi saya sentiasa dengan student encourage dia orang untuk buat, bagi jalan yang mudah untuk dia orang, dan sentiasa bagi dia kata-kata semangat untuk terus positif. Itu je yang saya mampu buat bila sekarang ni kita dalam proses dalam PNP online. Sebab kita tak boleh pergi beyond that. Sebab saya tak boleh nak macam, walaupun kita kata kita kena, student kena jadi macam gini, tapi at some level kita tak boleh nak push kita sangat sampai nanti kita stres. Sebab tu ada banyak kisah cikgu-cikgu stres, student stres, sebab kita terlalu nak perfection. Bila kita dalam keadaan macam gini, bagi saya sendiri sajalah, saya letakkan limit. Kita buat apa yang terdaya kita buat, dan student pun buat apa yang terdaya dia buat, dan lepas tu kita cuba adapt dengan keadaan tu. Setakat ni untuk di politeknik, walaupun ada masalah internet, tapi setakat ni semua kelas yang saya ada 4 kelas, semua kelas tidak ada masalah internet yang sangat terganggu lah. Maksudnya PNP walaupun berjalan secara online, tapi boleh berjalan dengan lancar. Tak ada masalah yang ketara sangat sampai ada student yang tercicir. Untuk setakat ni di politeknik, Kota Kinabalu saja, tak cakap politeknik lain, tak cakap institusi lain, setakat ni tak ada masalah yang tu. Ada sedikit tapi boleh ditangani bila kita approach kita secara lain. Macam kalau tak boleh masuk secara macam kita sekarang ni, biasanya saya akan contact dia personally through handphone, through WhatsApp dan sebagainya lah. Ada medium-medium lain yang kita boleh pakai.
Terima kasih.
Okey, terima kasih.
Terima
kasih.
Okay, terima kasih. Thank you very much, Dr. Asia, for the response, for the question. Thank you very much, Puan Rasnawati, for the lovely presentation, the response, and the explanation for that part. Okay. We still have 2 more presentation with the English parts. So I will jump directly to the next presenter. Comes from Miss Madam Mugambijay Anak Perempuan Daraja, with the title of a study on pedagogical side to inspire students. I'll try to play the video.
Lectures. So on my research objective, there are 3 research objectives. The first one is to identify how movies can inspire students to become entrepreneurs. To identify how business plan projects can inspire students to become entrepreneurs. And number 3 is to identify business simulation games can inspire students to become entrepreneurs. Next is the research questions. There are 3 research questions. Number 1 is how movies can be an influencing factors towards students become entrepreneurs. How business plan projects can be influencing factor towards students become entrepreneurs. And how business simulation games can be influencing factor towards students become entrepreneurs. And the problem statement is, in this research study, the major focus is to identify the 3 teaching method, which is movies, business plan project, and business simulation games, inspire students to choose their career as an entrepreneur upon the completion of studies. So in my literature review, entrepreneurs education covers a wide variety of audiences, objective, content, and pedagogical method. Most authors categorize teaching methods in 2 groups. Number 1 is traditional methods, which is comprising normal lectures, and innovative method, which is more action-based, which is action-based we can categorize in 2, which is passive method and active method. And active methods such as business, computer or game simulations, video and filming, role models or guest speakers, business plan creations, project work said to be more appropriate for nurturing entrepreneurial attributes among participants. So this will be my framework where I'm going to test on the movies, business plan projects, and business simulation games to inspire. There is a significant relationship to inspire students to become entrepreneurs. Okay, my methodology, the purpose of the study is to investigate effective teaching methods, which is showing movies, business plan projects, and business simulation games would increase the students' interest and inspire them to choose their career as entrepreneurs. The study was carried out with a structured questionnaire among degree in business studies from selected management universities in Malaysia. The construct of study were adopted by Bennett and were measured on the Likert rating scale ranging from 10 strongly agree to 1 strongly disagree. In this study, reliability analysis will be used to determine the extent to which the items in the questionnaire related to each other. Cronbach alpha is used in this study to estimate the proportion of variance that is systematic or consistent in a set of test scores. The data taken from respondents and results are analyzed in a PLS system, PLSM, that includes measurement and structural model. And also I have used Microsoft Excel for additional calculation and graph generation. So in my research finding, the first thing is the age group. Respondents were asked for their age group. The majority of the respondents in the study belong to the age group 19 to 21. The age group with the least number of respondents was 26 and above, which is one person only, one student only. And the distribution shows the majority of the respondents were young. Secondly, on the gender, the survey result for gender shows that there were more females, which is 82 females, than males, 76 respondents. Okay, next, research findings. So if you see my research findings over here, this is measurement model assess the quality of the constructs in this study. So the reliability is for both Cronbach alpha and composite reliability shows that in the current study, the statistic for Cronbach alpha range between 0.918 and 1, whereas composite reliability statistics range between 0.948 and 1, which is well above required inception of 0.7. Therefore, reliability was recognized. It means the results are significant. So the data analysis described that the 3 teaching method, which is movies, business plan project, and business simulation games, are significantly whereby the intention of the students in the starting their own business is vibrant in the research study. So this will be the research finding where majority of the students, graduates, they would like to start their own business once they graduate. It's within 1 to 2 years time. So finally, we come to the conclusion where I would like to conclude that according to the findings and literature studies, it can be concluded that the pedagogical side inspires students become entrepreneurs. Students from the university are being taught with entrepreneurship courses as part of their syllabus, and this enables to examine choosing their career as entrepreneurs upon completion of their studies. And I would like to recommend for further studies, research on various methods are used to teach different aspects of entrepreneurship, such as technopreneurship. And it would be interesting to study about the attitude, perception of learners on entrepreneurship learning methods. This would be helpful for the universities to design their curriculum based on the current trend. And if you see in Malaysia, we have association like Magic, MDEC, those Alibaba platforms. So all these are very helpful for the students, for the young entrepreneurs to start up their business. That's all from me, and thank you for listening for my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Mugambiga. I see that Madam Mugambiga is not in here, but it's okay. I will jump directly to the next. Our final presentation comes from India. Oh, Mr. Sagar. Are you there, Mr. Sagar? Hello? It's okay. We have the video first. So with the final presentation for today, ICEEM, the fourth ICEEM of 2021, I would like to call upon Mr. Sagar Bhaskar Munde to present the title about post-COVID-19 challenges and opportunities in education sector of India. Please welcome.
Yes, Kamarul.
Yeah,
Yes.
are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to present it by yourself, or we just play your video first?
Yeah. Wait, just, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, just give me 30 seconds.
Okay, no problem. But before that, we really thanks to all participants. Please, this is the International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management. On behalf of the Secretariat, I would like to thank all of you have been participate from the morning since now. This is online conference. So that we are now getting a final presentation comes from our colleague from India. This one is my special friends from India as well. We are trying to communicate through WhatsApp, but still we have finally we meet in this online. Hopefully, with this COVID is gone, maybe we can do face-to-face conference, inshallah, and hopefully it will be done soon. So everything okay, Mr. Sagar? I will let
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much for warm welcome. Thank you so much. Very good means like to hear you all, especially Kamarul, because he's the gentleman who always help each and everyone, and also conducting a very good event, really conducting a nice event. Really congratulations for that, and hope you all are doing good in your life. So firstly, yes, Kamarul, yeah, without wasting a time, I'll just present you the paper presentation of mine. Yeah. Yeah. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah. Carry on, Mr. Sagar.
Yeah. Firstly, this is the 4th international virtual conference, which is conducted by the USM Tizare Holdings, Berhad, Malaysia. Firstly, I would like to really thanks to the USM Tizare Holdings for conducting this event, or virtual event, because of this COVID and all those kind of tough times. Everyone is suffering, and everyone has suffered a lot. And it is really grateful for me to represent the paper presentation in this conference. So really thankful to the chief guest, Honorable Raja sir, and also the reviewers and the secretary of this conference for their presence and great efforts to make this conference possible. So all my gentlemen, I just give you the brief intro of myself. I am a Sagar Bhaskar Munde from the India. I am a software engineer, and yeah, I would like to do my presentation in all over the things, the conferences. I have also given a presentation at Dubai, Johnson, which is you all know about the Dubai, Sharjah. At Sharjah, I have given so many things in that conferences for in the last year. So hence, in this conference, international conference, I have my topic chosen to the post-COVID-19 challenges, opportunities in education sector of India. So we all know about one thought which Edmund Burke written: education is the chief defense of nation. Yes, it's absolutely right. Education is one and only one thing which should take, and it should have the rights of each individual. After COVID-19 pandemic, it is affected all over the sectors across the world. It is mainly not for the education, but all the kind of things. Means it is always been like the financial sector or the personal sectors also. Everyone has suffered a lot. So basically, hence I have chosen education theme all over the themes, because it is the main foremost sector which is affected a lot. So the agenda of this match to introduction about the studies, objective of the studies, and the growth of higher education in sector. and the conclusion after the last. So introduction. So we all know that unexpected the COVID-19 strikes hit the strikes very hard in all over the world, and it significantly means damage all over the sectors, especially the economy and all over the things across the world. So while every country is impacted by this pandemic, it was anticipated that most of the developing countries will be severely impacted due to the we don't have the any kind of vaccines, we don't have any kind of medical facilities and all those kind of things. But major impact which is really I thought that the impacted sector is the education. So this means the education is the foremost thing. Without education we can't do anything. Researchers and the scientists also taken the education, taken a higher education, the vaccines. So that's why I have taken an education theme all over the other themes. So however, it is evident that the regions that were initially severely affected by major outbreaks is the China, Europe, Iran, South Africa, and the United States, and among the others all. So also in India, there were so many kind of deaths and all over the things happened. But the first thing which is really means you can say the close entirely is the education facility. Because in education, firstly I want to just give you the brief idea about the in India is the thing which is having the Gurukul system. The Gurukul system means guru means the teacher or master who always give the knowledge and share that information and transfer the information to the shishya means the student. So basically Gurukul is the foremost thing in India which is really important. In Gurukul, every teacher and every student has the physical conversation, and each one has their own Gurukul system. So basically, after the COVID-19 hits, the Gurukul system, basically all the things will be vanished, because the schools, colleges, and all those kind of things have been closed since the 2020, you can say. And yes, this is the introduction. So objective of my study to anticipate to anticipate or to find out the things behind the opportunities in India about the education after the COVID-19 purchase. Also to find out the impact of COVID-19 on students and the teachers in India. Also, the third one is the positive and negative impact, because I have told you in India, basically we have the system of Gurukul system. The Gurukul system means the physical education we have given to the students through the gurus, means the masters. So also we have also lost some things like Gurukul system, and that's why I have told the negative impact of COVID-19 on education sector in India. So the growth of education sector in India scholars and the learners. In ancient times, you have heard about the Takshashila, Vikramshila, like the scholars and universities. Because everyone, we know that in India there have been a good kind of the persons and all over the things in India. So by the independence in India had only the 20 universities, 500 colleges, enrolling about 2030 students. But since the independence, we have progressed a lot. Significantly, the numbers you can increase is the 659 universities with 3302 colleges, and in up to the December 12. But in after the 2021, means the like most we have like several 1800 universities, which is a far most number in India. So you can see the graph of it all over the year decades. The graph is increasing so much all over the things. I want to just give you the brief idea that the growth is very good in India in terms of colleges and all over the things. So this is the kind of a thing. So effect, we all know about the effect created by pandemic on higher education. We all know that university has been closed because of this pandemic, and there are no certain precautionary measure for the COVID-19, and there is certainly not when there will be open, because we all know that it will open. It will definitely open. We don't know the date or the year when will it open. So this is the crucial time for the board or semester examination for all over the students all over the globe, and especially in India, because in India the system I have told is the Gurukul system. So basically we have no kind of online system, online education at all. So with that passing a day, we have no any kind of a conclusion to how can we do the education to the students. Especially there are rural areas, there are village areas. We can't do anything for that, because online system we can't grab them or we can't reach to them. So basically the things is the ICT, information and communication technology. We have come with the initiatives for continued learning process in India. In India, during the time of sheer uncertainty and constant fear amid the pandemic, technology has been the source of hope and lifeline in many ways. We have developed so many kind of things, like we have developed e-classrooms. We have developed so many kind of applications throughout the India. So can each and every student should get the knowledge, basic knowledge at least. So we have come up with we have come up with the workshops, online workshops, which is really important, because we all know that without ABCD, E, F, G, H up to Z, we can't do anything in our life. ABCD is the alphabet, but because of this alphabet, we can make up the one sentence, we can make up the lines, we can write the paragraphs. So one by one in India, the education system has been growing, the e-learning has been growing, and that's why the pandemic also hit, but the e-learning has been progressing very so good in the way. So also Google Classrooms, we have also we always know that Google Classrooms and Microsoft Team, they have been the fruitful things for the India, because they have developed so many kind of platforms like Google Meet and Zoom meetings. So we have catch this kind of platforms, and we can we have done this, we have used this technology to make our students to be a knowledgeable person. So at the end of this conclusion, I want to just give you the education is the process by which person's body, mind, and character are formed and strengthened. Because of this education, we can be a fruitful person, and it is bringing the of head, heart, and mind together, and thus enabling a person to develop all around the personality, identifying the best in him or her. So higher education in India has expanded very rapidly in last 6 decades after the independence. So it is the I have the growth rate also. We have the 9% growth rate of these fastest developing countries of the world. And the coronavirus, we all know about the impacted in general in the world, but still we have this technology and e-learning classroom, so we can do the best. We all know that work from home is the culture right now. So work from the study is the basic culture which is ruling in the India right now. All over the students from the colleges and university have been doing the study from work. So that is the thing which is really I want to highlight. And also government of India taken a step, which is I want to just give you the idea. The step is like we have heard about the entrepreneurship lessons and all those kind of things from these presentations. Means before my presentation, there are Tank and also some ladies and gentlemen given the presentation about entrepreneurship and about the health facilities. So our government of India has decided to step up to give the lessons of entrepreneurship and mental health to the added to the means to in the our from the kindergarten to the universities. Because if we grab this opportunity from the childhood, we can means we can do better in the world. So our government of India decided to add the mental health studies and entrepreneurship lessons to the syllabus. So very good kind of initiative, and just thank you so much for this means the opportunity, and really grateful to meet you, like all of the participants. And I know there are so many kind of presenters who have remarkable given the presentation, remarkable, I can say very remarkable. And yes, um, I have no words for you, Kamarul. You have amazing, you are amazing person. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, my lovely colleague, friends, colleagues from India, Mr. Sagar. Now we'd like to open for a question, maybe from the others. Mr. Adamu from Nigeria. Last time we also discussed about this education, right? Yeah, Waalaikumsalam. Carry on with the question.
Alhamdulillah. I heard from these two last presenters who presented in English language, because Bahasa language is so difficult to me. But I always want to say concerning the Bahasa presentations is Selamat pagi, selamat hari, selamat petang. Jazakumullah khairan. Concerning these two last presentations, one from Mr. Sagar from India, and one lady, I forgot her country. Alhamdulillah, I had their presentations like a twins presentation concerning this this pandemic coronavirus, more especially concerning the entrepreneurship. Based on this, I want to say something. Maybe if the last presenter want to share more information with me. Really, I want to encourage all the participants and you, the organizers, in encouraging our contemporary youth, more especially concerning this issue of entrepreneurship. As a result of this pandemic, generally in the world, we understand that what we supposed to build our contemporary youth on it is only entrepreneurship. Once they become well-equipped entrepreneurs, inshallah, we will cater most of our problems, whether in the big town or in the villages, by the grace of God. Point number two, among the point I want to raise, the number two is government officials, more especially in Islamic countries, at least to make sure that they concentrate on how to invest huge amount of money to train our youth, to train our mothers or women, at least to be financially empowered and know how to their entrepreneurship. If they put more investment on this sector, inshallah, most of our problems during this pandemic. The last one is I want to advise all of Ummah in the world, at least each and us to put his effort in guiding, mentoring, coaching, counseling our contemporary youth on similar of these cases, more especially during this pandemic. Many problems, many challenges, and inshallah, if we continue to guide ourselves by the grace of God, improve our youth, inshallah, financially, socially, economically, and whatever. Jazakumullah khairan. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Adamu. It's just a very response members from Nigeria. Maybe Mr. Sagar wants to respond a little bit.
Kamarul, you can continue.
Okay, maybe one or two questions from our locals, Malaysia.
Yes,
wants to ask
please.
about education sector in India. about this post-COVID. Actually, last time we are discussing in Nigeria, they are using very minimum methods like radio to do the education, to do the education process, something like that.
Okay. This is the question. Is it question? Hello.
No. It's just a simple statement. But anyway, it seems that nowadays India producing so many ICT expert, right?
Yes.
So maybe you can comment on that, or maybe rise of the Indian people on this generation, maybe.
Yes, actually, Kamarul, actually first step, which is really in the last month decided to by the government, is the add the lessons of entrepreneurship. And we all know from the last 1 year, we are stuck on something like psychological disorders have been increased because of our like work from home culture and all those kind of a things. So our government has decided to add the lessons. How can we meditate? How can person do in when they are alone, and those kind of things really helpful for everyone. So this kind of things really added from the government in our syllabus. And second one thing is the like from the kindergarten, they have developed some official apps. Means in these apps applications, we have we have teach the students and the children that how to write the essays, or how to grow in their life, how to make the like how to communicate, basically how to communicate with the another person. Because we have really we have really lose the contact from the last 1 year from all over the globe. Everyone have their lose their friends. You always you are from Malaysia, so basically you are 24/7 in home at home. So basically you don't find a place or any kind of a restaurants or hotels to meet your friends. So basically your like mind and your head has been like don't have that kind of basic communication. You have lacked this communication. So because of this, we have developed applications through which the everyone can virtually meet. It is the kind of a informal meetings, you can say, in Zoom or in kind of a Google Meet. We can meet with the professional way. But we have developed some kind of a application through which we can informal meetings, you can say. We can meet with the informal way. So basically because of that, everyone can meet with the virtual manner, with the keeping the environment with the happy manner. So that's kind of a thing really helpful for each and everyone in India. So basically all over the thing is that everyone is enjoying right now in the work from home culture because of this kind of applications and all these kind of things. So thank you so much. Yeah, any kind of questions, please.
I think we want to rephrase that. Work from home for the early stages is fun, but now it seems that 24/7 work from home. Even in the night also, we also so okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sagar. Any other question from the audience? Oh, I would like to ask more. And actually, more want to ask you about this. But let our audience ask maybe 1 or 2 questions more. Anyone? So no. Okay. Okay. If no, okay, no problem. All right, thank you very much again, Mr. Sagar from India, that present the lovely presentation, sharing the knowledge, sharing the situation about the education sector at the post-COVID-19. So now we have done all the, I think, 23rd presenters from all around the world, especially Malaysia, India, Bangladesh, Brunei, and so I think most forget about 6 about that. All right. So give us secretary about 1 or 2 minutes while we setting go straight setting to the closing ceremony. Okay. Just give us maybe 1 or 2 minutes to setting the ceremony. It's very simple ceremony. You want to announce the best presenter for this conference. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and a very good day to all the presenters, the participants around the world. Thank you very much again. You are stay positive, stay healthy with us in this lovely evening with the International Conference on Economic Entrepreneurship and Management, ICEEM 2021. So this is the fourth edition. Hopefully we can see you guys again in the fifth edition in this upcoming maybe on March 2022. Hopefully it will be a face-to-face conference like my friend said. So on behalf of the Secretariat, I would like to thank all of the presenters, all the participants by joining us in this Zoom meeting, in this conference, and also with the channel of our YouTube channel, ICEEM Tijarah. Please, after this, we need your help to share our YouTube channel of this conference to others, maybe among your colleagues, and friends. Okay, before we go for the highlight of this closing ceremony, I would like to announce that we already have the e-proceeding link in mentioned in the chat box, or else you can email to me for regarding of this conference, and also we will update most of the memorable pictures on our Facebook, our social media, so you can grab the pictures of the moment on that. Also we also update it on the channel of YouTube channel ICEEM Tijarah, and also I would like to thank all of you for the certificate. Please email me kamarul.uthsb@gmail.com for the certificate. So the presenters no problem. Please ask for the co-authors and also for the participants. Okay. Without further ado, I would like to go highlights of the closing ceremony. We want to give we have selected from all the beginnings one of the best presenter for this conference. Let us see if they are setting something. Okay, the drums come first. I don't know. It's supposed to be after I mention. Okay. So as being observed by our panels, reviewers, so on. So the best presenter award of this conference of ICEEM goes to. And it goes to Hajah Nur Anisa Haji Sarbini from University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali, UNISA. Congratulations, madam. Maybe one or two words of enjoyment, please.
MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah.
One or two enjoyment words.
I'm lost for words actually, but I do thank you for organizing the conference. It's really a very good elaboration of I think experts in our fields to share our experiences. So it's actually very I think the takeaway from this, I think for us to stay safe and hopefully COVID will go away so that we can actually meet in person, inshallah, one day. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much, and congratulations, madam. And please send my regrets to Prof. He emailed me about the okay. All right. So we are qualifying for this one, and I think we are jumping into the ending of this conference. So again, we would like to thank all of you for the joining this conference. Hopefully we can see more in next conference, maybe in March. We will update you from time to time for 2022. Okay, thank you very much. I think we need thank you very much. I think we need you all to switch on the camera so that we can catch
Can you
some
guys
memorable
switch on the
picture.
cameras? Let me.
Can you guys switch on the cameras? Let me switch off this one.
Okay,
all right. My colleague want to take a picture of our memorable picture. Oh, Mr. Ibrahim, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, sir. This time I have not submitted my paper for the conference because I got the information just yesterday about the conference. Yes, but Alhamdulillah, since morning I have joined the conference until now.
Okay, I see that one Nick Suhaila, the first presenter. Maybe one or two words. We want to hear your while my technical team setting up the picture. One or two words, Puan Suhaila. Bahasa Melayu pun tak apa, don't worry.
Okay, one or two words.
No. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, sir.
Puan kena unmute.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ICEEM, for organizing this conference. It's a great pleasure for me, and I'm very, very sorry because I cannot attend the session this morning because I have I have to bring my parents for the vaccination.
Okay. We feel sorry also because we are setting up in the first place.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised because at first place I thought my session will be in the afternoon.
Right. So okay, I want you to see some of the faces: Iqmal, Muhammad Adha, Dr. Anita, Nur Maizatul, Sheila Ditya. Please, we want to have some memorable picture. Just a little, 1 second to that picture. Okay, Nurin, are you ready? Nurin, hello. Yeah. Ada. Okay. Okay, boleh ambil picture dulu. Okay, everyone. Maybe one official picture. Nuri tak ada 1, 2, 3 ke? As my experience, we do have 2 pictures. One is official and one is unofficial. Maybe we take one photos of official first. Okay. All right. Okay, done. Okay, unofficial, please. Unofficial, how to. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Think around the world. Stay safe. Please stay safe. Stay healthy. Hope to see you guys again in the near future in the next our 5th conference of ICEEM. So with that, I would like to thank you all by joining this participant. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you. Hope to see you guys in the next conference. Thank you very much again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah, and have a good day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Kamarul, sir.
Okay, we want to have a lot of discussion about Bangladesh situation. We can chat after this. No worries.
Okay, sir. Inshallah, sir, in the future.
Yeah, in the future. All right.
I want to appear in the.
Mr. Adamu, thank you very much by joining our conference.
Nice
Mr.
event,
Sadar.
Kamarul. Very good event, Kamarul. Very good event. Yeah.
We want to discuss more on that part. Maybe after
Yes,
this,
yes.
I will WhatsApp you time to time. Inshallah.
Yes, in the upcoming year, we can definitely meet in Malaysia. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, Adamu, Basir.
Yes, Sagar. Take care.
Yes. Take care,
Please
buddy.
take care, everyone. The COVID,
Yes.
COVID now is very almost changes very fast. Yeah. Please stay safe. Keep safe. Keep distance from others. If you have family, please take care of your families. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. All right.
Okay, chalo. Goodbye, goodbye.
Okay, goodbye, goodbye. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.